So we define a good debater as someone who can argue all the sides of a central proposition as well as it possibly can be argued, meaning that they'll be able to convince people both for and against the grounded topic. And that meaning that like them overall should be able to convince people to their side, regardless of which side it is that they're debating on.
Well, I just go level is a straight line on a horizontal plane and I can prove it. You guys want to call me a flat earther?
Stop trying to make it about multiple people. This is the 5th time I'm telling you that.
Look, you
There's
then,
only one person
you
who's ever told you that.
personally, do you not think that? Or do you agree with me that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane?
An absence of me making a claim doesn't mean that I agree or disagree with anything. So again, stop trying to force me into something I haven't said. It's just toxic.
Is there anybody else here? That's toxic behaviour, is it? In a debate platform?
Well, he did say that you could be rude.
This is what initial statement, like talking about level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, triggers some people tremendously. Would that be a good topic?
Well, they're parallel in the sense that in the third dimension, right, they don't intersect, right? But in the fourth dimension, they do.
But a plane can take any shape.
Can it?
Well, yeah, at least if you're talking about like material, like plane kind of plane, not like airplane, I reckon, just like surface, because a plane can be any surface.
I got your numbers right here.
So at least like that's the way I envision it.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
But I still lost.
You have to open your mind.
Because I didn't win.
Imagination is all you need.
No, we've debated.
Don't take advice from fools. Everything that they say is in vain.
Nothing I learnt in school.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
What if people like swear at you and call you names?
Oh, that's fine. It's completely fine to be rude. The overall score of a person over time, like multiple matches, will change to befit their skill level.
Anything.
It's not a politics server, it's a debating server, right? Like, anything you can find me disagreeing with that you agree with, I'm happy to defend my viewpoint on it. What we're looking
You just have to say it in generality.
for people with
Just like those straight lines of curve.
strong convincing power.
Drive down the road, don't you ever swerve.
So you don't even have to agree with what you're saying,
I don't know
so long as you manage to convince people of it,
where all of this goes.
which I think is a very good hallmark of a great
Never
debater.
take advice from fools.
No, this isn't physics. This is just basic geometry. I mean, this is
In vain.
Mathematics.
Nothing I learnt in school.
Never take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they do is in vain.
Why can't we debate?
Probably the Earth is flat, I reckon, if they're up to debate that, and then they can hop down and
Do you want to
set up a
debate?
debate.
Do you want to say that it is?
Oh, absolutely not. Again, horizontal meaning what exactly? Because horizontal on
meaning a plane.
on Earth itself isn't like a straight line.
I know the game that you're playing,
Nothing I learnt in school.
and I know exactly what's on your mind.
Watch the fucking tutorial.
You got your playbook, it's alright.
Nothing I learnt in school.
Your model dictates what you will find.
Nothing I learnt in school.
And I don't know
Watch the fucking tutorial.
where all of this goes. Don't take advice from fools, 'cause everything that they say is in vain.
Nothing I learnt in school.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Okay, so a line on a plane will still be on that plane.
Yeah, sure, but that would also mean that you would be bending the plane, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
so I was going to go into the fourth dimension. Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Then that's you assuming that we are talking about the shape of the Earth. We are not.
Liquids with a high surface tension, then the meniscus curves very strongly, in which case the level would not be considered to be horizontal, depending on the tangent you draw. Even for water, although it's
Do you want to save this for
very
a debate?
small. What?
Do you want to save this for a debate, or do you want to just do it on the fly?
Well, I don't want to lose my already limited brain cells while debating while debating somebody that apparently doesn't have any. So no.
Pardon?
Wait a second. Do you believe in the cylindrical world?
Is this... Sorry, excuse me. This is the tutorial. Is it?
Yeah, this is a tutorial Thursday event in which we just ask you to watch the fucking tutorial. Have you done that?
Yeah.
Cool. Good job. If you want to debate, there's the debate channels, which is right below the tutorial channels.
Yeah.
Cool. You seem to have grasped basic comprehension of language.
Is this the vulgar channel?
What changed, mate?
I'm sorry?
What changed?
Nothing's changed.
Because I just told you
if you want to if you want to have a debate, you might want to go to a debate channel. This is an event called Tutorial Thursday.
Okay, all right. But can you remember when you said what's happening, and I said people get triggered by geometry, and then you seem to have flipped and changed, and you're
not here to have a talk about how to use the bot, and you want to actually use the bot. I can help you use the bot by going down to debate 1 and helping you set up a debate. But if not, please shut up.
Said well one in the butt. Okay.
Wow, you sound like Stalin or somebody. Do you have a sickle hanging on your wall or something?
So, do you all know how to use the bot?
No.
Dude, do you want to talk or not? What do you want to do?
This room right here is only existing to teach people how to use the bot. That's its sole purpose. If you want to do something else, you can do that elsewhere.
Oh, this is to teach how to use the bot. Wow, okay.
Yes.
Oh, hey, Ed.
There is one bot, and there is a small video that's 2 minutes and 26 seconds long. I highly advise you watch it. If not, we also have some written guides on how to use it. I could happily show you those as well.
So would it make you feel more comfortable if we switch to another room and have a conversation?
No, I want to know how to use
It's
the
not
bot.
about
We
comfort
came
at all.
here
It's just
to
not
work
to
this
interrupt
out.
the event that's currently going on. So again, please shut up if you're not actually going to be asking questions about how the bot functions.
The dude asked me a question, mate.
Does not matter.
Okay.
How does the bot work?
Glad you asked. Hold on, I'll tag you right below the tutorial itself. If you're not inclined to watch the video, do say so.
Would that be the video I just watched, or is that a different video?
The video that's right above the tag.
Okay. Why did everyone join right now?
I wonder.
What?
I wonder.
It's Tutorial Thursday, isn't it?
Yes, everyone joins the server for Tutorial Thursday, every Thursday.
Yes.
Just this
It's
Thursday.
our most popular event.
Yeah, as
Truly.
you can see.
Everyone joins this specific Tutorial Thursday channel.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Because
have.
it's Thursday.
Of course, of course. Everyone knows that Tutorial Thursday is the most popular event on the server.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Had no idea about this thing until it was mentioned today.
I wonder why.
I wonder.
So how
If
do
anyone
we-
else wants to read the different commands they can use to use the bot, there's a link to our forum that's been posted. It's under a section of commands for users. Under the Argus section, you'll find all the different commands you can use as a member of the server in the debate rooms.
Okay, so how do we use this bot then? I can see a load of commands.
As you asked,
what's the
you
idea?
join the debate room, and then you type in commands. Typically, you would start out by setting a topic, so long as like people agree to the topic, and then you'd take stance on it. You'd offer yourself up to become a debater, and then you'd be debating. Once you're done debating, you can vote to conclude, but maybe the rest of the room don't think that the debate's over. So you'd have to go until the whole debate's concluded, and then the functionality of the bot would end in terms of interactability. You can use the commands listed in the document or as shown in the video.
You can only do that in the debate room.
Yes.
Does a text thing appear
Yes.
Yes, there is a text channel.
when you go into the debate?
Correct.
Indeed.
Okay. And
When you set a topic, it also generates a
from
thread.
in there.
Yeah, you can only use it in there.
How often is the people in there?
As often as they want to.
about
There's
5 to
always
6
a debate
people every
room
day.
available.
Yeah,
So
I know there's always
if you have a
debate
topic
room
you want to
available.
do, you can. Yeah, but like if say number 1 is full, number 2 will pop up. So
I'm just saying, if there's nobody there, then surely you're not going to get somebody sat in there typing all of that stuff on their own.
You can. What you do in that case is you.
No, I mean you could, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sit in an empty server.
Oh no, I mean if you want people in the room, you can do a debate ping, which will get people into the room most of the time.
Yes. So when you do an LFC ping, you're obligated to either set the topic, at least 30 minutes, or debate. And if you don't do so, you will be penalized.
Be penalized.
Basically, if you I think it's consequences of warn, right? Or is it mute?
It's a mute.
yeah, basically don't be an annoying cunt and ping a lot of people for no reason. But you can ping them if you actually have a reason to ping them. AKA you have a topic that you want to debate.
And you're willing to debate.
Okay. I mean,
All right. Well, I guess I'm just gonna pop over to the debate room and see what happens.
Great, cool. Do you have a topic in mind?
Can you only do that in the debate room? And are there some topics that are a bit triggering?
You can debate whatever
we're an
you
open
like,
debate
as long as
server.
you aren't openly hateful.
right. I mean, even
As
if
long as you're not inciting violence against others, like in terms of harm to their physical being, then it's typically okay.
I mean, really, how would they stop you if you're just talking about harm on Discord channel?
Normally,
I don't hear what you're saying.
I think he's asking like how would it be reported. Normally they can. Normally a staff member actually has to be there, mainly because we can't take word of mouth, right? Because that leads to a large predicament if someone's actually lying about it.
Lying about
So
what?
if the staff member's there, then
What
it
if
can.
people? Can I ask a question? What if people like swear at you and call you names and things like that?
Oh, that's fun.
It's completely fine to be rude. They're not likely to win the debate if they don't debate properly, though. Because like, who would vote for an asshat? I wouldn't.
I mean, how many people
Oh,
do you have to listen to you in a debate?
Anything from 0 to as many as possible.
I mean, how would they determine how to want to debate if no one listened to you?
The opponent can concede and vote for you, at which point there will be
There is
determined
no
the winner.
win
If not,
and lose in a debate. Come on.
That's how the system's built.
Oh.
So there's a winner and a loser in the debate?
Yeah, because it's a central proposition that's either a positive or a negative statement, meaning that there will always be a decided outcome at the end.
Who determines the outcome?
That would be the debaters and the people watching. But it's done via a voting
So
system
if
that's
you can
weighted.
get more people on your side, then you're probably going to win.
Okay then.
It's not that simple, because if you convince people from the
What
other
happens if
side...
those people are all your friends?
I wasn't done, please. If you convince people from the other side, then their votes actually count for more, meaning that if you're a decent debater and you make very convincing arguments and you convince people so that they change their stances, then you actually would gain more points, which would allow you a chance to completely nullify any effect of somebody who might be more popular.
Okay, then that.
So it's popularity or
It's better than a popularity contest because it factors in people who also change their minds, and it also factors in when people join the debate. If you want to learn more about how that works, we have a specific document about the quote-unquote biased rating system and how it's actually in your favor.
Okay,
If you're a good debater, that is. Here you go. That's the article. That's the
biased
wrong
rating
article.
system is in the debater's favor.
That's the right one. What did you say, Mobius?
I said the biased rating system is in the debater's favor.
No, it's in the good debater's favor. So we define a good debater as someone who can argue all the sides of a central proposition as well as it possibly can be argued, meaning that they'll be able to convince people both for and against the grounded topic. And that meaning that like them overall should be able to convince people to their side, regardless of which side it is that they're debating on. And we also define a debate being when two or more people argue the truth value of a proposition. So when you have a central proposition that is either a positive or a negative statement, and you are discussing whether that's true or not, you will always end up with one side winning over the other, and as a result, winners can be determined.
So it's not necessarily. I'm just trying to get it clear in my head. So it doesn't seem like it's necessarily a matter of whether the debate topic is settled, but more or less how the debate was debated and the sophistry used or utilized to do so.
I would disagree with that. Because the way the system works is when you join the room and there is a topic, you are forced to set a stance in order to even be allowed to vote. So if, say, it says, like the topic says, and then when the people who are debating it are debating each other, then you can, at the end of it, vote for who you think won the debate. You're voting for a person. You're not voting by saying, "Oh no, I still hold my same opinion." You're voting for the person you think you agree with at the end.
So it's the presentation that's voted on, not necessarily the.
Yeah, it's not necessarily skill, right?
Okay.
It's who managed to convince you, and we actually have a document outlining things you should consider before you're debating. Here you go. It's got a little bit of text on it, but ultimately there's one part in there which I'm very fond of, and it says that the primary thing you should consider is at the end of the debate you should vote for the person you agree with the most. And if there's multiple people you agree with 100%, or you agree with like equally, then you should vote for the one you thought did better for other regards between those. But the primary consideration should be who has you convinced.
I mean, is there a time limit on the answers?
No, a debate is ended when half of the people in the room who have taken a stance on the topic decide to conclude it. So that means the audience can prematurely end a debate if they think that there's no reason to further listen to it, or if they think it's over. So the debaters can decide to go quiet and not talk anymore, and therefore people would obviously vote to conclude the debate, or they can choose to prolong it because they still aren't convinced by anyone.
I see a flaw in your system. I like it, but I see a flaw.
Go ahead.
Example, let's say two parties were debating. One party were meat eaters and the other ones were vegans.
What would the proposition be?
It's unethical to eat meat.
All right.
Okay.
What's the flaw?
The flaw? What do you mean the flaw?
You said you saw a flaw. What's the flaw in the system?
Oh, the flaw. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, the flaw is this: in your winner or loser, the way you do the winner or loser. Because let's say now there's 70% meat eaters and 30% vegans in your audience. Do you think there's any chance of any vegans being convinced to become meat eaters, or that the meat eater made a good point?
I
that
mean,
they should
you have to consider the actual proposition itself. You said unethical, right? Any vegan could prove, oh yes, eating meat is unethical, or any meat eater could try and prove that, hey, eating meat isn't unethical, right? So you'd have to get into the basis of ethics itself. And if that party, right, if that party of meat eaters has the vegan making a good argument, right? It's not saying that they need to be convinced to not eat meat, right? Ethics don't actually say, okay, you need to do this, right? In order to exist, you must not eat meat, right? That's not what ethics are saying. So ethics, when they're talking to you, right, and I think you actually mean morals, not ethics in this case, but that's fine. When ethics are talking to you, they're not giving you a have to, right? You don't always have to follow what is ethical. So to say that, like, when a vegan is making an argument against eating meat, that all of the meat eaters there, regardless of their agreement with their argument, must become vegan because of that, I don't think that's a true
not
statement.
a flaw. You missed the flaw.
Yeah, I see your flaw though. And I raise you this answer. Our system is equally good at tackling unreasonable people as any other system. That's just how it goes. If someone is incessant to never change their mind and never be of the other position, then ultimately that's not something we can do anything about. But the way that we determine winners and losers in this system is so that those who manage to change other people's mind, they have an advantage, and that's ultimately what we'll measure. So looking at one particular scenario or one particular debate, I don't think is going to be as indicative of whether or not a person is a good debater. It's an ELO rating system, so the overall score of a person over time, like multiple matches, will change to befit their skill level more significantly than if you were to go up against one bad matchup where people have biases. So, say a regular popular system, right, where you just look at how many people agree with you before and how many people agree with you after, would still be prone to the exact same issue. So we cannot fix that, but what we can say is we can incentivize people to change their mind when they actually feel like they did, and that's what we incentivize here.
So it's more or less set up like a.
What?
Sorry,
mate. Who's that?
Let's go ahead. Spot on.
I was going to say, just can you give me an idea of what the last thing you enjoyed to listen to as a debate on it? What the actual topic was, please.
Oh, I've been debating quite a bit recently. Not in the ELO system, but I think you mean the last topic overall that's been debated, or
yeah, or whatever. Yeah, don't matter. Whatever. Just give me an idea of what's being debated. That's all.
I think the most recent topic was abortion yesterday.
Yeah, I don't quite much enjoy those. I think I left the room.
You did.
Yeah, it's a very overdone topic. No, we've debated. Actually, the most recent topic I engaged with was whether or not BLM's a terrorist organization or not. I ended up on top of that debate. They're not a terrorist organization. But I quite enjoyed that one because it went the way I think debate should go. It was short, concise, and it didn't extend itself for longer than it should.
How long do you think debate should be?
Oh, it should be as long as necessary. Well, I mean, too long in a debate is when you start repeating old arguments over and over again, right? We didn't end up doing that.
What's the average of a debate?
What do you mean average? What kind of metric?
Well, I mean, like, what is it? 2 hours,
See
1
how
hour,
long
3
that
hours?
debate was.
That
20
debate
minutes?
when I had the BLM thing, that was like, I don't know, like 10, 15 minutes. Depends on how concise you are in the debate, though. Like, some
I
debates
understand.
are going
So
to be
what's the
much
longest
longer.
time that you've had a debate on it? What's the longest time?
Well, there was that day I sat for 4 hours in a room. That was fun.
Yeah. Wonderful.
I am going to see debates through, though. That's a personal thing. I'm not going to leave due to like time thing.
Are you the debate king?
No, I'm currently third place, I think. I used to be, but I haven't debated as much as of recent.
I mean,
Excuses, Clean Queen.
Well, what do you debate? What sort of topics? You've been like just general anything.
It's not a politics server, it's a debating server, right? Like anything you can find me disagreeing with that you agree with, I'm happy to defend my viewpoint on it.
I mean, what if you don't disagree with it and just agree with it? Could you still debate it from the disagreement point?
Absolutely. And this is still okay within our system because the system itself only measures how well you manage to convince people, right? So you don't even have to agree with what you're saying, so long as you manage to convince people of it, which I think is a very good hallmark of a great debater.
Right. Well, what if?
Being able to lie?
Yeah. What about if the only thing you have is because it has to be, because I say it is. It can't be what you say.
I would consider that a horrible argument. It's akin to like pulling yourself up by the bootstraps, right? Like you're just asserting. Like proof by assertion is just rather dishonest, in my opinion.
So
and I
what
would
do
make
you accept
many arguments
for proof,
against that.
then?
Oh, personally, I mean, I don't quite think.
Within
I think
this,
with derailing
this,
from
this place. Within this place, because that's what we're here. We're here to learn
we're not
to debate
setting...
here. I know. I'm just saying. In general, how does the debate occur? There's a channel at the side? Can you use your I don't know, pictures and stuff? Do you do that? And do you have your camera? Can you share your screen? Share videos?
You can do that if you have the citizen role. So I guess I'll go through that. So because there can be like raiders, etc., that come in and post unpleasant imagery or like make a lot of like harassment happen. What we've done is we've restricted everyone's access to do those things, but you can attain them if you read the rules and then you go into the commands channel and you type !test. That'll grant you a test with a few questions, and if you answer correctly on them, then you'll be granted those permissions. So you can post images and you can stream your screen, etc. There's not a culture to do that though, in terms of like showing your face, etc. And I don't think that's a healthy thing to have. But if you want to do that, then you're free to do so.
Okay, so that's what you.
Oh yeah, that was really strange.
Or is it mainly argument based?
Mostly argument based.
Okay, and with valid propositions.
Yeah, for sure. Valid propositions and what you should consider is listed in the Open Debate Strategy information post I did at the bottom of Tutorial Thursday, if anyone's interested. It tells you a little bit about what you should consider when you're making propositions and when you're taking positions, etc. It's a very neat little guide on how to use the system.
By the way, can you use whataboutisms? Like somebody says something and compare it to like, well, what about that? What about this thing?
Oh, no, I would consider that fallacious and I would call it out personally. And I think a good debater would call that out.
So one of the things is that the strategy that works best is adapting to the crowd, right? So understanding the crowd and stuff like that, understanding what to say, when to say it, right? Most of the times, you're not going to get the crowd that you want to, right? So you can't always know what kind of crowd you're going to get, right? So what happens is you kind of plateau, right? And then you just decide to do like generic, logical debates, right? Which is easier to do than like sophistry, right?
So is the objective just to win? Is that what you guys do? It's not about learning stuff. It's just basically who wins.
That's a good question. Depends on who you're discussing with. It's possible to set up a private debate where you can like decide who your opponents are going to be, if you want to do that, please DM support and we'll help you set that up. But the objective for us is to debate. If you're looking to learn, a better format is typically a dialogue where you can have a more free exchange where in the end you're not going to be voting over whether or not something's true or not. What we're looking for are people with strong convincing power. That's ultimately what we're trying to achieve here. But I will say personally that I've learned quite a bit, and I think debating isn't something that you're not going to learn from, so long as you're willing to admit defeat and be humble about having been wrong.
Or maybe not
right.
as fully informed at the topic to win the debate.
Yeah, it really depends. Sometimes you lose a debate and you don't think you lost it. Like that was like my first loss happened when I was completely ignored after joining a debate. Nobody addressed my arguments and they just kept on like talking, and that was very interesting to me because I didn't end up thinking I was correct nor wrong after that. I just felt very ignored, but I still lost because I didn't win.
Out of curiosity, the abortion debate, who won that?
Oh, Atkins, you know this better than me. If everyone looks into debate feed, you can see all the previous debates we've had.
Was it the pro or the con?
It was
the against?
pro-choice.
It was the pro-choice. Okay.
Okay, so how much of a time do you have for your response? Like, somebody gives his response, how long do you have to produce your response?
It's actually free formatted, without requesting specific formats. So you actually can request specific formats, and you can request like custom formats, not just like previously agreed upon ones. I'll post some more stuff about what to do if you want to request formats in the chat. We have some posts on that with which formats we will help you set up. Like for instance, one of the formats we'll help you do is like say Lincoln Douglas, World Schools, British Parliamentary, Asian Parliamentary, Canadian, Spontaneous Argumentation, etc. Like we also do like policy debate, cross-examination, and PFA. So if you want formats, DM support about it, and we'll help you set that up. But without asking us to do so, we won't enforce anything.
Okay. Okay then. So, where do we propose like the questions to in the debate?
You do that in the text channel associated with the voice chat that you're in. So you'll be using the commands as shown in the video, or as shown in this document that I'm pinging you in.
Can you only use the commands, or can you just type in the
No, you have to use the commands. So you type like $topic, and then space, and then you type in your topic there, and then you can also democratically elect the topics. So when you put a topic in a channel, you are proposing it to be the room topic. But if someone else proposes a topic and that topic gets more votes, then that topic will take over for the previous topic. So it'll only be the topic that has the highest amounts of votes. That's the current room topic.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Could you just, if you don't agree with the topic, could you just leave the room?
Absolutely. And there is always going to be another room available. So if you want to debate something else elsewhere, you can leave it, start another debate in another room, do that.
I mean, you guys, like, if there was a topic that came up that you didn't want to debate, would you just leave the room?
Oh, are you asking me as a person?
Yeah. People, you guys, I mean, when I'm saying you guys, I mean the ones that are in here. You know what this place is like.
Okay. Depends, really. I mean, I typically sit through a lot of boring stuff on purpose because I want to expose myself to stuff I think is boring. But that's a personal thing. If I think a debate is over-debated like abortion, I will leave. Because I've heard that for over 5 years, and I'm not going to waste more time on that subject.
Yeah, so that when the topic comes up, you just leave. And
what did you say, Bev?
So when the topic comes up, you just leave.
No, I mean, depends on who's debating it as well. Sometimes there's like cool new angles that haven't been taken before, but if it's like just a standard debate I've heard like a billion times before, I'm inclined to leave.
Well, I know there's a few people that want to have a debate around here.
I noticed in the sort of around 1500 before 1500 for the other person. So they're very even. Every single one of these debates is very.
Yeah, you
small
start at
differences.
1500 on our system.
Got it. Shit, I should have figured that out. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. I have a question to you though, all of you actually. You probably came from somewhere similar. I do not know where, but I'm curious. How did you find this server?
Discord.
I just. Oh, okay, yes, I let someone else say it first.
Discord community. You're on that, aren't you?
Is that another place, or was it a website
No,
you used?
you're a community Discord server, right?
Yeah,
right. Well, there is a list that you can go on the Discord community and type in debate. You're on it. That's where I.
Are we on that tab now? That's nice.
I mean, I found it from this board, and I just looked for something that was labeled politics. And
I don't know whether it was tags. There may be like tags in there that you've added to it that were linked to, and
cool.
Debate was one of them.
I forgot how to even find that tab.
It's at the bottom of your server list.
Ah. I didn't think we'd be there.
No, we lost that tier a few days ago. But we were on there. I see a few others there as well.
What, you're not on the public server thing anymore?
No, we're not.
No,
we lost that tier yesterday.
How come? How did you do that?
No boosts.
End of the month?
Yeah.
No, to get on the public server list?
Yeah, I think you need to be like having 15 boosts or something in order to get there.
No way.
Yeah.
I can't imagine them being like that.
Actually, hold on. Let me look at the requirements. Settings. Community.
I couldn't find it there, but...
I'm kind of confused, Conquent. What do you mean by the community thing, right?
I mean that's the only thing that could be possible, right? It's the only possible explanation.
No, it's not, because the requirement is 7,000 members.
Yeah, but I see a lot of them with like less than that.
Yeah, there's loads of servers on it. Like, you just have to agree to the community server rules, don't you? Like, there's an extra few steps to make it a community server rather than just a normal Discord server. And
I don't know where you got that.
That's where it was. There was a just search Discord servers type place.
Like on Google, or
yeah, I think it was like that, some sort of a thing. But it was within Discord, right? The link was out there and then I just clicked on the thing and I put debate in the search, and there wasn't too many, to tell you the truth. But you and the Intellectualist and Collopian Club.
Yeah, I think makes sense.
There's not been many people in here, and I just seen that you were doing the tutorial.
That's what my invite said too. Open debates.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Okay. So I'm right, Taven. That seems to be correct.
What? What are you
don't need I think we've been put on the Discord Discovery tab for a hot moment.
That's nice. That's nice.
We're not there anymore, but
damn, there's a lot of people here.
I think it's 17 last I counted.
Is this a lot for you lot?
We haven't been. So here's a cool thing about debating servers. We've not been advertising ourselves a crap ton, because debating servers tend to become quite shitty once you open the floodgates. So we've been working on building a community which is capable of handling an influx. So we've gotten to that point, I would argue, and we're probably going to be advertising a lot more.
Well, Clint, we still have to start working on Argus, though. We still have to get the
that's
right
true.
Argus and beta.
But until April 2022, we don't need to worry about that. So
yeah,
I think
by
that'll be
April,
fine.
I'd say. And even by April 2022, we have a backup that we could go to.
Yeah.
Worst comes to worst, we have /commence already. But we should be able to get Hikari done. Oh yeah, Taven, I did the topic class. I have that done. I'm just postponing the other ones because I'm lazy.
Nice.
I mean, if you don't want floodgates of people entering, why did you make the server public for any?
We want it to be open, of course, and for anyone to be able to join. It's just like a decision not to have the pressure be too high, you know? If you're trying to force a lot of water through a small pipeline, it's either going to burst or it's going to be too pressurized.
Well, where do you see the market?
The bots are still in alpha.
Where's the market? I mean, where are the people going to come in from?
Other servers, websites, etc., etc.
We also have a bunch of people that, that we know, very active VCs, right? That we could just send one invite there, and then it would just be very flooded, right? We're talking 40 to 50 members, right, per VC. But we're not doing that on purpose, right?
They're all trolls.
They're all trolls. Also, that's one thing. But then also, it's also the case that all of our bots are like alpha. So like, if someone comes in and then the bots, we're not sure if the bots can handle it, right? Like, hundreds of people at a time,
The only thing we haven't conclusively tested, it's stress tests. So that's going to be the last test we'll do.
Yeah.
Have you ever debated, say, flat earthers?
Oh yeah. I don't quite much enjoy that.
Humiliating, is it?
No,
really. Not
it's
really.
just very circular.
They don't provide
arguments.
studies. And they move the goalpost a lot as well.
I mean, have you did the flat Earth debate while playing the role of a flat earther?
Oh gosh, I used to do that for a little while. It's not great. I don't advise it.
So I guess you guys are obviously not flat earthers, or don't subscribe to any ideas as such.
No, they've got that mixed up view of what a flat earther is. I bet.
No, flat earthers
we
are people who believe
understand
that it's
flat
flat.
earthers. I mean, it's in your about me. It's not hard to understand. We don't have very mixed up views about it.
Pardon?
I'm not gonna mention how stupid and insane that concept is.
You just did.
I mean, even if you freaking walk in a straight line, you will notice that the sun changes, the shadows change direction when you walk. If the world was flat, why would the shadows change their location?
So you think if the Earth was flat and the sun moved, that the shadows would not change?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I don't think that's relatively.
It depends on which model of like sun movement you use, but ultimately, like, there's no way to explain eclipses with like the half sphere model with like the dome kind of thing, and there's like even if you use the hollow projection model of like showing how the sunlight, like, I would just ask the question, if there's enough power to like beam down, quote unquote, like sun rays from a dome down onto the flat Earth, which of course is heavily guarded around Antarctica, etc., right? If there's actually enough electricity out there to feasibly do that, then my great question is, why the hell are there still places in the world that don't have electricity? Like,
the other question I would ask, assuming that you're not in my place of the world, I would just ask you, what time is it for you?
I mean, I don't think that's a.
I mean, it's different because for me,
that sounds
it's
like a
night.
good one.
night outside, while for this guy, it's probably a day outside or evening.
All right, guys,
Is this...
we
Yeah?
shouldn't. This is the tutorial channel, so we should
That's
focus
true.
on.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, is this being debated right now, or what?
Yeah, no, I don't think we should be debating it. I agree with Taven on that.
Mind you, we could do a stress test on it.
Oh, go right ahead. Go down and stress test it all you want. I encourage it.
Okay, let's think of a debate topic. What can we debate?
Probably the Earth is flat. I reckon if they're up to debate that, and then they can hop down
Do you
and
want to
set up a debate.
debate? Do you want to say that it is?
Oh, absolutely not.
Well, why would you think anyone here would do that?
No,
According to what Atkins said, it's in your...
Yeah, you should take a look at your About Me and go to that link there. I wonder what it talks about.
Sorry?
There's an About Me link?
Oh, yes, it's gone now. That's fun.
Say that again.
I can send you it, though. Hold on. Let me go to my search history now.
Search history.
There's an About Me? I've never...
Mm-hmm.
There's a profile.
Where are you putting this on general?
No.
Here you go.
Tutorial Thursday.
Oh, tutorial?
On the left.
Hell's that site?
Yeah.
Oh, no. 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 Oh.
That's a website. Yeah.
You said that you used to debate on the side of the flat Earth before. How do you justify it?
What?
I mean, the world is flat.
Who said that?
Oh my god.
I'm asking. Then the guy.
Atkins. What does that mean? Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Yes, you had that in your About Me.
Yeah, that's my website.
Because you removed it doesn't mean.
That's my website. What does it say?
Yeah, it is in your About Me.
Yes.
Well,
and
not
what
anymore. It's
does
removed,
it say?
Does it say flat Earth anywhere?
It's like, isn't it a mix between like, just from the description, right? Straight line on a horizontal plane.
Yeah, and what's up with that?
You can have straight lines on a round Earth.
Is level a straight line on a horizontal plane, or is it not? Or we can have a debate about it if you want. I mean, I'll make that as my initial statement. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Ooh,
I think that would be a great start.
What do you mean by level? I feel like you're just like defining it as such.
Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Initial statement.
Well,
what's up?
We can agree to terms on what level means. We can establish a baseline from which we can then discuss the topic further if you want.
It's a statement I'm happy to go with.
All right.
I think we should move to debate 1 if we're going to do this.
They should hop down to debate 1. I'll set this one up.
Okay. Can we everybody hear us? I'll make a statement at the beginning. I am not a flat earther.
Get it, Bev. So who is going to put the...
I don't know where the guy
who's
was
going
in
to
here.
put the command in the thing?
I don't know what we're meant to be doing. Somebody else was doing it, Worthy.
Yeah, I thought Clemcoin or one of them guys.
Well, I think in debate 1, you got to put like what's the thing say?
Hold on, this Lord Tavern guy knows what he's doing, doesn't he? Well, no, carry on, Moses. Sorry, mate.
I was just saying, I think that there's like commands that you put in the debate 1 to set up the debate, but I thought that guy was coming down here.
Yeah.
Right. So if you guys want to like have the debate, I can help you like set up the debate, right? I'm not going to be debating because it's pretty late for me. But if you want to have the debate, like between someone,
who was the guy? Who was the guy that told us to come down here?
That was me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So there's nobody else down here now. This is what I was saying before. When you guys don't want to debate, you decide that you don't join the room. So now we're in a room that you're going to disappear from. That nobody wants to debate. Like what happens in this situation, right? Because I said I'm not going to sit here in a debate room waiting for somebody to come. It's silly.
So I think what the problem is, right? The Tutorial Thursday is like a room for tutorials only.
Okay.
and for explaining the debate. And so the only other room that's available is debate 1, right? So and it's not necessary to debate in debate 1, right? You don't have to debate in debate 1, right? But I asked you guys to move down here because that's the only other place that you can move down.
Okay.
Yeah,
right,
but I thought we were gonna like start with the premise that a level is a straight line.
Yeah, we're going to take us through
plane.
how the debate is set up and sort out the debate with the guy that was arguing against the level being a straight line on a horizontal plane. Like, that's the premise.
I think he said he wants to sit this one out. I think that's what he said.
Oh, sit it out. I thought he said set it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said sit. I said sit this one out. I think that's what
And
he
then
said.
that's when you decided you wanted us to come down here.
Yeah, so I think...
And you're not going to do it either.
I mean, I can, but I would love to, right? I mean,
But it's really late.
It's not. It's only 8:30.
It's like... It's 1 a.m. for me. I'm from India, so...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that is late.
Yeah, but I would love to have this debate. I mean, if you want, like... I love these kinds of debates, right? I mean, even though Clinkcoin doesn't like them.
That's what I was on about. How do we set it up then, without actually having to sit in the room?
Can we book it?
Is there any way to set up a debate? Like, now we know the premise, and everybody knows what the premise is. I mean, you can get a few people if you want. Team up, get a few. Let's get it going.
Yeah, so what time are you guys available? We have, like, a community events channel.
What, another? Oh, yeah.
So that's where we schedule like debates and stuff. So, yeah, it depends on what the topic is, though, right? So, like, we'd have to agree on a
straight line on a horizontal plane.
That's fine.
We're available right now.
That's a definition, right? So that's
that's a statement.
Right, but it's a statement, sure, but a statement can also be a definition.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
A definition can be a statement.
And otherwise.
Right, so what are you saying then?
I'm saying it's a tautology, right? So all definitions are tautologies.
So, okay, so that you're not going to argue with it then. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, right?
He's not saying anything about whether it's correct or not.
No, okay.
I'm saying it's a definition, right? There's nothing to argue with about the definition.
Really?
Not really. Yeah, it's a tautology.
You guys were saying that means flat earther. Can we argue the fact that whether level is a straight line should be considered as you being able to call somebody a flat earther if they think level is a straight line, or even if they can prove it?
I think
there's nothing about Earth about level being a straight line. So no, I think that's a nonsensical topic.
Why did somebody look at my website and then tell me I was a flat earther? That's why we're here.
I think it was Atkins, and I think he's not in the room anymore. So
that was
convenient.
So you guys don't think that level being a straight line on a horizontal plane means I'm a flat earther then, right? Just Atkins that does that.
I don't know what you guys.
Doesn't matter who says what anyway.
Yeah.
Ultimately, please come up with a topic and set it.
Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Personal opinion.
All right, you're free to propose that as the topic.
Mm-hmm.
But I doubt anyone would actually want to debate it because it's a tautology, right?
Well, okay, then if we say then, if you say or can prove that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, should you be called a flat earther? Could we have that as the topic?
Sure, you can have that, but I don't know anyone else going to disagree with that.
Anyone that's going to disagree with it?
Yeah, you need people to disagree with the statement. You need to go for and against the statement in order to have a debate.
You guys would say that is a flat earther then? Or it's not a flat earther?
No, because level being a straight line on a plane has got nothing to do with Earth.
Okay, well, why did Atkins say it was then? Why did Atkins?
Why are you trying to hold non-people like? Why are you holding like us accountable for things another person said? Makes no sense.
Where
is
he?
You literally kind of like
where is he?
Accountability.
He's up there.
He's definitely up in the other room.
I'll go and ask him.
He's.
Yo, Atkins.
What's up?
We're having a bit of a, I call it a debate or not, but you said
yeah,
you thought I was a flat earther, right?
Yes, I'm sorry, I had a misconception. You're actually a level earther, I see.
No.
There.
Who said it's got anything to do with Earth? I mean, that's what they were saying before. What's it got to do with Earth? Level.
Level, flat line on a horizontal plane. I watched the 6-minute and 50-second video just now.
Uh-huh.
I have to say, the editing is
videos.
impeccable.
There's loads of videos.
I don't want to bother myself by watching more of them.
Okay, so what has level on a straight line, level being a straight line on a horizontal plane, got to do with Earth?
Because if you have a level on Earth, right, and you set a level down on Earth, and you find something that you believe to be entirely level, right, that means that Earth must be a horizontal plane because something can exist and be level on it.
Okay.
I assume that's your reasoning behind it.
I'm not a flat earther, like I've said. You're the one that seems to be labelling people, right? So, do you think we could have a debate about level being a straight line on a horizontal plane, and whether you can or can't prove it,
Thursday is,
and whether you should be able to call people a flat earther for believing that, or knowing it, or being able to prove
believing that Earth is a horizontal plane?
No, for believing or proving that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Because when you make a video, right, that is 6 minutes and 50 seconds long, talking about level on a horizontal plane, right, and then within that video, use that idea that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane as a sort of attempt to show that the Earth is flat, right, through quote-unquote geometric and mathematical principles, if I remember what the guy in one of those many clips you edited and said, then yes,
Neil
I
deGrasse
feel
Tyson.
then I feel
that was Neil.
Yes,
that was Neil deGrasse Tyson that said that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Is
then
he a
yes,
flat
I
earther?
feel that a label of being a flat earther
is he a flat earther?
would be apt. I don't know.
Oh.
I actually don't research the views of Neil deGrasse Tyson much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not too interested in astrophysics.
What would you think if everyone that said the Earth was flat in that video was a staunch globe believer?
Then I guess everyone's prone to contradiction of ideals when they talk about things. Sure.
So then, would you like to be have a debate about level being a straight line on a horizontal plane, and whether or not you should be able to call somebody a flat earther for believing that, or being able to prove it?
Once Tutorial Thursday ends, sure. But right now I have to stay in charge of the event.
That's good. Because nobody else wanted to. All right.
Maybe you could do a tutorial on how level is off horizontal.
That's not the purpose of Tutorial Thursday.
How long does Tutorial Thursday last for?
Until Taven ends it, I suppose.
Okay.
So that could be like right now.
I'll go
it
back.
could be
I'll
right
go
now,
back
or
down
it
there
could be
and
in
have a
like
look.
an hour.
Are you busy?
Not particularly. I might have to charge my phone a little bit, but that I'm fine.
Cool. I'll be back in a bit.
Level
Because
is
level what?
like what, equidistant from something?
Ooh.
Is level flat?
I think depends on what kind of surface, because like the word itself has multiple meanings based on context, historically speaking. So I think like the word itself shouldn't be used when we're discussing things that are akin to lines.
Okay, would you say that a circle is level?
Hold on. Like you're talking like a flat circle, kind of like a 2D like circle kind of thing. Because like a circle can have no width, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to like play word games. I'm trying to just ask you if you would say that a circle would be level. Like if you look at a circle and say, okay, well that circle's outermost extremity is level. Would you say that?
I don't know from which point you're measuring at all.
Right. So would you say that a painting on a wall that's hanging and it's
like I
horizontal,
wasn't going to use the word level anyway. I already told you why we shouldn't be using the word. Because it means a lot of different things.
I didn't catch that.
I said that. I'm
You
more
said
interested in the conclusions you're making with the definition rather than like the actual definition itself, because I'm more interested in trying to describe reality in the most accurate way possible.
Okay, well, how about a straight line on a horizontal plane?
Well, again, horizontal meaning what exactly? Because horizontal on
meaning a plane
on Earth itself isn't like a straight line.
Okay, well, I'm not talking about on Earth. I'm talking about an abstract idea where you can identify.
Well, then you're just defining them as being equal to one another. You're saying a line is as straight as another line.
Sorry, wait a minute. Did I just hear you say a horizontal isn't a straight line?
No, I'm saying he's redefining a term.
No, but did I hear you saying that a horizontal on Earth isn't a straight line?
Depends on what he means by horizontal.
No, you. Did you just say that? Did I hear you say that?
Yeah, you did. Doesn't mean you have to meddle into it.
Okay, sorry.
So, what were you going to say, Mobius?
I was going to say that horizontal is a plane. Can you agree that horizontal is a plane?
But a plane can take any shape.
Can it?
Well, yeah, at least if you're talking about like material, like plane kind of plane. Not like airplane, I reckon, just like surface. Because a plane can be any surface. At least like that's the way I envision it.
Well, I mean, you could look into why an airplane is called an airplane versus an air anything else, but
it's because it cuts through the air.
Level.
No, it's not.
Well, when it's flying to a destination, ideally it wants to maintain its level. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that horizontal is a plane. I mean, it's defined as a plane. I don't know anywhere it.
But what is a plane? Like a plane doesn't have to be level, right? Which is again.
No, a plane is a flat surface. It's a two-dimensional. It's a two-dimensional surface. Like if you look into I don't know, just
yeah, but even two-dimensional surfaces can be bent.
Yeah, you can bend a two-dimensional surface, and then it would be a three-dimensional surface.
No.
So you can bend it on the two-dimensional plane.
Say yeah, like say, if you were to have a circle, right, that's got an x and a y axis on it. If you were to bend that into like the z axis, then that would be three-dimensional. Yeah, so but if you were to take a line and you bent it on the x and y axis, that would be two-dimensional, but it would still have a curvature.
Okay, so a line on a plane will still be on that plane.
I mean, yeah, sure, but that would also mean that you would be bending the plane, right?
These are just basic geometrical principles that are like foundations for everything that.
Yeah, but a plane is definitively a plane is definitively at least two-dimensional. Often colloquially used three-dimensional.
I don't see where a plane would be three-dimensional. A plane is a two-dimensional surface.
Yeah, again, I was just saying like often. I'm trying to express the understanding of the word.
Okay, well, 2 dimensions would be the x and y axis, and then a z axis would introduce a third dimension, which in turn would turn whatever is in that third dimension a three-dimensional object versus a two-dimensional shape, which would be on a plane. A plane is defined by 3 coplanar points, which you can't have a third dimension with 3 coplanar points.
Are you sure? Like, where do you draw this definition from? Is it like agreed upon universally, or is it? I've not heard this definition before, but then again, I haven't studied physics extensively, so.
No, this isn't physics. This is just basic geometry. I mean, this is
Mathematics.
It's nothing I learnt in school, to put it like that.
Euclid's Elements has been it's more popular than the Bible.
Well, there are non-Euclidean geometries.
Yeah, and where would non-Euclidean geometries be used practically in reality?
Physics.
So, what physics? Please explain.
The parallel postulate is violated in general relativity.
I'm sorry, the what?
The parallel postulate.
The parallel postulate? Which would that be?
Oh, that's the Euclidean parallel postulate.
Triangle axiom.
Yeah.
Yeah, explain what the parallel postulate you say is a parallel postulate, not the triangle axiom.
A parallel postulate is basically just if you have a line and another line, the two lines, if they're parallel to each other, will never intersect.
Right.
Asymptotes. Lovely.
And you say that is violated.
That's how you determine.
Oh, absolutely, it's violated. Yeah.
Oh,
in general relativity. Yeah. I can pull up the. I'm not a physicist, but I do know it's violated in physics. Yeah.
Is it violated geometrically, or is it violated in some I don't know, some
it's
thought
violated. It's violated.
puzzle?
It's violated physically in space.
Thought violated.
It's violated in the fourth dimension. That's where it's violated.
So go ahead and show me, in reality, how I can violate that. Or are you just postulating that it can be violated?
No, I'm not postulating. I'm saying we have evidence that it's violated.
Where's the evidence that it's violated?
I can just provide it to you. Hold on, give me a second.
Wait. Are you going to give me a theory, or are you going to demonstrate in something in reality that I can test this hypothesis of yours that it's
going to give you a paper
violatable?
which probably has a methodology, etc.
Well, can I just ask?
It will be reproducible.
Are parallel lines now intersecting, or do they just stop being parallel lines and turn into lines that intersect? What's happening here?
He's
exactly
just claiming, true parallel lines will never intersect, of course.
Mm-hmm. So that's a parallel line, right?
Right. Yeah, but
he wasn't saying that.
No, so he's not. He's just saying that they're not there, right?
No.
There's no parallel
directly
lines.
Parallel lines.
They don't exist.
You're redefining what he said.
So what I'm saying is that in reality, right? There are no such things as like if you took a line and another line, right? That's parallel to each other. You can make it intersect.
Well, wait.
Not if the parallel.
That's parallel to each other. Are you
right?
parallel?
No. There's the abstract concept of parallel, right? And then which is that they don't intersect, right? That's the definition, right? Then there's the case where you have what are called para-consistent contradictions, right? Right. So basically, what you do is you say, and I'm not well versed on this by any means, right? But I do know a bit of logic, right? And what I do know is that in physics, right, distributivity is violated, which yields the ability for parallel lines to intersect. And I can't go into the math for that, right? Because first off, it's a lot of math.
So you just changed the definition though, from parallel lines that can't intersect to parallel lines that can intersect. I mean, surely they stop being parallel lines if they intersect, because then they're not parallel.
Right.
Well, they're parallel in the sense that in the third dimension, right, they don't intersect, right? But in the fourth dimension, they do.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
So you're introducing a fourth dimension.
Yep, they have to.
Oh, what?
They gotta bring in the space warp time. Yep, watch.
Well, I think you did that then, Essie. I don't think he actually wanted to say that. I think you might have.
No, he did. He already introduced the theory of relativity.
Yeah, he said. The fourth dimension. Game over. As I predicted. How else are they gonna bend these parallel lines? They have to go in fantasy, La La Land space. They have to introduce T as the fourth dimension.
Well, yeah, but how does that
First,
bend?
I'd like to.
Like,
I'd like to know how
like...
you can. I'd like how you can measure anything, like anything at all, if parallel lines, which are supposed to never touch, actually do touch, which aren't parallel. So I'm just, I don't know. Maybe somebody can explain that without having to like give me some droning on
Hey, if I misspoke,
paper.
my apologies. Please correct me, sir.
Who? What?
If I misspoke, because you said the fourth dimension, right? And I said you're going to bring in time. Did I misspeak? Was that where you were going, or was I heading in the wrong direction?
Who, me?
No.
Are you
I think are you talking to me? Yeah.
Yes.
So I was going to go into the fourth dimension. Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for being honest.
So we've got lines, right, in the 3 dimensions that we know about, and they're straight and they're parallel. How do you add time to that to make those parallel lines stay parallel but intersect? I mean, this sounds a bit fantastic.
Well, again, I'm not a physicist, so I'm not going to be able to explain this.
This is geometry. This is mathematics, not physics.
Well, I mean, physics is described using mathematics, right? So.
Okay.
So just because it's in mathematics doesn't mean it's not physics.
Okay, but in reality, the only place we have to go with that parallel lines won't intersect. So how do you inject time to make them intersect? I mean, while staying parallel.
Well,
surely
time
that
would just be,
seems.
It would just be a spatial dimension, right?
But in reality, they would still be parallel and not intersecting, right?
In the third dimension, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think yourself? Because I can see you're puzzled and you're actually thinking right now. What do you think yourself? Is there such a possibility that you can introduce time, a concept, and it will bend a straight line?
I think it's possible. I think true contradictions exist in reality, right, all the time, right? I think there's lots of weird stuff happening, and it doesn't go against my intuition, at least.
Have you heard of the law of non-contradiction?
Really? Oh dear.
What?
Have you heard of the law of non-contradiction?
That was my next question.
That would still not apply if you are changing the dimensions in which you're discussing the subject.
Well,
because externality has changed, so it's not actually the same object anymore.
What?
Actually, the curvature metric goes like this. Every 2.5 miles, there should be anywhere from 7 to 10 feet of curvature drop, right? So if you take a look at some of the longest bridges in the world, for example, the Pyongyang Bridge of China stretches across many, many hundreds of miles.
Just look at any ship that's sailing over the horizon.
And it has zero curvature accounted for it in engineering and construction. So what does this tell us?
It means that the poles which it stands upon are equally tall above average water level. Now, what you're saying is, and by the way, this is colloquial usage of water level. Hold on. This is colloquial usage of water level. Because that means that because the water curves, the bridge itself also actually curves with the water. So although you can see that the poles are like basically indicative of it being flat, if you consider the water to ultimately, on average, be like level in your definition or usage of the word, then that's what you're going to arrive with. But ultimately, your assumption that but the problem is that water is not like possible to draw a straight line through without meeting obstacles.
What do you mean?
In order to account for the non-curving bridge, you would have to make each pole individually smaller or taller, right? You don't see this.
But the thing is, like, the bridge is curving as well alongside the water, but their metric of figuring out that it isn't curving is by comparing it to the water itself, which it is an equal distance from.
Whose metric?
Your metric.
What do you
That's
mean?
the only way you could arrive at the conclusion that the bridge itself is.
What bridge?
In fact.
What bridge?
Bridge in Pyongyang.
The bridge that somebody else brought up. That wasn't us.
Yes, this is.
I'm getting all confused.
I'm not talking to you. I was talking as a rebuttal to the other guy.
This is the Pyongyang Bridge of China. You can search it up.
Anyway,
really
Bev,
quick,
I do know what the law of contradiction is. No contradiction is, yeah.
Okay, so because you just said there are many things that contradict.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
In reality.
Really quick, I don't want to let Clean Coin off the hook. Real quick, I was just wondering if that was a proof by assertion argument that you just said that the water curves.
There is no other feasible explanation for why ships disappear over the horizon.
It has to.
There's no other feasible explanation for air traffic navigation.
For you.
On the planet.
Actually, if you just take a more powerful telescope, you can still see it. They don't disappear over the horizon completely.
Yeah.
No, they do.
That's an explanation issue that Clincoin, because Clincoin brought this up earlier about there's no other explanation, blah blah blah. So I wanted to ask specifically Clincoin, if there were an explanation, would you choose to believe it or not? And also
depends on explanation's own validity. Ultimately,
and also, does an explanation necessarily mean that something is demonstrably true, or
justificatory model doesn't mean that the justification itself is true, right? It still has to adhere to like facts, so it has to be testable, falsifiable. I'm not an idiot. Like, you don't need to ask these sort of questions.
That's actually a good point. Just because something. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that just because something is explained doesn't necessarily mean that it is what the explanation says that it is. Right.
Right. Well, just because there is no other answer isn't indicative of the fact that it's by default the answer that the Earth is round. That's
but
ridiculous.
The thing is, though, that we know, right? We know that the Earth itself.
Who's talking about the Earth?
Flat. Well, ultimately, we have to talk about something within like reality. We can't just be talking about
level being a straight line on a horizontal plane.
No,
reality.
We were. And whether that makes you a flat earther.
We've gone beyond that.
You have.
I don't care about whether that makes you a flat earther or not. It doesn't matter what someone is or isn't.
I'd like to see where he's going with the contradiction thing, right?
Yeah, I would like to hear that too.
So, Bev, you asked me a question. What are examples of true contradictions? Mm-hmm. There's lots of contradictions in reality. Here's an example of a contradiction. Well, I mean, I could give you the easy one, which is the liar sentence, right? Or I could give another one, right? Which is if I'm halfway between the door into a room and out the room, am I in the room or out the room? That is a true contradiction.
No, I don't. I wouldn't call that a contradiction.
What would you call that then?
That would just be like you walking through a door.
Right, but
which room is he in? There's only two options.
Yeah.
It's like, what? You'd seriously have an argument about that, would you? I mean, like, that sounds ridiculous. It sounds like a contradiction that you've set up for yourself, so you can win an argument to say that there are contradictions.
Is the liar's paradox true or false?
I haven't got a clue what you're talking about.
So there's in physics they for the DCQE experiment, right, the delayed choice quantum razor experiment, they use something called quantum logic, right? And Hilary Putnam is famous for actually championing the movement, right? And so over there, contradictions are actually violated, and this is just at the physics level, right? At the macroscopic level, right, the room example is what I would give as a good example, right? In the linguistic level, in the linguistic way, ambiguity would be the example of contradictions, right? Sentences are inherently ambiguous, right? So they don't necessarily overlap. So there are true contradictions. There's plenty of contradictions in reality, right? It's just something. In fact, we've got
You're overthinking it. You're overthinking it.
Could I just ask?
I was just.
Go on.
Oh,
well, Mobius, go on. Sorry.
I was just going to ask Tavern if, or sorry, Taven. I was just going to ask: is this in theoretical physics? What something physical? Like where can you have something that's a contradiction in physical reality?
This is the law of non-contradiction. It's logic. It's not theoretical or make believe.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm trying to.
Well,
get
there
to.
actually are contradictions in laws of physics in our reality. Right? If you take a look at regular integrated, if you take a look at regular integrated mathematics and physics, and you try to overlap this with quantum realm physics, it is nowhere near the same. But this doesn't suggest something crazy like, "Oh, we don't understand it, therefore we must live in a simulation." That's not how it works.
Nobody said that.
The law. Hang on, excuse me. The law of non-contradiction, which is the subject that was brought up, has nothing to do with any of this. It's based on logic.
Yeah, it doesn't apply.
In other words, can a dog?
I wasn't aware this was a philosophy debate. I apologize.
Simplified kindergarten. Can a dog be a cat?
Why are we talking about quantum physics when we're talking about a straight line being horizontal?
Yeah, I wasn't aware this was a logic debate. My fault.
I don't know. Somebody brought up the fact that well, apparently there are no true contradictions, right? So.
I just asked you if you'd ever heard of the law of non-contradiction. I mean, what's up with that? I was going to say, do you see the road up being the same as the road down being a contradiction?
Yeah, that would be a true dichotomy, yeah.
It would be a description of a line in my book, or just a road going up a hill.
I guess the issue here might be different interpretations of the word contradiction. If anyone can define it, and we have a consensus on it, then that would clear up the waters.
Oh, dude, we don't need to make up the rules of what contradiction is, so we can follow the law of non-contradiction.
Descriptive statements aren't arguments, right? And descriptive statements.
The law of non-contradictive has been defined.
Right.
Yeah,
so
but it doesn't apply. Like, there's nothing.
You're in the wrong
bringing any utility.
It doesn't apply.
No, hold on.
You're a debate server, aren't you? Come on.
If you let me finish what I was about to say before you start assuming things, right? No.
Do that all the time, though.
The main point to bring up is that when you're discussing and mostly asserting, right, that a line is equal to horizontal level, then I would expect you to show how that applies to reality. And claiming that it cannot be otherwise.
You've never even asked us to do that, right? I said we've got proofs. We've got proofs, multiple proofs. Logical, geometric, and practical. Yes. But stop assuming something, right? Because you've already assumed flat Earth. That's what we were going with.
I haven't. Stop trying to hold me accountable for what other people have said.
Okay.
Now, if you will allow
to boats
me
disappearing over a curve, sir. You went straight to boats being obstructed bottom up by the curve. I think you did.
Wait,
I did, yes. I said that earlier. I did not, however, say
that's you assuming that we are talking about the shape of the Earth. We are not.
I don't. So
I was making definitions about the understanding of the word horizontal. Because if he's just defining level to be equal to horizontal, then ultimately one of those words loses their utility. There's no reason to have those two words be equal. And colloquially speaking, they mean different things. So what I'm asking for is, why does he say that they're equal? He shouldn't be saying that because he's losing us linguistic utility.
One is a mathematical term, straight. Level is the tool. And a horizontal plane would be a mathematical description of a two-dimensional plane in the horizontal position that everybody knows.
But what if you don't have all of the information you need to form your idea of level?
And
no, he's just theoretically defined all of them, and at that point, I would say that you could push a line on top of level, as he's said. But I wouldn't say that that immediately applies to anything, because the real world doesn't have any truly flat things.
Right. In real world, you measure elevation vertically from a horizontal plane of reference, which is level.
Right. So I don't quite understand what he's trying to point to with this, because it doesn't have any utility, and I feel like I'm wasting my oxygen.
It's just the point that we were called flat earthers for saying it.
You're literally just hammering down a point of you being offended. Stop.
Oh, no, I'm not offended. I've been called it all the time.
It's just I'm
wondering why you guys brought it up.
Again, one person brought it up. It was not multiple people.
I'll turn you up, Ed. Sorry.
All right.
I turned you down from when you were in a different server. Sorry.
Hold on. Understand. Did you turn me completely down? That's against the rules.
I was on 56. As it was from a different server, dude. It stays.
Doesn't matter.
It's Discord.
You're not allowed.
I've only just noticed he was talking.
Ultimately, read the rules. If you don't follow them, there will be repercussions.
All right, let's continue the conversation. So,
don't be a sore crybaby.
Okay, so what exactly is the conclusion you guys are trying to drive at? Right?
We got invited for a debate. I'm waiting for Atkins, and then we can get this debate started once he's finished with his tutorial Thursday. Because none of you guys seem to want to back what he was saying. You said it wasn't you, it was him. So I went up there, had a word with him, and he said, yeah, he'll come down and we'll sort it out.
Which claim?
The claim that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane deserves to be called a flat earther.
I won't back that.
Hold on, he didn't say that though.
Atkins
what he actually said was that he assumed you were a flat earther regardless of you making that claim or not, because he looked at your website and he saw that it included a video which was talking about the curvature of the earth.
It was all of the globers, people like you talking about flat earth, exactly like you're doing now. Except you're calling us flat earthers.
Yeah, Bev, you are a flat earther. The only difference in your argument is that you say Earth isn't flat because there's mountains. Like this.
Yeah,
that's the only difference. You are a flat earther. You have the exact same arguments.
Thanks, Ed.
Say it for the third time, please. That will make it true and honest.
So the only thing he has in common with flat earthers is he doesn't think the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
The only thing he has in common is all his arguments, except for he says the Earth isn't flat because there's mountains. That's the only difference between you and all flat earthers.
Like we said, level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Makes people like Ed freak out. And
is it important for you, Ed, that he's a flat earther? Is it important for you that you label him?
How does thinking
that's just what he is. It's not about me labeling anyone.
It's
why did you feel the need to say it? Like, what is it?
Because he's trying to pretend to be something else, and he's not a flat earther in disguise.
So you're going to tell him what he is?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit weird to tell someone what they believe.
That's how these ballers are.
Yeah, well, you haven't been talking to all of these guys for the past year and a half.
Have you ever heard me say I'm a flat earther or not?
Yeah, no, Bev.
I keep
pretend
saying
the Earth
I'm
isn't
not a
flat
flat
because there's
earther.
mountains.
Not a flat
Right,
earther.
because you desperately want
Because
to be
the
different.
Earth is not
It's not
flat,
working.
provably.
You're not different.
Flat, but not flat. There's another contradiction.
I mean,
It
I think we
bothers
should
you,
just
Ed, eh?
leave self-describing labels to each their own. Why are we making prescriptive statements about someone who's denying and already conceded to the premise that the Earth isn't entirely flat? Weird.
Because it's easier to destroy a straw man than the actual argument.
Right, exactly. Convenient.
Yeah, like Ed, I never heard him make a solid argument. He only comes in and does this.
Can we move on from Ed? I mean, is there moderation here or what? Ed's not adding anything to the conversation.
Can we?
Agreed.
Well, if you guys want to have a debate, right, you're gonna have to set a proposition for contention, right? So like someone's got to go for and someone's got to go against, right? And if you can do that, then we'd be happy to set it up, right?
Okay, good. Well, something about level is a straight line is a true statement that should not give a person a label flat earther.
Feel free to set that.
Being able to prove it, saying
do you want to
it,
debate that?
thinking it.
If you want to debate that, you have every opportunity to set that as the room topic. But until you do, you're basically just complaining.
I'm waiting for Atkins.
You'll need to wait for him.
He's the one that's doing it.
Right.
I don't know. This is what we're doing. It's Tutorial Thursday, guys.
No, it's not.
Wait, Coin, which channel do we set the proposition in?
So what was that then?
The one the tutorial told you to set it in.
The debate one.
Yeah, in debate 1.
Isn't that what we're doing now?
Yeah.
I was just going to say the same thing.
No, that's what I thought we were doing.
That's until Ed came in.
You haven't set the topic.
To set a topic, you have to do.
Okay.
He said the topic like 10 times.
Atkins
Wait,
is
I
gone.
thought we were doing the debate already.
Have you guys told him he
has
can
actually
go?
said the topic and restated it like 5 or 6 times.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah.
We can still talk. He hasn't installed the
he
system at all. He's just asserted what he wants to be the topic.
I mean, we should just go from here. Don't you guys think?
If Beb would write it down, would that help?
You should write it down and use the commands properly.
Okay.
Well, and then I go into a private room on my own and wait for the guy that isn't here to come.
Oh.
Is that what
Honestly,
happens?
I'm not interested in that debate, though.
Pardon?
I want something that has real implications for reality.
I mean, I feel like we should just go from here, disregard the system.
Like boats going over a curve being reality, maybe? I'll debate that.
Well, I just go level is a straight line on a horizontal plane and I can prove it. You guys want to call me a flat earther?
Stop trying to make it about multiple people. This is the 5th time I'm telling you that.
Well, you
There's
then,
only one person
you
who's ever told you that.
personally, do you not think that? Or do you agree with me that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane?
An absence of me making a claim doesn't mean that I agree or disagree with anything. So again, stop trying to force me into something I haven't said. It's just toxic.
Is there anybody else here? That's toxic behaviour, is it? In a debate platform?
Well, he did say that you could be rude.
This is what initial statement, like talking about level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, triggers some people tremendously. Would that be a good topic? Oh dear.
Did everybody go quiet, or
Yeah,
did we
I
get
don't know
dropped?
what's going on.
I'm trying
They muted me.
Debate
They
one
muted
is going
me.
crazy. What?
No,
They muted you.
What?
Well, I was muted. I don't know if someone
I guess
did it
it's
or
the system. It's the bots. It's not against
the
us
system.
or
The
me in
system
any way.
mutes everyone
Yeah,
except for the
that
debaters.
happened to me as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of people. Who's debating what?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Very good questions. They seem to be wanting to debate the topic, which I have no idea like what means in any regard.
Level
But
is
yeah,
a
sure.
straight line or a Why are there so many people here for this topic? What even is this?
Yeah,
Good
I don't
question.
know
If they want to debate that, so
It's
can they?
Tutorial Thursdays.
No,
I don't
it's
even
not.
know what.
There's quite a lot
I don't
of
even
us
know what the
getting a
claim
tutorial.
means.
Yeah, real quick, can I ask
We're
what
all
topic
here to learn.
means? Like, can someone clarify what's going on?
Yeah, please.
Oh wow, okay. Lots of people. Just
Jason, you
talking.
just got here, so sit tight, bud.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Well, I don't
Yeah, the
understand.
problem
it.
with
I've been
many
here for a
people
while.
in one room is that they all tend to talk over each other.
Which is why it mutes everyone who's not a debater in the system. So, a person who's making the proposition, right? When like everything happens, you should take a stance, as shown in the video, and then you should become a debater, as shown in the video, and then you will become unmuted by the system. So you should also set a topic yourself, because you're the person that is wanting to debate it. So I'm just waiting for you to do that. But I do have some personal issues with the topic, because I think it's not very clear how you can agree or disagree with it.
Well, that isn't that what we were discussing? Like, how do you want the proposition put forward? What is the wording
Oh no!
you would
This is the
want
first
to
time
be
you bring it
done?
up.
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by it actually.
This
so
is Tutorial
I can't help you with
Thursdays,
that.
dude.
But
so perhaps,
seems like you're asking something nonsensical.
Okay, right. Can I lay down the situation that we're in? Right, we're in Tutorial Thursdays.
You're
Atkins,
not.
the guy, he was.
You're not. No,
wait. Can I
You're
finish
not
the
in
story?
Tutorial Thursdays. You're in debate one about to set a
Right,
debate
okay.
topic. That's what you are.
Earlier, we were in Tutorial Thursdays, and Atkins was a guy that checked my profile, went to a website, started calling me a flat earther for saying on my website, level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Now, he made that claim. I said, should we debate? And I asked him personally about the claim that you say level being a straight line on a horizontal plane means that you can call someone a flat earther. And he said, yeah, of course it does. It has to be. So that's why we're here.
Again, you're saying you, as in you're generalizing again.
Yeah, where's Atkins?
I don't know, he
Set up a debate,
disappeared.
Maybe you should find someone else to debate right now. It doesn't seem like he's here.
No.
You're just hardlining a topic no one is actually willing to discuss.
I mean, I don't really see why it would be a good strategy to discuss, right? Like, there's an influx of people, and generally it's the case that no one will actually take up a debate, right? If it's one-sided, right?
Well, it's because the proposition doesn't make sense. I don't know if to side with it or against it. I don't know what it means.
Well,
exactly.
So the proposition, Bev, right? If you could give us a non-tautology, right, that would be great.
What do you mean a non-tautology? So we agree that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, right? That's a
No,
statement.
you're just hardlining the same tautology the entire time. You know
Yes.
what a tautology is,
The
right?
question is-
All right, cool. Then give us a topic that's not.
Do you agree with
Why
it or
is
not?
this guy, is ThickCon a mod? Why is he like being so aggressive?
So I think, like, if you guys understand what a non-tautology is, right? Could you provide us with one?
Right. Do you agree with it? Is it by you saying a tautology, do you mean an all-encompassing, truthful statement that backs itself in every way?
I mean, that's the way you're defining it.
Is that what you guys are saying with a tautology?
No.
Is that what it is? To you guys?
A tautology is just something that is true in all possible worlds. Or on a truth table, it has true on all rows.
Okay, so then, if it's a truthful statement, why was that guy earlier calling me a flat earther?
I don't give a shit, quite frankly. And I think you should stop obsessing over it and instead set an actual topic and not like be a little baby about it.
Well, again, that was the topic was initially when I said why we're here, because saying truthful things get people triggered. A bit like you.
So if I say true is true, right? Or that's a tautology, right? So if I say true is true, that's a tautology. That's truthful, right?
Okay.
But it doesn't add any meaning to anything, right? Like you can't really comprehend what I mean by true is true, right? Like that's not an argument, right? That's barely an argument, right?
Mm-hmm. How about level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, and I can prove it?
You can't prove tautologies. They are properties of logic.
You think?
You don't have to prove them. They're analytically true.
Wow, this is getting better and better. How about then? Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, and you are in cognitive dissonance.
That would be two different topics.
Yeah, it's a conjunction of two different topics. So I'm guessing you're saying I'm in cognitive dissonance in relation to the proposition at hand, right? In which case I would say no, because it's a tautology, right?
Okay.
All definitions are tautologies, right? If you define something, it's a tautology.
Mm-hmm.
How about if you think water curves, you are delusional? How about
that?
That
would have something to do with reality.
That's a good proposition. That's synthetic, right? That's something we can a posteriori observe, right? So that's a proper proposition.
Rakia,
right?
What do you say, bro?
Like a water level.
Oh, now you're bringing water into the image. Lovely.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that'd be great. How about water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference?
Sweet.
That's perfect. I say run with it, boys.
What was the proposition? Water level.
A water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Horizontal plane of reference, water level. Yeah, that's a proposition that you can agree or disagree with. Yeah. Although I wouldn't said that as a proposition because that would be idiotic, right? Actually, anybody in this room. Well, I mean, it's evident from the room, right? That most of you are just going to vote for each other anyway, right? So no one.
Well,
there's no
that
point.
was the flaw that we pointed out earlier when we were in Tutorial Thursday room.
Right,
but then it's a popularity contest.
Right, but you see how I noticed that, and I decided not to vote, right? Not to engage in the debate. Right, that's.
So
I caught the flaw from the beginning.
Right, so
should it not be about the debate rather than who's got the most mates around them and whether you decide you want to go forward with a I'm not too sure.
Well, I mean, I can talk about it as a non-ELO debate, right? So I can. So when you say water is a plane of reference for horizontal. Is that what you said? I don't remember.
No, a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
That's not true. Yeah.
You sure about that?
There you go. There you go. What do you mean you can't go against it? Boom. There you go.
You just went against
it. Lad. Well done.
I did. Yeah. I never said I wouldn't go against it. I said I wouldn't debate it. Right.
Right. It would be kind of tantamount to like a chess master not wanting to play a novice who may or may not be potentially better. I get it.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's got nothing to do with that. It's got I love the ELO system.
Well, you're against it. You just don't want to risk your points. I totally understand.
Yeah. Your ranking.
Yeah.
But you know what I could do, right? We could just have the conversation, right?
Yeah.
Without the ELO system, right? Without actually voting and all of that stuff, right?
Okay. You mean just like a normal conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys are up for a
I was
spicy,
actually going to say that a minute ago.
Well, that's false because every time it was getting brought up, it was that you weren't following the rules, getting with the bot, setting up the room, but now it's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, full
Well, no,
sophistry. Put the sophistry switch on full.
Okay, I'm not going to respond to that. I think we should just have the discussion, right?
Your giggle
it's
was
getting real for him. He realizes what's going on now.
The giggle was a response, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have the discussion. So, water level. The proposition is water level is a tool for establishing horizontal plane of reference, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm saying that's not true. So the reason it's not true is because you can have, let's say.
First off, though, do you know what a water level is?
Oh right, I just assumed it was like water level in the sense of like sea level.
No, a water level is a tool, and if you don't know what the tool is, I guess you should first address that and clarify.
Okay, all right. What is it like? One of those?
Can I just ask then? Why did you say it wasn't and vote against it? If you don't actually know what it is.
He actually never voted against it.
Oh, okay.
No,
He's not. His points aren't up for grabs. Like we know that they're safe.
No. So what I think what I thought you were talking about was sea level, right? So that's what I thought you were talking about, right?
Yeah, if there's a lack of understanding regarding the tool here, I mean, I don't think it's really fair to say you disagree with the premise, my friend.
I disagree with the premise because I thought it was something else.
Yeah, you should first clarify what the tool is. If there's any misunderstanding in that statement, you should first clarify every piece of that statement that is unclear. Right?
Okay, so what exactly is a water level?
I can't post a picture, otherwise I'd let you know because it's a bit hard to describe. It's a bit hard to describe with words and pictures because you need to physicalize it. You have to really, and if it's you're gonna struggle because you're still going to be working on the concept of what you think it is.
Well, again, you can attain picture terms by typing !test in the commands section.
I mean, it's pretty much the simplest tool there is. I mean, besides a hammer.
I think I know what you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about like those.
It's like a ruler, and it's got levels of water in it that are indicative of the.
No.
Clear tube.
It's just a tube of water.
Clear tube.
And it's got a bubble in it, right?
No.
Yes. Clear tube filled with water.
It doesn't work if it's got bubbles in it.
Right.
Oh, okay.
You're thinking of a spirit level, the ruler thingy, not that.
Yeah. It's got to be purged of all the air before it can be used. It's just it's just a device that you can use to establish a level, a horizontal, between 2 points without citing the 2 points, because it establishes a horizontal plane of reference. That's like the reason why the tool is used is because of its capability of doing what I just stated.
Okay,
that you said you disagree with.
Okay, so let's say that that's the case, right? So let's say that this tool does what you said it does, right? Then I would just be saying, okay, I agree with the proposition, right? What would the implication of that be?
I'm not concerned about the implication. I'm concerned whether or not it's a true statement, or if it can be demonstrated or proven. I don't like to use the word proven, but if it can be demonstrated that it does not establish a horizontal plane of reference, then I'd like to know why you would think that.
There you go.
I mean, since we're just having a discussion, right?
Yeah.
We're not having a formal debate.
In debate one there. See that?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, okay. All right. I see. Okay. So this thing, establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Yeah. And by a horizontal plane of reference, well, if it's on a curved space, right, it wouldn't, right? So.
Well, what I'm saying is that the horizontal plane of reference does not depend on the surface underneath this hypothetical plane of reference. It's just a plane of reference from which you measure in reality vertically to establish elevation.
Yeah, it's an even altitude. It's not on the surface. It isn't reliant on the surface. It doesn't really care about the surface.
Yeah. It's just a straight line between 2 points, which would be the ends of the water level, where the water rests in the tube. To the other side of the tube, where the water rests, would be a straight horizontal plane of reference between the 2 points, and then you could put a third point. You could build a foundation with a flat, completely flat, level, horizontal, no grade surface using a water level.
Right, but if let's say this water level, right, is above or subtends an arc, right?
What?
An arc.
The shape of the water level, like it really does, it can squiggle around and it can do ups and downs and all that stuff. The only thing that is really important with the water level is the two ends is where the water level is. Not the tube, not the surface that it's laying on, not anything like that.
He might have done the hump or drop.
He might have. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is kind of something that people struggle with. It's one of the oldest tools known to man, but it's something that people seem to struggle with.
Yeah, well, you didn't mean the tube being in an arc, did you?
No, I meant the ends being in an arc, right? So the first part. So the first part of the tube would be one end would be at one end of the arc, and the other would be at the other end, right?
Yeah.
What arc?
Just any arc.
On the horizontal plane.
Not on a horizontal plane, but
the tool does a horizontal plane of reference.
It may be a good time. It may be a good time to like add a center.
Is that would that be a hump or a drop? Because that's normally it's the first one. You're imagining an arc somewhere in between those two ends of a water level. Now, would you imagine that's a drop arc, or is it a hump arc with the two ends being level? In relation to a horizontal plane that the water level establishes.
I would imagine I would imagine the water levels on either end being level, right? In the sense that they would still be straight.
Okay, so they'd be on the horizontal plane, like the water level tool says.
They'd be on a horizontal plane,
yeah.
Right? But they wouldn't, and they would intersect at a point, but not intersect at every point.
Just the two ends, though. That line from one end to the other would be a horizontal plane.
No, it would be like a triangle, right? So it would be like
in the middle with the hump.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, a triangle is 3 points. We're talking about 2 points. So maybe first we should establish some fundamental premises that we can agree on. Yeah, like what a point is, what a line is, what a plane is,
right?
And then what a three-dimensional shape is. So a point, would you agree, is something that has no dimension, that is just a locator, like a hypothetical, non-dimensional,
agreed,
placeholder. Okay, and then a line would be any line between those 2 points.
Yeah.
Okay, and then a plane would be any surface or any a plane would be something that would be between three non-linear points, where they would be coplanar points. So three points not on the same line would create
I
a
understand.
plane.
Yeah.
Okay, and then a three-dimensional object would be something with a fourth point that's not on that plane. A line to a point that's not on the same shared plane as the coplanar points. Okay.
Absolutely.
So 1 point, there's nothing. 2 points, there's a line. 3 points, there's a triangle, right? 3 coplanar points, 3 triangle. And then 4th points would be like reality. We live in a three-dimensional space, 3 space.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay, so we agree on all those points, all those issues?
Yeah.
Okay, so then explain to me what arc you're talking about between the 2 points of the water level tool.
Okay, let me just draw this so I can show you. I'll just get a painting tool.
What are you going to drop it in debate or something?
I'm just gonna...
Or are you just working it out?
We've got a humper.
Or double drop.
Yeah, we got a hump.
Double drop coming up though. Come on, Mobius, you can do it. I want to see a double drop. Revert back to a hump. Quick time.
The infinite double drop.
Remember, you're going to be grade 1 to 10 on this.
Oh, I don't think we've done the official thing. I'm not getting any points.
No, we're marking you. We're marking you.
Yeah, it's ours.
We want to see a double drop, and then a backflip, and a full reversal to the hump.
Okay, so I posted a picture.
Okay, is it in debate? All right.
Oh, wow.
Now, how many? Oh, sorry. All right. So, help me understand this. There are 2 points, and then there's this drawing that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points, and then an infinite amount of tangents along that curved line. So, where are the 2 points that you are trying to describe this arc?
Right, so the arc is at the base of the line on the left and the base of the line on the right. That's the arc.
So where are the 2 points that I can draw a straight line between, like in reality, to build something? Because that would be a pretty wonky foundation for a house if I were to do that using the water level.
Well, so suppose you had a water level that was large enough to span the curvature of Earth, right?
What curvature of Earth? We're not talking. What curvature of Earth? I'm talking about a water level that's a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. And now
right.
you're going to invoke an imaginary thing, just introduce something totally off topic.
Well, so a water level, right? So there's obviously something that keeps the water level, right? It's gravity. Do you agree with that?
Okay, I thought that earlier it might not have been you, but somebody said that proof by assertion was like a bad argument.
He's not proof by asserting. He's simply stating that gravity is necessary for a water level to even function.
So a downward vector. Are you saying that's gravity? I mean,
if it's just a downward vector, then it'll always be level, regardless of how you do it.
Right. Are we saying
it has to be gravity for a water level to serve its function?
Are you first of all, let's clarify. Are you now white knighting?
All right, let's
no,
not.
I'm just being very brash about something. Like,
okay,
water level is not a useful tool without gravity.
All right, so maybe it's useful.
Don't wake up the turn up. I'll fucking get in here. I swear to Christ, I'll do it.
So you said something about a vector, right? So are you talking about like vectors in mathematics, or
no, I'm talking about a direction.
Okay, all right.
So down.
Right. No.
On
So I don't.
Vertical.
Right. I don't think gravity is like that. I don't think it's just like one vector down. I think it's
okay.
It's,
so would you say that vertical, like a vertical zenith angle, would you say that those converge?
Well, I don't know what that is. What is a zenith angle?
Okay, vertical is let's see if we agree on this, that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah.
And vice versa. So vertical would be parallel if horizontal is a straight line.
Vertical would be parallel if horizontal was a straight line. Yeah.
So would you say, okay, so you agree. So to clarify, all parallel lines perpendicular to a plane would be, or all lines perpendicular to a plane would be parallel.
In 3 dimensions, yeah.
Right, okay. I'm not trying to invoke any other dimensions than what we experience in reality. So I just want to clarify that that's what I'm focused on. What I can see, what I can test, what I can experience, what I can demonstrate. Right? Can we clarify that can we agree?
So, well,
or do I need to imagine something in order to substantiate your argument?
Well, I mean, that just sounds like an appeal to, personal incredulity.
Wait, so you mean I have to believe something just based on your assertion of it? And if I don't believe it, then I'm just not credible?
No, I mean, you can be a solipsist if you want to.
No, I'm
I'm just trying to talk about something solipsism is a belief that you have no beliefs.
Yeah.
That's not solipsism.
No.
That's not solipsism. Solipsism is basically that the only thing that exists that you can know it to exist is your own mind, right?
That's not what. Yeah. That's not where I'm going with this. But
it's a reductio ad absurdum of what it leads to from your argument, right?
Only if you need to go there. Only if you need to go there to help support your argument, which is not where I'm going at all. I'm not saying that China doesn't exist just because I've never been there, right?
But it definitely feels like that's what you're saying.
I know, and that's a common direction that people that are confronted with this usually go, right? And that's not at all related to the actual topic.
Why not?
Well, how does China's existence or my belief in China's existence relevant in whether or not a water level establishes a horizontal plane?
In one case, a water level establishes a horizontal plane, right, is up to testimony from the scientific consensus, right?
No, what is it? How is something...
Well, hold on. Let me finish, right? So, do you accept science and scientific consensus?
Should we agree to a term that we can both call science?
Not science, scientific consensus.
Oh, do I believe in scientific consensus?
Yeah.
Is a consensus scientific?
That doesn't matter.
It does matter. If you're asking me if I believe in science, and then asking me if I believe in scientific consensus, then I want to know if a consensus can be scientific and if it can be scientifically demonstrated, scientifically established.
He's asking you a basic epistemological question. He's not asking you about empiricism.
No, I understand that. You don't have to do that. Clean point. No, so
I was telling him he doesn't understand your question.
Right. So, oh, you were telling Mobius. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Do I believe that scientific consensus is equal to the rigorous standards of the scientific method? No.
No, I'm not saying it is. Right? That's not what I'm saying. Right.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that you can't do all the scientific tests yourself, right? Because it's just not feasible, right? So you have to rely on something that raises the probability of something being true. And what raises the probability of something being true is a community that accepts the scientific method, right? And is happy to change their minds. Right? That just happens to be the scientific consensus. Now, if you want to say that you don't accept scientific consensus, then the conversation is over, right? Because you may as well be a solipsist.
So let me get this straight. You're saying that your whole argument, your whole position relies on my belief in the scientific consensus? That's why you're willing to walk away from the conversation that doesn't even have anything to do with the scientific consensus? I mean, we're just talking about whether or not. Hold on a second. We're just talking about whether or not a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. It's a tool that's used in reality, practically, with actual tools by human beings. So what does the scientific community, whether they agree with it or not, have to do with something that's practically used in reality?
Whether or not you can create a water level, right, that is large enough to span, let's say, kilometers upon kilometers, right, is something that you would, if it were to be attempted, would only be achievable, right, through some sort of replication, right? So someone would have to replicate the studies, right?
27 miles.
Would have to be, right, someone would have to do it many times, right? And what I would say is that because you yourself never did it, right? The only thing you'd be able to say is, well, I never saw it being done, so it's not true, right? And to me, that is the solipsist position, right? To me, that's exactly like saying, I never saw China, so it doesn't exist.
I'm sorry. How is my position different than yours?
It's not.
In that regard.
It's not. We're all solipsists. At the end of the day, we're all. I'm a global skeptic, so I don't actually believe in anything, right? Except that maybe some exceptions like Gettier cases and stuff like that, right?
Is it the same to say I've never seen Santa Claus, therefore he doesn't exist, is the same thing as I never seen China, therefore it doesn't exist? How is that any different?
It's not different.
Well, if you wanted to ask, my friend, yes, I would say so. That's
okay.
Yes.
So you believe in Santa Claus in the same way you believe in China? Gotcha.
Oh no! Atkins.
No? Before we get into
please don't do this, Atkins.
Before we get into I mean that is an interesting issue, but I just wanted to really quick go back to your drawing, and this drawing, where can I demonstrate this in reality with human beings and tools? Where can I demonstrate this drawing to be accurately? Where can I see this? Where can I verify that this drawing is what happens in reality?
Well, this drawing in particular can't be verified, but there's lots of other other examples, like
ancillary, right?
Right. So like,
but we're talking about this drawing. We're not going to introduce other topics like scientific consensus and satellites and Earth curve and all this other stuff. We're just talking about a water level tool that has a clear tube of water in it, 2 ends, and that is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. And that is a tool that is practically used in construction, in reality, by human beings here on Earth. From that point, what is it about this drawing that I can demonstrate or verify in reality with this drawing? And if I need to invoke something that has nothing to do with the water level that establishes a horizontal plane, how are you demonstrating a water level not establishing a horizontal plane?
So I just told you how you can establish this, right? Get a water level, right? That's large enough to span tens of kilometers.
Okay. And
that's all you'd have to do.
On a canal.
Yeah. What about a canal, like just still water? It's not a river. It doesn't flow. It's just a canal, like standing water.
Right, but a canal is not a water level, right? So.
No. Well, why isn't it? It has the same equipotential equilibrium, like throughout. Why would it have any different level?
Okay, and so a canal, right? If you extended a plane across both ends of a canal that extends kilometers, right? So we're talking at least 10 kilometers, right? So like enough to, properly establish, right?
Any number you wish to.
Right.
To
so,
use.
so, and then the question is, you put a plane, right? So you put like it doesn't matter what it is, right? Like you put a plane on the water, on top of the water, and on the other end of the canal, you do the same thing. And then you measure, right? You put weights on the actual thing, right? Like on the end of the plane, and then you measure the degree.
You put weights on a hypothetical plane?
No, it's not a hypothetical plane. I'm saying it's like.
What would the plane be made of? What material?
I don't know. Just.
So hypothetical.
Well, anything that can withstand not bending, right? So I guess.
What material would that be?
Metal, some sort of metal.
Well, I mean, all materials, as far as I know, have contraction and
right. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? They all like basically breathe with temperature and their environment, right? Pressures.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, right? So.
And plus, there's that darn downward vector.
Well, I mean, you're assuming that. So.
I'm assuming what? That when I drop something, it falls. That things bend downward, like a fishing rod.
Like, perhaps a better example would be if I had well, okay, so water level is what you're going with, right? I don't want to go with shadows because that's
right. You mentioned measure. Have you ever heard of surveying, like how surveyors actually survey land and what tools they use?
No, I have no idea.
Oh, these measuring rods and optical tools, but optics is kind of like a, if you get beyond its workable or tolerances, then it's basically useless for taking accurate measurements. That's why you have to like do all these calculations to fix the optical error in the instrument if it's over, if it's beyond whatever. But a water level kind of like negates the whole use of optics, because you can use a water level around corners and that's what makes it so accurate. Like they use micrometers to check the accuracy within, like, I forget what, maybe somebody can help me out, because I forget the level of accuracy these things are capable of, but it's like a ridiculously small distance, right?
So what I don't understand is, like, if you had a sufficiently thick plane, right? So something that couldn't bend, right?
So straight, something straight, flat.
Yeah, something straight, flat, and doesn't bend, right? So some metal, something metallic, and you place that on top of the water, right? So
At
that
one point.
Right,
like
so
where
that
the
it
point
touches.
you're at.
Right, so that it touches. It touches the
surface.
It touches the
water?
surface, right? Yeah.
Okay.
So what you do is you make sure that only the edge of the water touches, the edge of the plane touches the water, right? So only the the edge of the canal is actually touching the plane's edge. And then what you do is you measure the degree of change in angle as you progress outwards from the edge of the canal outwards to the edge of the plane. And then what you do is you check the degree of change. If the degree of change is... Actually, you don't even have to do that. You can use, like, lasers, right? You can use, like, a... Right, you could use a laser.
Well, okay, real quick, because you're kind of going off a little bit. A laser you mentioned. Would this be a laser that is not susceptible to what do you call it? Spreading?
Refraction? You're talking about refraction?
Well, refraction, or just the laser spreading. Like a laser over distance will spread.
Right, no. So, okay, all right, I understand where you're going with this, right? So we'll just use the metal thing, right? That's a better example, right? So you measure the degree of change on the metal, and then so the difference in height between the water and where the metal is actually standing up, right? I would wager, right, that if you did that experiment, right, that would be a definitive way to prove that, I don't know, right, that, the water level, right, is like not a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay, so you're saying that at a distance, do you know, like, do you have any idea of, like, what distance? I mean, just pick whatever arbitrary number that you feel.
I don't know the exact. I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm guessing it would have to be several kilometers, at least 10, 20 kilometers, right? So.
Yeah, I'm not going to hold you to it or anything like that. I just want to know if there's, like, a number that you feel like throwing out there. So
sure.
from
let's say 15
point
kilometers.
A and point B, right? Point A observer is looking to point B, and this is over what, 10 kilometers?
Yeah.
Okay. So observer A looks at observer B over 10 kilometers. Now, you're saying that, like, regardless, and this is just my clarification, like, regardless of refraction or bending of light or anything like weird or anything like that, you should be able, and this is, like I said, negating all these other factors, right? Just like, I don't know, would you say orthographically, you could say that observer A is going to be looking up or down at observer B.
Yeah.
I'm asking you.
Oh, you're asking me.
Yes.
Observer A is probably going to be looking down.
Okay. And then that would be, okay, let's see. Observer B looking back at observer A, would he be looking up or down?
Down.
So both of them would be looking down.
Yes.
Okay. And this is within, okay. And you're saying that this is like a degree or whatever, like how many, I'm not holding you to a number. I'm just saying, you're saying that there's a degree of angle.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be much, right? Because it's only like 10 kilometers, right? But it's probably going to be like 0.00 something 1 degree or something, right? Like it's going to be very minute, right? But the difference is going to be there.
Right. And so would you say that you're looking at observer, say you're observer A and you're looking at observer B and you're looking down, would that be a straight line down or sorry.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Would it be a straight line to observer B?
Wait, so I just want to clarify something, right? Like when you mean down, right? Like, what do you mean? Like you see them like the top of their head or something? Like, what do you mean? Like, because I'm imagining like, when I say down, what I mean is, I'll only be able to see like their upper torso, right? So.
Wait, you'd only be able to see their up. Okay, let me pull back your drawing. Let me scroll back up to your drawing. Maybe we can take a look there. And this, I mean, I would assume you're greatly exaggerating 10 kilometers with this drawing, right? With the water level?
Yeah.
Okay. So these lines that are pointing up, what are those?
They are basically vectors that point to like visibility, right? Like what you can see. So like if the line on the edge was like a man, the lines pointing up, right? Like as a triangle, right? They would be what you could see, right? So it would be like a vector, right, from your eye.
Okay, I'm trying to understand where I can see this in reality, because in reality, with the water level, the point where the water rests at one end of the tube is even with the point at the other end of the tube. And you can draw a straight line from that, and that straight line is horizontal. You can use a carpenter's level and verify that that is level perpendicular to vertical the whole length of that tube.
Yeah, but of course it's going to be level, right? But that's because of gravity.
Yeah, but it's each vertical is perpendicular to that straight line, which we agreed earlier that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, and all lines that are perpendicular to another would be parallel.
Right, but the water level, right, is not infinitely long, right? Like it's not like a very long line, right? So it's like a very small line. So it's like an approximation of a curve, right?
Well, wait. How do you know that it's not infinitely long? I thought we agreed that we weren't going to invoke imagination.
Well, because you said that it's not infinitely long.
Well, hypothetically, why couldn't it be?
Because you said stick to reality.
Okay, so how far is this water level that's where you're, I don't know, bending water?
Yeah,
said-
I would lay the water level like 10 kilometers apart, right? Like the first end 10 kilometers apart from the other end. And then what I would do is measure the angle, right? So sorry, not measure the angle, right?
Elevation.
Right. So if the water level was like long enough, right? Like the edge of the water level, like the tube itself was like you said in the case of the canal, right? If it was like wide enough, right? It's something that you could verify, right? It's by taking a.
Well, I'm not talking about the width of the canal. I'm talking about the length, like say 27-mile long canal with just standing water.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would curve, yeah.
Well, you're saying that it would curve, and what I'm trying to establish is how you can demonstrate that it would curve. Not just by saying what.
I place like an inclined plane, right, made of metal, at the very ends of both ends of the canal, right, and then measure the angle of separation from the water at the end of the plane. So what you've got to notice is as you get closer to the middle, the angle is going to increase, right? Little by little, right?
So does the water, sorry, if the plane is connecting the 2 points at 10 kilometers, the water will be going up in the middle or down in the middle?
Let me just draw this so it's easier. Hold on.
Okay.
This is a great debate. Loving it.
Well, technically, I guess it's not a debate.
Well, I know, yeah, it was just a bit of a chat, yeah.
Yeah, Mobius, you won't get any points in here.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Right, let me just upload this. Okay, so that's the image. I mean, I did a very poor drawing of it, but it's good enough. Right?
Well, hold on a second. Can you do another drawing where the plane is touching both points? Observer A and observer B.
You did say there was a drop. You said they dropped, but you've gone back. Brilliant reversal. Love it.
Sorry. Hold on. Mobius, could you repeat what you said? I didn't hear you.
Well, before you went off to draw this, I asked you about the plane that's between point A and point B. So there's a plane that say touches both observers. Would the water be closer in the middle to the plane or further away from the plane than where the observers are?
Well, I mean, if you look at the drawing, right? So
No. I'm talking about a different drawing. This drawing here doesn't represent what I asked. There's two. It looks like there's two planes. These two straight lines. I imagine you're saying are planes. I'm asking you about one plane that touches both observers. So like it would just be a straight line between the two.
You wouldn't be
observers.
You wouldn't be able to do that in physical reality. No, not across tens of kilometers. No.
Wait. You wouldn't be able to do what in physical reality?
Have a plane from one point in without it bending, right? At some point, right?
I don't think mathematically or anything that planes really depend on. There's no really constraints on how far a plane extends, right?
But we're talking about reality, right? That's what I care about.
Right. So where in reality can you get this to happen? This drawing.
Right. So I just told you, right? So you just
hypothetically.
Take not hypothetically. You take a real metal plane, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
say like a structure.
Right. Like a very massive structure. Right. Yeah. I suppose a good example would be like a bridge or something, right?
So earlier, sorry, you're mentioning a bridge, and you're talking about in reality, and I thought that earlier we talked about how all materials have like they contract and retract and expand and contract and all this because of external influences, external variables. So in reality, where can I create a completely flat, two-dimensional plane?
Oh, right. You don't have to do that. So that's the interesting thing, right? So suppose we had a bridge, right? Now, I absolutely concede that a bridge.
Did you just ignore?
Yeah, no. I am ignoring it, right? Because I'm moving to a point that negates what you said, right? I'm not ignoring in the sense that I'm ignoring like your point.
So you're going to show your negation. Okay, go ahead.
So if you took the bridge, the bridge absolutely will contract, right? It will bend. I absolutely concede that.
Right.
Yeah, it will, and it will expand, right? What it will not do is, if you take a bridge that's long enough, like 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers, right? What you could do is, at every point across the bridge, you can measure the distance between the bridge and the water level, right? So, the height. And what you could do is you could do a Riemann sum, right? So you could do like a summation of all of the of the horizontal, of the elevations, right? And you can do you can do an average, right? Or you don't even have to do an average actually. You just have to make sure that when you do the elevation, right, that it's actually consistent with the previous height that you got, right? And you keep doing that, and what you end up with is what I would say is the curve, right?
Okay, and so this is a hypothetical situation unless you can demonstrate where this is
something we can do in reality. Yeah.
Where has it been done? Where are you drawing your reference from?
I'm not drawing my reference from anywhere, right? I'm
well,
saying,
you have to be. I mean,
no,
I would say that I would be drawing the reference from my personal experience when I say that a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane, and you would be drawing from somewhere to make a statement that either agrees or disagrees with that, and you're saying that you disagree with that.
But the argument can be.
So where are you drawing that reference from?
I can explain.
Okay.
That. So you have shoehorned me into a particular hypothetical, right, which is the water level thing, right? Now, there are other examples like satellites, geosynchronicity, right?
I asked you earlier that to please not like introduce other issues than the actual topic.
I'm not deviating from the topic. Trust me. Just give it a second. Right?
What do satellites have to do with horizontal planes as a reference for
angles, bro?
It's no. Hold on. No, I'm
sorry,
not
what?
even talking. I'm not even talking about that, Clinkwain. So I'm talking about a meta conversation, right? I'm talking about the conversation itself, right? I'm not talking about the content of the conversation. I'm talking about the content of the conversation, right? So it's a meta discussion, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is that you said that I have never seen an experiment that validates what I said. That may be true. But you've never seen China either. Does that mean it doesn't exist?
No, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. I can choose to believe that China exists whether I've seen it or not.
So why does it matter? Why is it okay for you to argue then that personal experience is what matters?
Well, what I'm trying to establish is whether or not you're basing your statement on personal experience that I can also experience, or that it's based on a belief that you or I may or may not be able to experience. And if it is experienceable, then eventually I'd like to get to a point in the conversation where you can explain where and how I can experience what you're saying.
Right, but I'm saying that I haven't experienced it, right? I've never gone to space. I don't know if there's space, right? So I mean, I'd never say that, definitively I know for a fact that space exists, right? But then,
right. I mean, you could choose to believe it, or you could choose not to believe it. And that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a device that's used by human beings in the practical world, right? I'm not talking about something that I'm choosing to believe. I'm talking about something that is used. It's a practical tool. And you're saying that over a certain distance, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to hold you to any particular distance. You're just saying that at a arbitrary distance, that tool is no longer doing what it's designed to do.
Right. Yeah.
And your drawings are supposed to. Well, I imagine your intention is that your drawings are supposed to demonstrate how they don't do the tool doesn't do what it's intended to do.
Yes.
And in order for me to accept that position, I have to invoke imagination, because in my experience, that is not what I experience. That's not what I see. That's not what I can verify. I have to imagine it to be true, and I have to choose to believe it in order to accept that position.
Absolutely, I completely agree with you.
Okay.
Right? But
Okay.
then the question becomes, right? Aren't you being a little bit hypocritical because you do believe things, right, exist without evidence, right? Without when I say evidence, I'm talking about like first-person subjective experience, right? Because that's the only thing that's really tangible, right? Like it's really verifiable, right?
I wouldn't necessarily say it's hypocritical. I don't think I agree with you there, because I did say that I can choose to believe something or choose not to believe something. And I'm perfectly fine with you stating that you just believe this to be true versus that it is true, and, just a proof by assertion. Right?
Well, it's a presupposition, right? So there's a presupposition here that I have, right?
Right. And your premise, your premise that your presupposition is based on is what? That's what I asked you earlier. Like, what are you drawing from?
Right. The presupposition is that scientific consensus is more or less accurate, and scientific consensus says the Earth is not flat. So
Who said anything?
No, I'm not saying it's got nothing to do with it, right? But I'm saying.
Then why bring it up?
Because you said water level, and water level relies on it. It follows from, saying the Earth is not flat, or the Earth is spherical, to saying water levels are not a horizontal plane of reference, right? Because if the Earth were not flat, it wouldn't be a horizontal plane of reference. Do you agree with that at least? Or would it still be a horizontal plane of reference?
The Earth is measurably not flat. Flat is a two-dimensional plane. We measure elevation. Hold on a second. Practically, we measure elevation vertically from a hypothetical horizontal reference plane. Right? That's how we measure elevation. Now, in your drawing where you've got these different lines in this half circle thing or whatever, where would you be able to measure the elevation, and how would you measure an elevation if this drawing were reality?
Well, the presupposition is that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, right? So that's the assumption, right? And so the assumption follows from scientific consensus, which is another assumption. From there it follows that it can't be the case that water levels can be a horizontal plane of reference, particularly because, again, another presupposition here is gravity effects, right? Water level, right?
So before you get into all of the aspects of the geoid or hypothetical model that you're referencing with the scientific consensus, before you get into all the different things that you might say agree with that consensus, I'm just trying to ask you about a horizontal plane of reference from which we measure elevation vertically. And if this drawing that you have here is true, how would we be able to measure elevation? Like, you've got the observers. You said that it would be a drop from observer A to observer B. It would be a drop. And then you said that you would only see their torso. And from observer B to observer A, that would also be a drop. Would you also only see their torso?
I don't know what you mean by drop. What does that mean?
Well, you said that you would look down, right? So that would be like a drop in elevation?
Oh, in terms of elevation. Okay, right. In terms of elevation, you would have to look down. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So in observer A to observer B are both drops in elevation if you're looking from either, right?
Yeah.
So what is the water doing in between the two observers?
It's being a curve.
A curve in which direction? Like curvy or
like an arc.
Like an arc?
Yeah.
So the water is humping between the two observers?
Yes.
Okay. What if you bring the observers closer together? Would the water be dropping from? Would there be a drop in elevation to the water from the observer?
No, it would be negligible.
Negligible. Would it be measurable?
Well, I mean, if you use like, I don't think it would be measurable. I mean, it would still have to be at least like 500 meters away or something, right? Then I could say it would be measurable. Yeah.
What tools do you think I would need to measure a negligible distance?
I think you would need a metal plane that you can fix on the base of the sea, right? Or sorry, or the canal. And then what you would need to do is levitate the metal thing right? Metal plane. It has to be thick enough so that it doesn't bend, by the way. And what you'd have to do is levitate it, right? So that it just touches the water, right? And then you extend the plane, right? Far enough until and then you measure the difference in elevation.
Where were the difference in elevation begin to drop?
I'd probably say about a few several kilometers. Yeah.
You said levitate it?
Yeah.
Like lift it magically in the air is what you're talking about.
No.
Yeah, you've got to imagine it. Just imagine it. Be all right. Carry on.
Oh, I thought we were in reality. Sorry, I thought we were talking about what we see in reality. Sorry. Okay, my bad.
No, so you would levitate it. When I say levitate, I'm not talking about like actually like Leviosa, right? No, I'm saying like it would hang, right? It would be hung in
perpendicular.
Position. Right, it would be hung by like some sort of suspending system, right? So like an anchor or something, right? That anchors it to the base, to the surface of the water, right? Like a suspension bridge, right? That would be a good example, right? But just imagine the base of the bridge actually touching the water.
Is this to get a plane?
Yeah, this is to get a plane. Yeah.
A metal object would be a three-dimensional device.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the plane would just be the surface, the hypothetical surface, like a two-dimensional, non-in-reality surface of that plane, right? Like.
No. So for our purposes, right? If the plane is thick enough, right, it's not going to bend, right? And what you do is you say, you make it so that.
Are you sure there's not an easier way to do this?
An easier way to do like test all of this. Yeah, there's plenty of easier ways, right? But he's giving me the water level thing, right? So I'm stuck with the water level.
Well, if we take a water level, and say we take it in increments. Let's say, I don't know. You said 10 kilometers, so like increments of say 100 meters, right? And each one of those 100-meter increments, the water level, like where would the water level at one end be higher or lower, like within that 100 meters? Would it stay the same? Would it be a horizontal plane? Because that's what the tool's intended to do. It's used to establish a horizontal plane of reference, which is a straight line. That way you can like build buildings, you can level your paintings and stuff like that around corners. You can do construction around corners and stuff with this water level. So if you take the two ends of the water level and put them right next to each other, it'll be a straight line across. I mean, minus the meniscus. Usually, there's additives that you can put in the fluid that help reduce the meniscus effect, but it's the same. The average level of the water, the fluid in the tube, is the same level as the other one. So you take them apart, say 6 inches. That's the same level. You take them apart. You take them apart further and further and further, at which point does the water level start to rise or drop from the other one?
at the very first point. Like the minute you separate the water levels, right, the ends of the water level, it starts to rise and drop, right? It's just
And
that it's so negligible. It's
right.
just that it's so negligible that it's worthless trying to measure it, right?
So
But
if it's worthless and well, hold on a second, if it's negligible and it's worthless to measure it, how can you assert that it is something measurable?
Because the assumption is that at very large distances it will diverge significantly, right?
If what?
At large distances it will diverge, right? Significantly.
That's the assumption. So based on your assumption, you're asserting it as fact.
And what are you doing?
I'm saying that I don't have any reason to assert that it's doing anything other than what I can experience.
Which is exactly the same as saying China doesn't exist, right? So you've never been to China, so.
Like I said, I can choose to accept your position, but it would be a belief.
Right, but we don't have justified true beliefs. Right, that's the whole point.
Well, what I'm asking you is to explain why you believe what you say you believe. Like you say that it'll be different at over great distances, and I'm asking you why you believe that, and like what would convince me to believe the same thing. I mean, so far you've said the scientific consensus, which I don't know. I mean, this isn't like the Spanish Inquisition or something, right?
What? What does the Spanish Inquisition have to do with this? I'm confused.
I mean, I'm not going to get burned at the stake just because I don't believe what the Spanish Inquisition is inquisiting. Right.
Right. I'm not expecting you to believe in the scientific method, right? I mean, sorry, not the scientific method. You're very specific about that, right? Like
consensus.
The scientific consensus, right?
Right.
So I'm not gonna require you believe that, right? But then the reason I believe that is because there are other fields, right, where it works, right, where scientific consensus is accepted, right, where it works, and I don't see a reason to discard it for one field, right, when it works for so many.
Okay, so to get back on track, in reality,
well, hold on. Before we go into this, like, it's like 3 a.m., right?
Oh,
yeah.
Gotcha. So, you're in India. Sorry.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna have to. We're gonna have to pick this up some other day, right? Like maybe tomorrow or something, right?
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. So
well, hey, at least you didn't lose any points.
Right. Yeah. So we're actually, if you don't know, but we're actually working on another algorithm, right? So that takes into account like bias and stuff like that, right? So this is still very, very alpha, right? So if you have any criticisms, feel free to like send a message to support, and we'd more than likely consider it, right? Because again, we love critics, right? Anyone that criticizes the system, we absolutely love, right? That's what we want to hear, right? Is the system sucks is what we want to hear, right? Because that's the way we can improve it, right? So anyway, I have to go. Thank you.
Can I wait a minute, just before you go? Can I just ask you, how much have you ever used the level?
Carpenter's level or something.
Like a carpenter's level, like the one with the bubble.
Yeah, you've used one of those, have you?
Yeah, yeah.
Any others?
Yeah. No.
Okay. How big was it? How, the size, the carpenter's level, the little float one, about 8 inches.
It was like a very. It was like 30 centimeters.
Right, a whole foot. Nice.
All right, I gotta go. I'll see you guys later.
Thanks a lot.
See ya.
Wow.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah, that's good.
I didn't get all the way there.
Walnuts.
Yeah.
It was nice to be civil though.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was a
Yeah, he
huge
was good.
relief, right?
Yeah,
that was awesome.
We don't get that very often.
Yeah.
I think he said he was a skeptic, right? Didn't he say he was a skeptic?
A global skeptic, I think he said.
A globe skeptic. Well, that's fine. That's probably the reason.
No, global. He's just skeptic of everything.
Oh, global, like why, like everything.
Yeah,
I
like
got you.
all
Well, that's why he was saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
He didn't automatically deem us as ignorant or dumb and act accordingly. He was civil, so that was good.
Well, yeah, okay, but the sophistry was off the charts. That was amazing.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that ever. Unbelievable.
I've never got to hear anyone like that speak before.
Yeah, have you not?
I've seen it on. I've seen people like that on TV.
Yeah.
And I just wondered if there were real people like that, but I've met one, so that's good. Thanks.
Yeah. In a debate room, right? Like, what could you debate? And like, is that the same sort of thing that you imagined a debate to be? Because it's not what I imagine a debate to be. You know, like just literally making stuff up, pure sophistry, just to win an argument. Because
yeah, but he was having a conversation though, Bev, in his defence.
Yeah, but I mean,
I think it'd be a bit more formal.
That was an art of pure sophistry. The guy didn't have a clue.
No, but he
literally didn't have a clue.
He
He's willing to debate about it.
Yeah.
Tell
that's
you
how
what you
they
needed
sharpen
to
their
do.
tools. This is what this place is all about. It's about seeing if you can win over the audience. That's what you said at the beginning.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you're lying. If you can win the audience, you're the winner.
Yeah, get more points. Points win prizes.
Yeah.
Points win prizes.
Yeah.
So you can get to use all of those flowery words.
Fluffing, loads of fluffing in it.
He's like, ooh, that sounded good. Give him a point for that.
Yeah, he was like a peacock, wasn't he? He's a peacock, and we're just like a load of
tourists,
hyenas.
Tourists with the cameras. Going, oh, go on. Ooh, give it a shake.
Yeah.
Are they in there in the other room? Oh, Rakir's in the other room. Man, what's up? Why are the guys over there? What's up with them?
Oh, what other room?
He's checking out.
All left out the other room.
Yeah, they went down there.
They wanted to.
Oh, I guess it because they
that's
don't
the guy
want
you
to
were
do
supposed to debate.
Yeah, that's the guy, the flat Earth guy, the one that.
What's the VL stand for? Is he like the They actually having a debate? Are they?
I don't know.
I don't know.
GD.
Oh yeah, maybe that's what it is. I think I'll go check it out, see what they're.
Yeah. Come back and tell us.
I don't want to go in there and interrupt. Like, I don't know if it's not worth it.
No, I think you're muted all already. Like, you can't interrupt. You can just like listen. If there's a debate going on, I think. Anybody
you
joins.
did say that, didn't he?
Yeah.
I don't want to start entering any contract. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't want to be losing any points, do you? You know, or going into some sort of conversation, losing some points.
Do you lose points if you're about to go in, not the debate or anything, you're just watching, and then if you change your mind, do you lose points?
I haven't got a clue. I don't know how the point structure works. We weren't allowed to do it.
Because that's a deterrent in itself, isn't it? I mean,
I'm not too keen.
There's no way I'm changing my mind.
Ed's in here. You keeping an eye on us, Ed?
Yeah,
how do you think your man did?
No problem, that guy.
I think he did all right. He did better than you would, Ed. I think. Did I give him marks out of 10? I don't know. But Mobius fucking did brilliant. Like you just didn't get him to admit that he hadn't like ever actually used the level. You let him fart about it. You had him on a full circle. Started off with a hump, went to the drop. You double dropped it.
Double drop.
Then asked him. He offered up a drawing and drew the hump back in it again. Perfect. Couldn't get any better than that. That was a.
Yeah. Yeah. It went well tonight for you. That
started off with a hump, went the double drop, full reversal, back to the hump.
I'll tell you, I give that guy a 10 on civility. That was nice.
Yeah, it's better to have than the usual, isn't it? His head's left.
Shit, yeah.
I've got a picture of there's a guy. What was his name? The Apprentice. You know that guy. There was anyway, Sir Alan Sugar, and there was this guy on there that he was like entered this thing, and he sounded just like him. I wonder if it's him. That's where he ended up on some sort of debate channel.
You reckon?
He was just really pompous and glory. Bless him.
He came out with a full flourish of imagines at the end, where he came out with the metallic plane. I like that, the levitating metallic plane. That's when somebody. That's fantastic.
Well,
you managed to get that out of him.
Gravity defying.
Yeah,
it's a gravity defying metallic plane.
Yeah. There's going to be loads of little sweet, juicy bits like that whenever we go out talking to anyone. Right, this entire conversation. You just let him imagine too much, right? You should have flourished it, encouraged him, made him make a ridiculous claim, and then just point him out that he shouldn't really be saying that because he hasn't got a fucking clue what he's talking about. And then you drop that on them and say, right, how do you think I did? I think the debate's over. You can leave whenever you want. How many points would you have lost?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
He said, didn't he?
Yeah.
At least you didn't lose a couple of points. Yeah.
So, would you have had any left? I don't think he did. I think he used them all up.
Is it? Yeah. You take all your opponent's points if you win. Cool.
Yeah, I'm still not sure how the whole point system. It just sounds weird.
He contradicted himself about 8 times in that without actually knowing what a level was or anything. I mean, did he bend a plane earlier on? I think one of them bent a horizontal, immediately at the beginning. Boom, whap.
Oh, yeah, that was the other guy, though, I think. Yeah.
Well.
Hi, Mason.
It's a good.
Hi, I'm just curious. You guys are all flat earthers from a server, and I'll join and
No.
No? What?
We're not flat earthers.
What?
Why would you say that?
You just said you were flat earth. You just had a whole debate about it.
Who said anything about flat Earth besides you?
You guys, multiple times for a while. For about 30 minutes or so. I don't know. I wasn't here for the whole time, but I would guess 30 minutes.
You mean level being horizontal and a horizontal plane?
Sure. Maybe. Sure.
Where's that related to the Earth? I mean, you do mean the land, don't you?
Is that what you guys were? Is that what you guys were trying to argue?
Well, how do you? So you're saying that horizontal, a level being a horizontal plane, isn't true, or what? What are you saying?
I don't know what you're saying. Wait, what were? Are you arguing against a round Earth? Are you arguing for a flat Earth? What are you arguing?
I'm not talking about Earth at all. I'm talking about a horizontal plane of reference. It's something that we use to measure elevation vertically. So what part of level is a horizontal plane of reference are you disagreeing with, or are you saying that means that Earth must be flat? What's your position?
If your position is all right, hold on. Maybe you'll need to explain this to me. Okay, maybe I'm not understanding. If your position is that a level I'm not understanding your position at all. What, a level is on a horizontal plane? Is that what you said?
Well, the original statement, which we were told was a tautology was level is a straight line on a horizontal plane of reference. And we were told that that's a tautology, not really a debate topic. So
yeah, I don't think that is a debate topic.
Hold on. I was right in the middle of saying that what
I'm sorry.
what the
Go
debate,
ahead, Mobile.
or what the conversation ended up being.
Go ahead.
Okay. So then I made the statement that a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. And then that's what the discussion was about. Would you disagree with that position, or?
Oh, don't forget the fact that we were arguing. Well, not arguing, but we said the statement that should or should you not be called a flat earther for that fact.
I don't know if that's what you were arguing, but if that was, wonderful, cool, really dumb debate.
You came in calling us flat earthers. So is that why you assumed we were flat earthers? Because we were saying that level is a.
I assumed you guys were. Hold on, chill. I assumed you guys were flat earthers because you were saying, that you were saying like water level is like a horizontal point of reference, right? Even though like it's not. And that would be an indication of, like, obviously, if you believe that, you would have to believe, like, in a flat Earth, right? Like, necessarily.
No.
No? Oh.
It's observably
explain
not
why?
Flat. What's up with you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
It's observably not flat.
And
yeah, sure. So what are you trying to argue, then?
Well, nobody's arguing anything. We came in to say that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, and we got called flat earthers again.
Yeah, so yeah, I understand. So if you're trying to argue that if you're trying to argue that like you can establish like a horizontal point of reference from like a like water level, even though like one that would like necessarily entail that you don't believe in a round Earth, right? Can you agree with that at least, please?
What, to argue that a water level establishes a horizontal plane?
Yeah, you would agree that that necessarily entails that you can't believe in a round Earth, right? Yeah.
Well, that's what it is. It's a tool. That's literally what the tool is. So what are you saying?
Yeah. So wait. Hold on. If you believe that water level
or can prove
maybe, sure. I'm saying if you believe that, whether you can prove it or not isn't really of relevance.
Well, we're not talking about the implications of it. We're talking about whether or not it's.
Well, no. Hold on. We are talking about we are talking about the implications of it because you guys said that based on. Well, no. Hold on.
You've got some implications for us.
I'm trying to explain myself, okay? When you guys come in here, this was all Atkins' fault by calling you flat earthers, right? And you said, okay, you can't assume that we're flat.
You did the same thing, though.
Hold on.
You opened
wait. Hold on. Can I not make a point? Like I literally, I've tried to speak like one sentence. Okay, just hold on. We don't have to rush it. Okay. So Atkins said that, and you guys disagreed. You said, okay, we can't just assume that we're flat earthers based on that, and therefore that argument is about the implications of your position, right? So if the implications of your position are that the Earth is flat, then someone can call you a flat earther. If those are not the implications of your position, well, then you would have to argue that, right?
So let me ask you this then: if the implications of something that is true is XYZ, then XYZ is true. Therefore, what would be the problem?
Okay, so the implications of, let's say I say X thing, right? The implications of X thing are Y is true.
Hold on.
Right? Huh?
You want to interrupt everybody else, but you don't let anybody interrupt you.
What do you mean? I didn't interrupt him. He just finished speaking. He asked me a question.
You do it all the time.
What are you talking about? Do we want to have a meta conversation?
Sorry, you've got implications, and this is what this is all about. But they're only your implications. They're going on in your head. We're just talking about reality, right?
No. Yeah, sure. So, when we're like saying that a certain position has implications, right? I would argue that you have to agree that a certain position, if it has certain implications, it would have to necessarily entail those implications, right? So if I say Y and Y necessarily leads to X, therefore I believe in X, right?
Like a modus tollens
that-
kind of thing, or what?
Yeah, sounded like
Huh?
a nearly
Like a
half
modus tollens?
formulation.
I don't know what that is.
Don't know
Elaborate.
what a modus tollens is.
It's a logical statement.
Dating back to
Wait, do you
antiquity.
disagree with what I said then?
No, I'm saying what you said sounds like a modus tollens, but you don't know what a modus tollens is, so it's kind of pointless to say that tell you that it sounds like that.
You don't want to go through a lesson in that now.
Yeah, I mean, if you disagree with me, you can explain why. Whether the terminology or not, I understand, is really irrelevant to me. Do you disagree with what I said or no?
Yeah, no, you're making a logical statement. That's not
Yeah.
to agree or disagree with.
Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is that the the implications of a position are totally fine to argue about if like you agree that like X thing said necessarily implies Y position. Therefore, I can say you are a whatever, right? You are a Y-ist. If we're gonna use letters, whatever. And that's like totally fine, right? So if I say like if we say like water level is like a tool which establishes like a horizontal plane, and I say that necessarily entails that you don't believe in a round Earth, right? And you agree with me. Well, I'm going to call you a flat earther, unless you believe in like a donut Earth or something. It's not a very common position. I've heard it, but I mean, the only other position I think is possible is like a flat Earth.
Have a look in the debate text. Have a look. I just put a thing in there. Go. Just have a look at that. Tell me if that's like the flat Earth thing.
So,
who's agreeing with him?
Mason, can I ask you if you agree with say I put a modus tollens to you, which would be a if P then Q statement, right?
Sure.
P therefore Q. What I might have that wrong. I'm just kind of throwing it out there. But if I make a logical statement to you, and you agree with that logical statement because it's logical, right? Does that mean that you're a flat earther because the implications of that agreement to that logical statement?
Yeah, so imagine you say X statement, right? Whatever, like the water level, whatever, or really anything you guys are arguing about, right? And if that statement like necessarily implies that I would be a flat earther if I agreed to it, then sure, yeah, I would be a flat earther.
Okay. So
I mean, I don't know if anyone.
When you say flat earther, help me understand what you mean by that term. Like
I guess the typically understood definition is like a disc-shaped Earth or whatever, something along those lines. I guess it varies depending on the people you talk to. Varies a lot.
Well, that's why I'm asking you specifically what you mean.
Yeah, I guess my understanding generally is like a some sort of like disc-shaped Earth.
So flat means disc?
Oh God, are we actually going to have the argument on like buildings exist and they are elevated, therefore it's not flat?
I haven't even begun any argument yet. I'm just trying to understand like what you mean by your terms.
Yeah, so
you said flat earther, so I'm just trying to understand when you say flat earther, what do you mean?
Yeah, so when I say flat Earth, I don't actually mean like the Earth is like completely flat. I don't think anyone means that. The problem is if we're gonna use like weird definitions like this, like flat Earth means exactly flat, and any elevation means it's not a flat Earth, and a disk cannot be flat. I guess the argument would be like the surface of the disk is flat, right? Like generally, I'm sure there's elevation. You got me on that one. But that's like the generally understood definition, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems like
right?
Yeah, sure.
No, not sure. I mean, it is or it isn't.
Yes,
Are you saying
okay,
that
I'm
it
sorry.
is?
Yes, I tend to do this.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Yes.
No, I'm not saying I want to do anything. I'm just asking you a question. So
no,
elevation
yeah, I
is
said
measurable.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, yes. I'm so sorry. Not the word sure.
And in which, how do you, can you imagine? I mean, have you ever measured elevation from point to point, or do you know the process? Like, have you ever talked about it before? Do you know what I'm talking about? Or
I do know what elevation is. I would think I have a general understanding of it. Sure.
okay, well, maybe we should explore what your understanding of elevation is. Like, what does that mean to you, so that we can maybe agree on what that term means. So when we say that term, it's not ambiguous, like later on in the discussion, right?
I don't know if I'm having a flat Earth discussion. The only reason I came in here to argue, the only thing I came in here to argue about wasn't whether the Earth is flat or not. It was whether certain positions have like certain implications, right?
So measurable
that was about it,
elevation?
and whether like someone like Atkins could like call you a flat earther based on a certain statement. Like that's about it. I'm not gonna like argue like whether the Earth is flat with you. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Or whether the Earth
trying to
isn't
argue
round.
that the
I'm
Earth is
sorry.
flat, but what I'm asking you. So you came in here saying, "Oh, you guys are flat earthers. You guys were just talking about flat Earth for half an hour." Blah blah blah. Well, nobody said flat Earth except for you and other people that were like trying to be against what the position was. So I'm just asking you to establish what you mean by elevation, because that's all I'm saying is elevation is measurable. So where are you coming up with flat earther, and why would you say that it's okay to call somebody a flat earther if they're saying that elevation is measurable?
Yeah, 1 second. I'll actually give you a a Google definition of elevation, so I'm not fucking this up.
Implications.
Okay, we can agree on something. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right. The height to which something is elevated. Sure.
A non-answer to an answer.
Actually, I'll just ask you, how do you define elevation? Because I'm sure you've talked about this a lot.
Brilliant.
Any vertical distance from a horizontal plane of reference.
Measured.
Right.
Does it necessarily have to be from a horizontal plane of reference?
Where would you measure this? Where would you measure elevation from?
It could be from any plane of.
So this is what we went over earlier, like establishing some fundamental like premises.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time? My phone's kind of bugging.
Oh, I said this is what we did earlier. We first established some fundamental principles, some first principles to then have a further discussion so that we understand each other. And anything like that. There's nothing, right?
Yeah.
Line is just connecting 2 points. So it's a line between 2 points.
Sure.
Right? And then a plane would be any 3 points that are non-collinear, meaning if you take 2 points that create a line and you take another point that's not in the same line, then that would be a plane. Those would be coplanar points. Right? You agree?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. So just based on those 3 basic principles that we both agree on, where can you measure elevation to and from? Like how would you go about doing that? Like logically.
You could measure elevation from any point, like at all.
So side to side?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I don't think elevation has to be like purely vertical, because we can't really determine like what's vertical, right? Unless you say we like necessarily have to use a horizontal plane of reference.
I'm talking about like
I think you could say like
when you take a survey of a piece of land and you're surveying this land and you're measuring elevation so that you can build shit. Like you don't measure elevation sideways. right? You don't measure elevation horizontally.
Sure.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So carry on. Go ahead. Tell me how.
The measuring of elevation would just be in relation to the ground, right? Like would you have to say or would you necessarily say that like the ground is flat?
Well, the ground isn't flat. The ground has all kinds of crazy like hills and valleys and all this other like little rocks and all this other shit.
Well, then how do you reconcile that?
Well, you establish a benchmark, you establish an arbitrary place, right? And you call it 0. And a lot of times mean sea level would be that reference point. It's a datum. Right?
Yeah, can I just
transfer?
Can I just
Yeah,
come
go
in
ahead.
here, right? All you do is you set up a level, and that's a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference at
You mean like the
altitude.
you mean a physical tool, like a level? that I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
hold in my
You
hand?
use one of those, and you measure from that to the ground. That's how you work out your elevation change, because you reference the ground to the horizontal plane.
Or just a point on the ground that you can like
Yeah,
assign
it would
any
be
value to,
it would
right?
be yeah, it would be any point on the ground, but the point doesn't have to like necessarily be like horizontal, right? Or I guess how do you even define like horizontal if every point on the ground is horizontal?
No.
Well,
No, the horizontal
from
plane,
one
the
point to
tool.
another. If you're
No, yeah, I understand. Like obviously,
say
yeah.
you're building
Like
a
if
deck
you
on the side of a house that's on a cliff, right? You're building a deck on the side of a
Yes,
you
I
know, on the
understand
side
that
of a
wouldn't be
house, it's on a
elevation
cliff.
because it's going side to side and not being, and you can only measure like verticality from like a quote unquote like horizontal plane, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say now. Okay, I understand. Clarification.
Okay. And so the statement of water level is a tool that establishes that horizontal plane of reference. How does that make anybody a flat earther if they agree
I'm
with that
sorry,
statement?
my brother came remember. What'd you say? Just repeat.
I said a water level is a tool that establishes that horizontal plane of reference. Do you know what a water level is? Have you ever? Because a lot of people haven't used one or seen one or.
Yeah, perhaps you could explain it to me.
Okay, it's basically a clear tube of liquid, usually water. Sometimes people use like additives to decrease the meniscus effect at the ends of the water. But basically, it's a tube of water that's purged of all the bubbles. So the ends of the tube are at an equilibrium. So that equilibrium of that water establishes a horizontal plane of reference that you can use to even go around corners. You don't need to sight the other end. You can just know that that end is exactly the same elevation as the other level of water at the other end.
Okay.
Does that make you a flat earther because you said okay? What are the
No, I was
implications of that?
when I was yeah, sorry, I was addressing a different position. I thought you guys were saying because you were arguing about this with Taven was that the I guess like the actual like oceans are like flat and there is no like you get what I mean? Like the actual oceans are flat, right? That's what you're arguing about with Taven. That wouldn't necessarily entail you being a flat earther.
No, it wasn't.
First of all,
nobody was arguing that.
Yeah, first of all,
what you guys were arguing about.
Mean sea level is a average of different levels. I mean, there's tides, there's waves, there's droughts. There's all kinds of different factors that prove that water is not all flat, right?
Yeah, I understand, but
hold on, resting water when water at equilibrium, right, at its equal potential is flat, right? And that's how you can use a water level to establish a horizontal plane of reference. That's the reason why it's the tool that it's intended to be used to do. Like that's what it does.
Yeah, so if that doesn't have any relation to like the shit you were arguing about, like oceans not having any sort of like curve with Taven, if that has no relation to that, wonderful. Okay, I totally agree. You've convinced me. Doesn't make you a flat earther. Okay. Doesn't seem like
Somebody
all
say
you were
there was
arguing
no
about.
tides. Did Mobius? Did you say that or something? There's no.
Who's talking about oceans?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Who said anything
Might have
about
been
it.
here
Hold
in
on.
a
Yeah, give
different.
me
Were
1
you in a
second.
different room somewhere?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me just find the little.
I think
diagram.
Taven might have. I think Taven might
Yeah,
have said something about oceans.
You
or
guys were
whatever.
having a whole argument about it on whether if you stretch like a pole end to end or something, or some kind of like bridge or whatever end to end, that there would be a difference of water level or I guess elevation of the bridge comparative to the water at the middle of the bridge and at the left and rightmost sides of the bridge, right? And I believe you guys disagreed with that, but maybe you can tell me why. You can tell me you didn't.
First of all, Mason, let me just ask you to please not confuse my position with Taven's position and interchange them. Right? Just
I don't think I did.
if you're going to say that I said something, then it should be something that I actually said, not something that.
Yeah, I was
Taven
asking you a question.
addressing.
I was asking.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was asking you if you disagreed with him in saying that, because he did say that. That was something he was talking about.
Well, I definitely know that oceans are not flat because there's all kinds of different shit going on, right? I mean, I remember being in Hawaii once, and I was probably about 20 feet out from the beach, and I looked over, and I could not see the shore because I was beyond the break.
Okay, so real quick then, I guess I would ask, would you argue that the difference in elevation from I guess like the middle of a structure to the right and leftmost ends of I say like right and left, the sides, right, at the points at which they reach land, would you argue that that difference is purely made up by just random waves and shit in the ocean, or would you argue that that's like the Earth's curvature?
Let me understand what you're saying. You're saying.
He wants you to argue about Earth. I think I don't know. He wants you to swap your argument into Earth or something.
Yeah, no. What I'm asking is because that was a conversation Taven was having with at least one of you. I don't know who it was. That's why I'm asking you this. Yeah, I'm asking this because if we're gonna make the argument that like you can't necessarily imply that somebody is a flat earther based on what they say, and then you disagreed with Taven on that, well then kind of.
The argument is that we don't mention the Earth, and you guys do. That's the point.
About this, Mason? What if we explicitly say that the Earth is not flat? What makes somebody a flat earther if they explicitly say and can demonstrate that Earth is not flat?
Because that's not what the general understanding of flat earther is, right? If you can demonstrate that there are different points of elevation on the Earth, like, good for you, but that doesn't entail that you can't be a flat earther, right? Because that's not what flat earther means. Flat earther doesn't mean like perfectly flat Earth. I'm sorry to tell you that, I guess, but that's just not what the general understanding of it is, right?
Well, that's why I was asking you what your understanding of it is, because I could ask
and
one
I already
person
told
one thing
you,
and another person another thing, and I have two different answers, right?
Yeah, I understand, and I already told you. You want me to clarify again? I can.
No, you just said in general, so it's just so long as we understand that when you say in general, it's actually what you mean.
Not necessarily. It's what basically everybody defines it as, but I understand it's a vacuous statement because I don't take surveys and I can't provide you statistics. So if you want to disagree on me with that, then sure. Yeah, that's how I define it.
It's a trivial point, but I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Anyways, you were going to explain how your agreement with what I said doesn't make you a flat earther, but it does make me a flat earther. So go ahead.
Whoa. Okay. Hold on. That's not what we were talking about at all. I don't even think I don't even think I told you that makes you a flat earther. I was talking about the bridge thing with Taven. We already moved off that point. I even agreed with you that you'd convinced me. Yeah, like I don't think like believing in like a water level as a tool makes you a flat earther. Like that's totally fine. You've convinced me.
Well, what
the reason I was talking about with
Taven
Taven
belief now?
The implications aren't that I'm a flat earther, and I didn't tell you that the implications of your belief on that made you a flat earther. I just had a misunderstanding of what you were discussing. That's why I'm talking about Taven, because I thought you guys were disagreeing with what Taven said, which would entail that you would be a flat earther. But if you don't, that's fine. I mean, you can tell me that, but that's why I'm asking.
I mean, I think I'm demonstrating exactly how Earth is not flat, but okay. So, anyways.
Well, hold on. Okay, this is already what I told you, is that saying elevation exists doesn't not make you a flat earther, at least under my understanding. My understanding of a flat earther is somebody that believes in a disc-shaped Earth, which is like generally a horizontal plane, right? I don't know if you would disagree with that or not, so maybe I should ask.
I'm sure Mobius isn't one of those, but I'm definitely not one of those either. So there's no disc here. And that's ridiculous.
I'm curious.
So
then,
the Earth is not flat or a disc.
Oh shit! Hot take. What shape of the Earth? What's the shape of the Earth then?
It's 3-dimensional.
3-dimensional. In what way?
It's measurable.
Is that
in
all?
3 dimensions.
I agree.
Sorry?
So, seems like a pretty Weasley position, I guess.
Well,
sure.
I mean, is it inaccurate?
It's not inaccurate, but it's incredibly broad, right? So if you ask me, what do you think of the shape of the Earth? And I said, well, I think that Earth exists as an object, in space. I mean, that wouldn't be
in space.
Ooh,
well, that would be fair.
As a whole.
So let's ask.
Nice.
Wait, okay, actually, you're right.
That's a good claim, that. Well done.
We'll say Earth
What is
exists
the shape of the Earth?
as an object. I think the shape of the Earth is probably spherical. I don't know if you guys disagree with that, though. I doubt it, given that you repeatedly say that. But...
Spherical. What do you base that claim
Spherical.
on? Yeah.
My generally based understanding of like the evidence provided by like scientists and scientific consensus, I guess.
So that seems to be like the
just the trust in men.
Yeah, that's the driving
sorry,
force behind it not being horizontal. Then that's the reason why a water level can't establish a horizontal, because that's the reason you call us flat earthers, right? That's the only reason.
I don't even know why we're. Wait, hold on, Bev. We're not even talking about the water level anymore. I'm pretty sure we got past that. Do you want me to admit it again? Like, yeah, you guys are right. I don't think believing in a water level makes you a flat earther. Okay, I know you love to hear me say it. We're not talking about that. We moved past that like a while ago.
Talking about the establishment of using hydrostatics, creating a horizontal plane. Water level is one of those devices.
Wait,
if you agree it creates a horizontal, then you can't believe in the theory.
You agree that the Earth is a horizontal plane?
I agree that water establishes a horizontal.
Do you believe that Earth is a horizontal plane?
I believe water establishes a horizontal, and any vertical change is taken off of that horizontal, and we call that elevation. Vertical change.
Okay, so you believe the Earth is a horizontal plane. Wonderful. Yeah.
I like how you just introduce a different term and just deduce that that's what he believes, even though he's specifically saying that it's not what he believes.
Wait, okay, hold on. Oh my God. So what he said was that all of the ocean, water in general is a horizontal plane. Water, not like the water level device tool. Water is a horizontal plane, right? So the oceans necessarily would have to be a horizontal plane, right? And
by
necessarily, based on that,
by implication.
What? Wait, of course it's by implication.
He did not say.
I never mentioned the ocean.
Say that water is a horizontal
You said
plane.
water.
He said that water establishes a horizontal plane.
Right.
Using
water
hydrostatics,
can establish a horizontal plane using hydrostatics,
which is scientifically established.
Yeah, sure. So you don't have basically that position has no implications, and you should have no reason to ever talk about it in any context ever. If you're not going to make any predictions based on it.
Talk about hydrostatics and horizontal.
If you're going to say like water can be, or I'm sorry, not being, water can establish a horizontal plane, just out of context.
I didn't say it can. I said it does.
Yeah, you see, that was one of the things when we came here at the beginning. I don't know whether
Wait,
you were here
hold
or
on,
not,
hold on.
but wait a
What
minute.
is-
At
wait,
the
wait, wait,
beginning,
wait,
we
wait.
said we found something that triggers people into calling us flat earthers. Now, that trigger is the fact that level is horizontal. And
Yeah,
particularly
that's great.
that a water level is a tool
Nothing
that
you're
also
saying,
does that.
nothing you're saying has any significance. So I'm going to
Apart
talk
from
to
the
Rafi.
implications that you're
So-
putting there in your
yeah,
mind.
Okay, I'm sorry. Shut up, please.
Could I
Nothing
read
you're
three?
saying has any significance.
Well, could I read three
yeah.
statements from physics? You know.
Yeah, I was
based
just
on
going to talk to
physics?
Rakia because
Oh,
we
go
were just
ahead,
having
yeah.
a discussion. Nothing you're saying has any significance, Bev. I'm sorry. Rakia, if you want to say,
Yeah,
okay,
I think if you're
I'm
going to
curious
talk to Bev like that, you need to maybe step back. You're saying,
I mean,
Bev,
to be fair, he interjected
what
in a
he's saying has-
conversation with literally nothing, like
This
a
is-
statement that has
this is
no
the
meaning.
conversation.
Does not matter. Yeah, so I was asking you a question, right? And you were talking about it, right? So when you say water does establish a horizontal plane, what does that mean?
Can, using hydrostatics, it does is scientifically proven to establish a horizontal plane. I can demonstrate it.
Wait, so water does in all cases demonstrate a horizontal plane, or water
Did I
can
say all
demonstrate a horizontal?
cases?
Well, if you
If
say
you-
water does, that implies all cases, right? Or you could say
Yeah.
water can establish a
I
horizontal
mentioned
plane.
hydrostatics, didn't I? Didn't I mention hydrostatics?
Sure. Then explain it to me.
Do you know what that is?
Apparently not. Go ahead.
So I would invite you to come do a study because it's not like we're just going to teach you in 10 seconds or, you know, we've been doing this for about 2 years. So I would invite you to come to On the Level and do a study on it. That way you could gain knowledge and then, you know,
Wait,
make
I'm sorry.
a decision based on that.
Did you just ask me? Did you just ask me to do a study?
Yeah.
Sir, I'm a child.
wouldn't you?
Okay. I don't know if I have the opportunity to go through with a scientific study.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
what you're saying now has no meaning. Sure you can. If you want to.
No, I can't. I don't have the
Well,
understanding.
then what you're saying
nor
has no
assets to
meaning,
go through it.
and we shouldn't be
Yeah, no.
talking to you.
Wait, hold on. If your only argument, like,
I'm
for
not arguing.
anything, well, yeah, you are. If you're
No,
only like,
I am
if your
not.
only
You're
statement you're
deducing
gonna
things
make,
that I'm not doing or
I'm sorry,
saying.
hold on. If your only
No,
statement you're gonna make,
I'm sorry. You need to hold on every now and then. Don't deduce what I'm saying and then turn it into something else.
I'm really
Please.
sorry if that triggers you. Okay, I really do apologize. I won't. Okay,
It's
I
awesome
will,
how you do that. You're obviously
I will
been
refrain from it in the
debating
future.
for a while.
Okay,
You're
I
very good
truly
at it. I
truly
compliment you.
apologize.
Just don't use it on me.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I truly apologize. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Right.
Yeah, so if your only like explanation of a scientific process is do a study on it,
Did I
I'm
say
not
that
sure I
was
should
my
have any.
only explanation?
You said you weren't going to explain it, and that you invite me to do a study on it. That's what you said.
I did not say I wasn't. I said it would take too long.
Then
We've
explain
been
it.
doing it for 2 years, and if you
So
want to
explain it.
learn, you can come start the process.
Yeah, sure. So explain it.
Did you not hear what I said?
So you said you weren't going to explain it, correct?
Not here.
Well, if you aren't going to explain it, how am I wrong? What are we even arguing about at this point? You aren't going to explain it. We agree on that. You just said you won't explain it. Great. Wonderful.
No, I said if you want it explained to you, you should do a study on it, and a good place to do that is that On the Level. Maybe you didn't hear it the first time.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I'm not going to take the time to do that. And if you're not going to take the time to explain it to me, that's too bad, I guess. It's really unfortunate. So, yeah.
So this is the only place you can get explanations at.
No, probably not. But the problem is, if I'm having like a conversation with someone and they mention a term that I'm not necessarily familiar with, or like a scientific field or some kind of study, I'd ask them to explain it to me, right? Because otherwise, I can't participate in conversation with them, or at least not adequately, right?
I
So
agree.
if you want me to
I
participate
agree.
in a
You and I
conversation-
can have a conversation about hydrostatics, and I'm not going to be able to teach you here in the next 20 minutes. So yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So I don't understand why we're having a conversation about it in the first place.
Because you asked me a question.
Yeah, and you should have just said in the first place, I'm not going to explain this to you, learn it on your own. And if you wanted to do that, that's totally fine.
So we can get back to something else. So you agree that you're basing your theory that you believe you live on a sphere based on other men's interpretation, right? Of data, of measurements. You've never done anything yourself.
Yeah, sure. I think everybody believes that. I think everybody believes things that they haven't participated in directly or whatever. It's just a fact of life. This is why we have studies and scientists, right? If you want to argue that we can never ever trust any scientist or study or source,
I never said that.
Well, that would be the implications of your position, right? Or maybe you could further explain it to me. Why are you talking about this? Why are you saying that I base my idea off of other men's beliefs? Because sure, I would admit that. He's muted. Had to go, I guess. Unfortunate.
Nice. There's a lot of debates around here, Mason.
A few, yeah. A few. Not much of a debater myself. I just like talking to people.
Okay. Well, do you practice sophistry? Is this sophistry school?
I guess to an extent, sure.
Nice.
Epistemology and all that.
Yeah, I guess so.
Facts of life.
What?
Facts of life.
Yeah.
I love it.
So I was just going to ask, the hydrostatic equilibrium. That's basically a pretty established scientific.
Yeah, I mean, if nobody's going to explain it to me, I have no reason to participate in a conversation about it, right?
Are you
Yeah, no,
familiar
that's
with
fair.
physics?
I'm sorry, with physics, physics in general.
Yeah, I mean hydrostatics. Falls under the physics.
Yeah, maybe some physics, perhaps.
Well, so when you mention scientific consensus, would you disagree with some scientific consensus and agree with other scientific consensus? I mean, where do you draw the line?
It's the implications.
I'm not sure.
I guess. Right?
By the way, I will say I don't base my positions based purely on scientific consensus, but I do think it's a pretty important factor, right? So if there's if there's scientific consensus on an issue, there is
what about
pretty
the
good reason
implications
for me to
of
look
it? What about if the implications of the scientific consensus? What about if that goes against your internal belief?
If it goes against my internal belief, I might just be wrong. I'd have to look into it, right?
You might just be wrong, or the scientific thingy might just be wrong.
Yeah, maybe. Depends.
I mean, either, right? It would require further investigation, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Either way. All right. So, to assume one thing based on somebody else's view or position on one scientific consensus versus another consensus, what grounds or what basis would that be for, I guess, categorizing somebody into something that they obviously and specifically, explicitly don't claim?
Real quick before we move on, you must agree with me that it's totally okay to categorize somebody into something that they don't think they are, right? 100% okay.
It's not bigotry.
I think that's fine. I think it's fine as long as it's not a basis for their argument. As long as they're not relying on
I totally agree.
Straw man or ad hom to further their position. And,
I don't think.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
In a debate room where points are subscribed based on public opinion, I think that's it can get tricky if the majority of people are hearing somebody label somebody as something that they just internally immediately assign as some, you know, low thought level person that has no faculties.
Yeah, so I never said that.
No,
I don't
no,
think
but you
anyone
get what I'm
actually said
saying,
that.
right?
But,
You get what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah, I totally understand. But
So
real
when,
quick,
when somebody's specifically not saying that they are something, and somebody is insisting that they are, and then that person has to constantly defend being accused of being that thing that that person called them, then that really obfuscates from the actual position that both of them are trying to establish in the debate.
yeah, sure, sure. So,
Right. So
yeah,
it's
real quick.
fucking
Yeah,
useless.
I know.
Unless it's
I'm
a
trying to.
tactic
Oh god.
purposely utilized to obscure the whole conversation, right?
1 second. 1 second.
Yeah.
Well, he was clearly put off with you talking so much.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
I
hi, I'm
can't,
back.
you know. Yeah.
Yeah, so one, it's totally okay to prescribe like any position to anyone as long as that like position that you prescribe is like has some sort of base, right? So if I prescribe it like literally any position to someone, as long as there's like a rational reason I prescribed it to them, like that's totally okay, right? And two, I think like for example, if I'm arguing with a Nazi and they keep like repeatedly denying that they're a Nazi like over and over and over, they're the one obfuscating from the arguments, right? Like I've had arguments with people who say like,
who's prescribing this group? It sounds like bigotry to me. Pure bigotry.
what are you talking about? I'm trying to respond to what he said. So yeah, if I'm arguing with a Nazi, right, and they keep like repeatedly like telling me like, hey, wait, hold on. If they keep telling me, hey, like, I'm not, why am I being interrupted? Can I not like explain a point?
Because you're talking about Nazis now.
Yeah, I'm using it as an example, right? You know,
No,
when we
it's not an
when
we're talking about.
it is an example. It's
This
yeah,
is talking about fucking flat Earth. It's not talking about fucking Nazis.
yeah, it's an example, right? So I'm not sure if you like understand when you're arguing with someone, you can use like other examples, right, to explain things. And it's generally what people do to make it easier to understand, right?
Right. So what we're saying is we're definitely not flat earthers, and you say, well, it's just the same as me arguing with a Nazi.
Wait,
What
no, that's not what I
are
said.
you talking about?
Wait, hold on. See, this is what you're
What are
doing
you
now.
talking about Nazis?
Hold on. Jesus Christ, I'm being dogpiled by like 3 different people.
Oh.
Shut up, okay? Just let me speak.
No, it's
One.
Jesus Christ. It's Nazis.
Oh my
Which one are you going to go about? You can't talk about that.
Am I not allowed to speak? Do you want to have an argument with me or not? Do you want me to explain my point or not?
If you don't talk about Nazis,
why? I can talk about whoever I want. I can use whoever I want as
Maybe
an
use
example.
another example. Just use another example.
I know, but like these people are Mobius. Please, you seem like a fairly reasonable person.
Use another
Can we?
example. Period.
Okay, wait. Okay. I'll use another example. Okay, Jesus Christ.
Okay.
All right. Oh God. Imagine I'm arguing with here. Let's say imagine I'm arguing with a conservative, right? Let's just any conservative. Can I use this as an example, right? Am I allowed? Am I going to be like criticized? Is this too much?
I think you can
I
use
want to
your
make
own
sure
judgment.
people's feelings aren't hurt. Okay, before I continue, are we good? All right, seems we're good. Let's say I'm arguing with a conservative, right? Or someone I label as a conservative, and they tell me, you know, here are my basic positions, you know, about basic issues. I think we should restrict immigration. You know, I think we should probably make abortion illegal. You know, I don't know if we should give, you know, I think we should have voter ID for elections. You know, general stuff like that. And then they go, you know, like I'm a leftist, like socialist, right? And I'm like, I don't know about that one, right? Or let's not say socialist because that's an economic term, right? Let's just say like I'm an average American progressive, and I say like, okay, I don't know about that one, right? If like they say that, they're the one obfuscating the arguments by making like a false claim about their positions, right? Because like certain certain labels imply certain things about people, right? So if I say like, okay, you're a flat earther, and you go, yeah, that makes it easier for me to understand your position, right? Or if you go no, and then cite all the arguments that a flat earther would make, well, I don't know if you're a flat earther or not because you've just told me you aren't.
What do you
and then
mean
cited the exact same
all
arguments
of the arguments? We've just said level is a horizontal plane, right?
Yeah, let me clarify let me clarify on that point real quick. So you're saying that if you label somebody as a flat earther and they agree or disagree or whatever, but they argue all the points that a flat earther would argue, in your opinion, then that makes them a flat earther. in your opinion. But if they explicitly say that they're not, and they don't argue anything that you say a flat earther would argue, just the implications in your imagination of what they are actually saying, then that makes it okay for you to call them a flat earther.
Yeah, so the only point here on which
That
we
doesn't-
disagree on,
You say
real quick, the
yeah.
only point here on which we hold on. The only point here on which we disagree on is whether you guys are arguing flat earther points. And if you are, you're flat earthers. If you're not, you're not. Okay, that's all we disagree on, right? Whether I'm gonna say you guys are flat earthers or not, I don't know. I don't really give a shit. I just came in here to argue on whether you could make implications about people based on their positions. And it seemed that you guys disagreed with that. Mobius, if you don't, that's wonderful. And if the other people want to follow his opinion because he seems smart, it's wonderful. That's great. I would advise you to. But yeah, I don't know what we're really arguing about anymore.
So what did you get out of the conversation then?
Genuinely, I didn't really get anything
'Cause
besides that you're
you
really,
said-
really fucking annoying.
You said you came in here.
That was about it.
You said you came in here to work out whether it was okay to make implications of people, and I guess bigotry, to label people and put them in a group
Bigotry?
due to their
Wow.
arguments.
Oh my god. Is it really bigotry? Oh man.
I don't know.
I'm new to this. I didn't know you couldn't label people without being called a bigot, but
Well, you put
I
in
guess you can.
people in a group, right? You're
explore
being
that
the
real quick.
arbiter of putting people in a group, even when they say no, I'm not in that group. You go, yes.
No,
you
it's
fucking
totally
are."
okay to put. It's totally
Let-
okay
let
to
me-
put people
let
in a
me
group. We
explore-
disagreed
let me
on this.
explore what-
Why?
No, we
what
didn't
bigotry
agree on
means.
it.
Hold on a second, Mason.
Oh, Mobius agreed on this. I'm sorry. I understand
Let-
you don't
let
follow
me-
his opinion every time. I just kind of
Wait,
assumed
wait.
you did, since
I
you all
agreed on
followed
what?
him in here to watch him debate.
Wait, I agreed on what?
You agreed with me that you could totally make like implications about people, whether they agree with those implications or not.
You can wait. Say that again. You talk really
You
fast.
can
dude.
you can make certain implications about people and label people as certain things, as Rakia puts it, putting people in a group, and that would be totally like valid. You can totally do that. Whether they agree with being put in that group or not, you can totally do that, and you agreed with me.
Yeah,
Well,
but it's when you
can,
vocalize
but
it
it doesn't.
to somebody.
Yeah, it depends on how you're. I mean,
He,
if
well,
you're
he just said that
trying
was
to
bigotry.
establish- Hold on a second. Let's explore that for a second. All right, but let me just touch on this really quick, and then we'll move on to bigotry and that what that means and stuff, and examples of how that's used. But when you use a categorized term like flat earther or whatever, when you just come into a room and just call people flat earther, then everybody in the room can choose to take that term and form an opinion about that person that's being called a flat earther. And then next thing you know, everything that comes out of
Actually, you're right. Wait, real quick. I'll agree with you. You're right. We shouldn't ever label anyone anything, and labels are completely useless because they have implications. Good job. You've just solved society. Yeah,
Hold
this
on a
is a
second,
really.
dude.
Wait,
Now
this
let's
is a really
talk
dumb.
about
But
the
wait, hold on. I need to explain why you're wrong. You just made a
I
point.
know,
I'll
and you're
respond to
being
the point.
sarcastic.
I am being sarcastic because you're wrong. I'll explain why you're wrong. I'll be less sarcastic, okay? I apologize.
Did he even get to finish
no.
his point before you interrupted
He
him? You
did.
asked about your own.
He finished. He did finish. I didn't interrupt him. He did finish. He finished his sentence. So yeah, basically, the reason why you're wrong about that is what you said.
Not
Maybe you
only
can
can he label you, he can stop you at the end of your sentence and
Mhm.
say you're finished.
I'm sorry, hold on,
without asking.
Mobius. Did I stop you in the middle of you talking? Do you want to continue
Yeah.
talking? Okay, sure, go
You
ahead.
did, and I do, but so Jesus. So the issue with bigotry, now, the reason why I want to bring this up and why it's relevant is because when you say that it's okay to label somebody and it's okay to call them a term like and it's not bigotry. Let's imagine you're somebody of one ethnicity, and then that person, you come into a room and people are against, they have a social opinion about the implications of a certain term that describes that particular group of people. Now you're saying that it's okay to just come into a group of people that you assume are that group of people and call them that group of people, and then
Yeah. So, I'm sorry. Do you want to finish?
no, go ahead. Address
Yeah,
what I've said so far.
Yeah, sure. All right, I'll respond to that. I'll respond to the second point and then the first point because it's kind of necessary. One, you can label people based on observable characteristics. You agree with me. Everyone agrees with me. If you don't, you are like objectively wrong, right? So imagine like a black guy walks in, or let's say imagine a white guy walks into a room, right? And he walks into your room for some reason. He goes, "I'm white." He's very, or I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know what I was originally using. It's a black guy who says he's white, or a white guy who says he's black, right? So this white guy walks in, he says, "I'm black." And you go, "No, dude, like, I don't think you are." And he goes, "Oh, that's bigotry. You're labeling me as a certain ethnicity that I don't self-identify with." Or imagine somebody says something like, "I'm a woman," right? And you say like, "Hey, I don't know if you're a woman. Like, you don't fit the characteristics."
Observable.
Whoa, hey, you know what
Yeah,
else is observable?
I'm not-
Political
I'm not-
positions, Bev.
No, it's false
Yeah, I'm not
equivocation.
talking about. I'm not talking about subjective like feelings or anything here. I'm talking about objectable or.
No, you're not talking about
Objective.
objective reality. You're talking about people's feelings being hurt.
A
Kind
white
of
guy
the
is
opposite.
obviously not a black guy.
Whoa, hey,
I mean,
you
I
can't
don't
just
know,
label.
maybe
Wait,
genetically.
Mobius. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you can't just label him like that. That's bigotry. Like that's not what he identifies as. You can't like label somebody as something they're
bigotry?
not. Wait, yeah, I'm being sarcastic. Okay, I apologize.
Oh, are you?
That's what you guys were saying I was doing,
But
right?
is it,
I can
is
totally.
it bigotry or is it not bigotry? Like
No,
real?
it's not
for
bigotry.
real.
I'm sorry, it's not. You guys are arguing that it's bigotry. Okay, I'll remind you of your position.
How am I arguing that that's bigotry?
Wait, are you not? Wait, what are you arguing? You said we can't label people because it's some form of bigotry. Did you not?
I'm asking you if you're going to be consistent in your position that
I think
labeling
you can.
something one thing is not bigotry and labeling something else is bigotry.
I think you can label people based on observable characteristics as long as you're correct.
Yeah, can you call somebody the N-word and that not be bigotry?
Is the N-word a label?
Yes.
What does the N-word mean? What are categories of people
Well, it
who would
depends
fit
on what the
into
person
N-word?
using it means.
Yeah, so yeah, that if you use it as a label, sure you can label people. I mean, you're probably gonna get beat up, but I mean, you
Do
do
you,
you.
do you
I
use
guess.
it as a derogatory term? Intentionally
Personally, I don't use it.
Intentionally to sway opinion?
Wait, are we comparing flat earther to the N-word? Is that what we're doing right now? Oh
Here we
no!
go, have a look in the debate chat there. You'll see.
I'm comparing a label as being bigotry and a label as being not bigotry. And what's the difference? Where do you draw the line?
Well, labels being bigotry could be like one has observable characteristics, one doesn't, right? So the majority of people don't use N-word, the N-word.
Doesn't
like,
mention characteristics in there. It does mention creed, opinion, practice, ritual.
I have no clue what you're talking about, nor do I care.
Excessive zeal.
Appeal to majority.
Of a party, sect, or opinion.
Unicorn. I'm sorry.
Of the opinions
This is not...
of others.
Oh God, he's still
like.
speaking. Are you done?
Yeah, that was the definition of bigot for you.
All right, wonderful. Great, I guess.
All I know is if a guy walks into a bar and he says he's white and he's black, I wouldn't give a shit. I mean, I would just say whatever, dude.
So real quick, I would ask I would ask you, Mobius. Can you ever label something or someone as something they're not?
As something they're not?
Or as something they are? I'm so sorry.
Well, is your question if I can label something as something that they... Wait.
Can I label a person as something they are, right? So imagine a conservative has all the conservative positions.
How would you want to?
Wait, as something that they are?
Wait, real quick, Buster. I agree. I agree we shouldn't label anybody with anything, but we can't really.
Why
That's
are you
not viable.
arguing that you can do it and it's okay and it's objective?
No, but because that's not viable in our current society. Unless you want to say like, you're a gender abolitionist, a race abolitionist, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would say it's important to label people
as they are. By whose definition? The person. Being
My
labeled or the
definition.
person labeling?
The person labeling.
Mm-hmm.
So it's okay to just label somebody whatever you want to label them as and call them whatever it is that you call them.
If the labels are correct, sure.
And
that's a
you determine if it's correct.
Wait, okay,
That's like
Bev,
definitely
wait,
the
I'm
direct-
trying to wait,
that's the
real quick,
definition
Mobius.
of
I'm
bigot.
so sorry. I need to get you to understand the implications of your position, Bev. If you say that you can't label anybody as anything, one, you're a gender abolitionist. Okay, good on you. Two, you're a race abolitionist. Good on you. Yeah. Well,
Wait,
you just
Mason.
advocated
This
for
is
that.
this debate thing. Go on, keep going, man.
Mason,
This
when
is
he
the
asks
debate
you by
server.
what definition you go by, you should just say you go by the original definition of the word.
What is the original? Who determines what an original definition is? What even is a definition?
Okay.
Who determines
Okay,
which
what it-
definition is correct?
So
Have you ever heard
so
of the Oxford
okay.
Dictionary and how it
Yeah,
was formed?
words.
Wait, hold on. What
words
about the
have
Merriam-Webster dictionary? Why should I believe Oxford Dictionary over Merriam-Webster? Why should I believe Merriam-Webster over dictionary.coms? How do you determine what a true definition is? And how do you
You don't
determine
even
whether
know
you
the
can label
history
people
of
based
how
on that true
definitions
definition?
are derived.
I'm sorry, do that one more. Say that one more time. I didn't
Sophistry
hear a
is
word.
strong.
You don't know how the
Should
the history of definitions are derived. I mean, like
How about
the
this?
extensive.
Definitions are all subjective. We only use definitions objectively
definition-
because it's easier.
Should the definition of bigotry be? I mean, would you say that you need to know the definition of bigotry? I mean,
I'm
if you're
sorry,
being
would
called
I
a
say
bigot, if you're being called a bigot, would it be necessary to know what somebody means by bigot?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you're gonna label somebody, then sure, you would have to know what they mean by that label. But I already explained to you what my label means.
Okay, and if the label bigot is inaccurate, then how would you substantiate that it's inaccurate?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Well, if you're being labeled a bigot, and you would need to know what that means, and somebody gives you a definition out of the dictionary and says that's what it means, would you say it's okay to be labeled a bigot if you disagree with that definition?
It depends, right? So that person can label me a bigot under their definition. And sure, like under their definition, I'm a bigot. If I have a different definition, wonderful. But I would need to explain that definition and why I believe theirs is wrong, right? So if I say like you guys are flat earthers based on my definition, you would need to explain why my definition's wrong. Otherwise, you're just agreeing with my definition, and you agree that.
What
you guys are
about
flat
another
earthers.
derogatory term?
Wait, I'm sorry. Is flat earther a derogatory term?
It can be used as a derogatory term.
Well, yeah, but everything can be used as a derogatory term in the right context. Like if I called someone a conservative in a commie circle at a college, like circle jerk.
Right, so it's not
like
factually correct.
Huh?
Mason, I have a question for you, Mason. Would you agree that the purpose of the invention of words is to communicate with people?
Sure. What relevance
That's
is
what-
this though?
Okay, so wouldn't it serve to? Okay, so there's something called word commandeering. Okay?
If you're about to tell me that we can label that labels are important, like yeah, I agree. This is all like non-important.
Wow.
What? Okay. What? I don't know. what
Let
I'm-
him tell you first.
That's yeah.
before you
Okay.
decide what
So
he's
I'm just
gonna
saying that this whole do you know what word commandeering is? Is what I asked you basically. Do you know what that is?
No, I do not. Explain.
Okay, so it's basically when someone creates a word, and obviously when you create a word, it comes with an inherent definition, and we know that words can have multiple definitions. It's when people create multiple definitions, some of them even being like gender. Gender today, it's like some of the definitions for gender are opposite to some definitions older. It only serves to confuse things. Wouldn't you agree that it would be simply easier to create a new word every time that happens instead of just trying to use a word like gender now is so confusing. Nobody really even can
No,
agree
not
with
really.
what it
Genders
means.
are pretty genders are pretty non-confusing subject. But like I would agree like there are certainly issues with how we determine whether like a word is like definitionally true or not, because like there are different definitions for words that different people use, right? But like to say that we stick to the original definition, how do we even know who determined it originally, right? If a guy says this is my definition, right, and nobody else has come up with one, and then like I find out later that he got it for a friend, should I go ask his friend for the definition so I make sure he didn't like commandeer it? It seems like trying to say that we have to stick to like the quote unquote original definition. Well, how do you even define
Hold
what
on
an
a second.
original
It
definition
would just be
is?
the first original is the first. So the very first
How do you
definition
determine what the first definition is?
in order of appearance. So if
Wait, real quick, I have to make this point. I'm so sorry. Please. I have to make this point. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I have to. So you would argue that definitions, right? One, definitions are,
Put a high
made
pitch
based
up
on.
there. You went up a pitch when you said please, and that was cool.
What?
I like that.
Wait,
yeah.
so you would
Well, it's
argue that
okay.
definition? You would argue that definitions are made based on like how would I put this? Majority opinion, right? So if a majority of people like agree on a
Majority
definition,
opinion.
then that's the true definition. Yeah.
No, not at all. That's word commandeering.
Wait, how do
That's
you
word commandeering.
hold on? How do I determine? Imagine two people come up with a definition at the same time, right? How do you determine whose definition we use, right? They both
Hey,
appear
can I
in the
really
public
quick?
eye
Can I really quick?
at the same time.
Let me address this really quick, okay? 'Cause
That's actually
the
valid because that
definition-
has
hold on a
happened.
second. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Well,
Let me
how do you
just address
determine
this
who's
really quick.
right?
Mason, hold on. Definitions aren't like physical things that can be exchanged between people, right? Definitions are something that has to be agreed upon between the people that are using the words being defined.
I agree.
if
So
there's no
popular opinion
hold on
is
a second.
incredibly important to determine what a definition is. It is almost like the most important thing in determining like what is a true definition because everyone has to agree and use that definition the same way.
Okay,
Like
so,
you're
so
sick.
if we're in a group of people and you and I are discussing a topic, like having a debate, we have to agree on the terms that we're using, right? In order to have a real debate. Because
Yeah,
we
and
can't
we
like
did.
ambiguously change definitions midway through the conversation.
Which I didn't.
No, I'm
But
not saying
that
you
is a
did.
possibility. We shouldn't even allow that to be a possibility at all.
Right. And I asked
totally
you-
agree,
The
and we
majority-
agreed on the
I asked
definitions.
you-
We've
I
already
asked
agreed
you
on
what you
them.
meant. I asked you what you meant by flat earther. You told me, and I said that is definitely not me. I am not what you described as your definition.
Yeah, and
of a flat
wait,
earther.
Mobius, real quick, before you say anything further, I never called you a flat earther. Okay.
You came in here. The first thing
I
you
can't-
said.
You
Wait,
called
was
the
the whole-
room, the whole room,
Wait, hold on.
the whole
I
room.
I came in here and I talked about you guys being flat earthers because the only thing I had heard was from some other people about you guys. Okay. That's literally
I
it. Okay.
see. Somebody had told you we were a room of
That-
flat
that-
earthers, did you?
That
So
sounds
somebody
like you're
somebody
prejudging
labeled
Right,
us.
so you heard a label that was from everybody from somebody else falsely, and then you went with those implications.
Nice.
Yeah.
But
So
somebody else labeled
hey,
it.
real quick.
Do you
Oh my
believe that
god,
label?
how
Came in
stupid
and
can you
accused
be?
us of that label.
Please, I just have to make a point.
Go on, go
yeah,
higher
so
again.
when I
Say
came in-
please, 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 please.
Jesus
He
Christ.
sounds like
Oh
he's
my
about to
God.
piss himself. You can't be serious
All right,
every
we
time
have
you do
like
that, man.
4 people talking at once. Can we?
Y'all are tone policing him, please. Like let the man
Yeah,
actually
can we who is making what point? Okay, because the point I'm trying to make is that one, when I came in here and asked you guys about your positions, you confirmed that like under my definition, like yeah, you're a flat earther. And you just disagreed on the definition, right?
We did not confirm.
Oh my god.
You inferred it.
I inferred it because
We
you guys' positions are in
explicitly
line with
said
wait,
we
real quick,
are not.
Bev, we
Shut
okay,
up.
maybe
Let the guy finish talking. Fuck.
no, because he's not saying anything. He said like
Shut
one
your
sentence.
mouth,
almost.
dude.
Shut the fuck up.
You
No,
sound
you
like a
haven't even
little
talked this whole
fucking
conversation. Shut the
girl.
fuck up. Nobody
You're
cares about
annoying me.
anything you have
Shut
to say.
up,
The
idiot.
only thing you have added to any
Shut the
conversation
fuck
while
up.
being here
Let him
is that we
finish.
sound like little
Shut up.
girls. Shut the fuck
Shut
up.
your mouth. Shut
Nobody.
up.
Shut
your
you
mouth.
sound like the obstinate
Shut your
and
mouth,
unreasonable
girl.
If you want a
attachment.
brigade,
Shut
then we
your
can all
mouth,
brigade, right?
girlfriend.
Oh my god.
None of us are actually going to be able to hear anything if we're just going to start
Yeah, tell him
brigading.
to shut
Surely,
his fucking mouth when somebody
hold
else
on.
is speaking.
Montreal,
I'm sorry.
surely you're above this level of pettery, right?
I am,
We
but
can
he's
just
getting
reduce-
on my nerves.
Yeah,
Tell
but you're
him
not
to
above
shut
the
his
level of
mouth
pettery then.
while other people speak, please.
You're not above that level of pettery then. If you're actually one to try to brigade a conversation, shame on you.
Oh, come on with
I
your
haven't spoken for the
sophistry,
past
man.
hour. This guy is
No.
getting on my nerves.
Can we
Neither
keep it
have
that
I.
way? Holy shit, dude. No, you're adding nothing of significance to this conversation.
Okay, all right. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Let's keep going.
Okay, yeah, please. Okay, what I'm trying to make is that Ed Freeze actually just said it literally perfectly. Is that I have a different definition of what a flat Earth is. Your guys under my definition and the generally understood definition for society, you guys are flat earthers, right? You agree with this? You made points that flat earthers make.
No, we
No,
didn't.
we did
you
not.
idiot. No,
Yes,
we
you
didn't.
did. Wait,
No, we
hold
didn't.
on. By the way, Montreal, you didn't make any points because you haven't spoken or
All right,
added.
Mason.
Hold on, you haven't even added anything to this conversation. Oh my god.
No,
shut the
we
fuck up.
didn't. No, we
Okay,
didn't.
Yo,
all right, thank you.
what's a flat earther?
Yeah.
Just, what's
See, I
a
can
flat
do
earther?
that too,
Can you just
dude.
tell me? I
Behave
don't know what a
like
flat
an
earth is.
adult.
I'm sorry. Can you let Crocodile speak because he probably has something of significance to say.
Yeah, what's a flat earther? Just tell me real quick. What's a flat earther?
A flat
You,
earther
Mason.
is somebody who believes that the Earth is of a horizontal or level plane.
It's like a disc shape?
Sure, yeah. I mean, that would
Okay.
apply. Yeah.
Yeah, we said
Yeah,
that.
and then
I
I
don't see anything wrong
I
with
don't
that.
think it's a disc, right?
What do you think it is,
Okay,
Bev?
fine. It's just,
I
yeah.
don't know. I've never been to the extremities, right?
Bev,
Okay,
what do you
so-
think the Earth's shape is?
So for the most part, it's 180 degrees like that.
Wait, I'm asking him a
It's
question.
flat
Right?
of shape. It's flat of shape.
180 degrees of what?
Wait, oh my god, that's actually really pathetic that you have to reduce my argument to, is flat a shape? Is it
Well, you're wanting to
flat?
label people, then you
It's
ask what the
not
shape
fucking
is.
flat, man.
Well, yeah,
Stop
I
being
agree.
so childish.
So isn't it a pathetic argument to label
the-
somebody a flat earther so that you can then argue that they're a flat earther and not what they're trying to argue?
Yeah.
Your entire argument.
That's bad,
I'm
isn't
not
it?
sure. I'm not. Wait, real quick. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
Okay.
somebody posted a
Oh my god! Wait,
Dr.
can I not?
Dave or
Can I not
Professor
respond to his
Dave
point?
video earlier.
This
Bro,
is the
you've been-
debate style, Mason. Like
This is
what they
actually the
do.
most pathetic shit I've ever heard in my life, and really weird.
Dude, you are the most gamma male I've ever heard
Shut
in my
the
life.
fuck up, Montreal.
You're making
Nobody
me
gives a
sick. I
fuck.
want to puke. Really?
Wonderful. Get off the call and do it. Leave the server and do it, please. Oh my god, Flat Earth Egypt just joined. I'm sure.
Oh
he's one of
my
your
God!
good
You
friends.
remind me of a valley girl. Are you a valley
Wow.
girl?
Hey, hold on.
What
I
the
have
fuck?
something of
What?
substance to
What kind of insult is this? Oh my
say.
god.
Mason.
Yeah.
Mason,
Oh
would
my
you allow me to talk?
God!
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Talk like
keep
a
going.
man.
Okay, so when we're talking about definitions, right, it's incredibly important to notice that the substance of different words can be different. They represent different things. That's what language is. At its core, language represents concepts and understandings about the
Why
real
are you
world.
talking different than you did before? Why are you talking in a different voice?
You might be tired.
Because I'm trying to get the point across. So now,
It's just
Wait.
a cadence, right? Why are you doing that?
no, because right
Doesn't
now,
really
This is not
matter.
how you
what
talk.
you're engaging in, you're
Flat.
literally talking over me when I said I had
strange.
something important to say.
It's trained
So-
itself to do that.
It's very
Mountains and valleys and God knows what else. And
When we are discussing one singular
it's
definition,
still got
Oh,
mountains
come on,
and valleys.
dude. That's
are
creepy as
few different
fuck,
wait.
dude.
Can you stop tone
That's
policing and
cringe,
actually
the
listen
city,
to
man.
what
You guys are
I
weirdos.
have to say?
I'm talking about
Remember when you guys got mad because I kept interrupting you? Let him
Oh, that's a good
Yeah.
appeal.
It's like,
So when we're discussing the contents of words, sometimes a word is defined via its contextual use.
I feel like I'm getting
Sometimes it's
Earth
defined via
is
its
mountains
compound
and valleys.
representations. And when
So
Mason,
therefore, it is
had-
not flat.
wait on, when
It is flat.
Mason used
So
the word,
stop talking. Please
No,
stop
I'm not
talking.
done. When Mason
Is Kim
used,
Coin agreeing with
Stop
what I
talking.
say? It's about
Jesus
context.
Christ.
wait,
Flat can mean orientation or surface
can you let me finish
characteristics.
so you can figure that out for yourself, please? Okay. So
You're too
You
when
should
slow, bro.
stop
They're
talking
cutting you
hours
off.
ago because you know mountains and valleys
I'm not going to
are
stop
on
until you
the
actually let
plane.
me finish, okay? So it's like this. The definition he provided was a compound definition.
The
which was
definition
one
you're
in which
providing is absolute bollocks. So shut
I haven't provided a definition yet, so shut your mouth.
Shut up.
The definition he provided
Shut
was a
up because
compound
you're
definition.
bollocks.
The definition he provided was a compound definition, one in which there's multiple
The
parts
compound
that
definition you're
together.
talking is absolute shite. So shut up.
I'm just going to lower your volume a bit so you're not so loud as me.
Oh,
losing
you
my
can shut. You
I
can
thought that was
lower
against
my
the server
volume
rule. I thought
whatever
that was
you
against the
like.
rules.
No, it's not.
I'll turn you
Because
up.
it's not causing interruptions.
Shut it up.
He's
You
interrupting. So
lumpy
the main
dipshit.
point is it's a compound definition, at which point the definition itself is made up of multiple parts.
Definition of what?
It-
As
a
QE
flat
would
Earth,
say, you numpty
right?
fucking
Definition
bastard.
of flat Earth. What?
Wait.
Shit, I'll
When
have a
he's
look at that.
arguing
See what it
that the-
says. Is it which dictionary is it in?
You're literally dictionary.
I'll do the
You can just
etymology.
stick to the word flat.
Wait,
Don't
when
get Earth
Mason,
into it. Just
I'm talking
deal with
about
the word
Mason's
flat.
definition. You cannot look up Mason's definition in the dictionary because it's Mason's definition.
I've got
So
flat.
Mason's
So it's
definition.
Mason's definition. There
No,
we
hold on.
go.
Mason's
Happy
definition
days,
was
you
a compound
fucking numpty.
definition which was comparing
Because at the end of the
similar
day, you are
arguments
talking
made
about
by
absolute
Are you a Mason?
bollocks.
it
Are
is.
you
Wait, okay. If we're gonna talk about my definition,
in-
maybe we should talk about my definition, okay?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Nobody
But your
agrees
definition,
with.
Mason.
So my
I know that
definition.
your definition was comparing
Mason's
arguments
definition is
between what
is saying
typically
we are
self-identified
talk
flat
about
earthers use,
all
and what
the
arguments these people are
time.
using, and whether or not they
Is
think
this
the
a
Earth is
debate?
flat or not,
What did I
don't
walk
know,
and
it's a
actually
monologue, I
consider
think.
them to be similar to flat earthers.
Yeah, what the hell's going on?
You check out the etymology of flat and earth if you want in the dictionary, the etymology dictionary. Have a
Right,
look at that.
but that's not the definition we're operating with, is it?
Yeah, it is. That's what
Wait,
we're
hold
after.
on,
Yeah,
can
yeah.
I ask
Flat and
you,
earth.
Bev?
That's what you said.
Bev,
No.
You wanted
Can I
the
How do
old school.
we turn
What's up
this
with that?
into a debate?
So real
How
quick,
do we turn this
definitions. Okay, I'm gonna
They
steel
won't
man your
debate
point the
anything
best I
flat
can.
earth Egypt.
I'm gonna steel man your point the best I can, and you tell me if
They'll lose
anything in
the
here is
points.
wrong. Okay, I'm asking you to clarify.
Don't want to lose
Point
any
one.
points.
Point one. People cannot use definitions contextually ever in any way. Point two. All definitions, whether societally understood or in the dictionary.
It's the server rules.
What is the server? What are you talking about?
What your points that you're making?
Well, yeah. What do you exactly?
I'm asking you a question.
You said you're
Do
making
you know
points.
what an axiom is?
Yes.
Well, how does
Do you know what an
axioms
axiom
have anything to
is?
do with what we're talking about?
We're talking about definitions, so axioms come into play.
What?
Do you know what an
How?
axiom is?
I know
you
what an
can't talk
axiom
about
is. Wait,
things.
I know what an yeah, sure. I know what an axiom is. How does this have any significance to what we're talking about?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. We've gone off in a tangent somewhere.
We were talking about my definition for flat Earth, right? And you guys disagreed with
And
it.
I
because
went
you
to
said
the
Earth has to
etymology,
be-
a dictionary, and it gave me the etymology of flat and earth.
Why don't you look up on Urban Dictionary the definition of flat Earth?
Look
Why
up
is
the
that,
Urban Dictionary, dude. Oh my
Unironically,
god!
why
Is that this debate server rules?
That's not exactly an urban word.
wait,
It's
oh my
like
god, I can't even finish
it's kind of a lot older than you
people
think.
are so dumb.
Flat Earth
Okay, I'm
has
sorry,
been around
please,
for a long
please.
time.
Please shut the fuck up. Hold on. I just need to ask
Please,
a question.
please.
Wait, please shut the fuck up.
Say
Hold
please
on.
again. Say please again.
Oh my god. Please, just let me speak. Why is this so hard for you?
me with a spoon.
Hey Mason, I made you a favor.
It's now silent. What?
Whoa. Yeah, I heard someone begging for people to be quiet, and then they went quiet. So.
Wow, dude.
Ooh.
Isn't it Mason's turn to
There's
talk?
muting happening.
Nobody can fucking hear anybody. What the fuck's going on? Fucking hell. What the fuck is going on? What are you fucking talking about? The debate system's me. I never fucking said anything. Fucking hell. Who set a topic? Fucking hell. Fucking hell, this is crazy. What the fuck? man. Fucking hell. Side of what, you fucking cock?
I figured this shit out.
Fucking hell.
Now I have to wait. For all honesty, I don't know what I'm against, but I'm against. Whatever. I just want to debate. Ed.
Yo, what's up?
What up, man? What are you guys doing here? It's so weird. Seeing the flat earth community in here.
Well, I saw Beth and his followers in here, so, you know. He's in here trying to tell us he's not a flat earther, but you know how it goes. The only
Yeah, I
difference
already had
between
this
him
talk.
yeah, well,
and,
you know.
I proved his assumptions wrong. I showed him that flat in
What do you mean?
context can be used synonymously with horizontal and level. And I think he understood what I was trying to get, but he
Yeah,
still
well,
rejected it.
that's fine, but then you're saying Beth is a flat earther, which he is. The only
Yeah.
difference between him and flat earthers is, you know,
It's fine that
alright,
he doesn't
well,
want to use
you
the.
agree that, yeah.
Yeah. The fact that he
All
doesn't
right,
want
well
to
then
use the
we can't
term.
debate because we both agree with. Even
Well,
though
I,
you
gue-
said
I guess
against.
I'm against. Yeah, against Bev. I guess. Are you against or for it? Because the topic was unclear for me.
All right. Well, the topic is basically you agree with the topic. You're for the topic.
Okay. I took the wrong stance.
Yeah.
Do I have to change it? Can I change it? I'm just glad I'm unmuted. So. Yeah, I guess I lost.
Do we all need to type conclude?
I don't even know what that means. How do I conclude the debate?
$conclude.
Okay. Come back, Ed. I need someone to talk to. $sign debate. Once you give your position.
Am I in?
Hey, Bev.
Fucking check that out.
Hard work, yeah?
Mm.
Oh, man.
Who else is coming in? Or is that it? Just me and you?
I thought I already won that debate. The whole flat thing.
What? Oh, no. That looks like you've started another one, or somebody else started another one.
No, I mean, what was it? Sunday night? When we had the discussion? Over at your server?
Yeah. You had a misunderstanding that flat is orientation. It's not. The
It's
Earth
not a
is not
misunderstanding.
flat.
It's a definition. It's one of the definitions of flat. It can be used either to describe a surface characteristic or an orientation. These are two definitions of the word flat. It's synonymous with horizontal and level. So it is used as an orientation. According to what?
Well, you can have a vertical flat, can't you?
Yeah.
It's not an
then
orientation
you're using it
marker.
in the then you're using it as a surface characteristic.
It's always just a surface characteristic. That's what flat is. It's a surface characteristic.
That's where the decree. No, it's also an orientation.
It's not.
And synonymous with it is.
It can be orientated horizontal. Can also be
a surface can
orientated
be
vertical.
Yeah, I agree. But the word flat can be used in of itself as an orientation, synonymous with horizontal and level. Yes.
No, because that would mean,
according to, at least to a dictionary,
that would mean that something being flat would mean horizontal, right?
Something being a surface characteristic.
Yeah.
When you say something, well you're conflating.
I'm just trying to work out, right? When you say the Earth, do you mean the land, the ground?
Yes.
Right. So mountains and valleys would be part of that, would they?
They are level, yes. Mountains are level.
Mountains and valleys are not level. They are mountains and valleys. They have different elevations.
They sit on a level surface. Yes, but mean sea level. Yeah.
Yeah, level is horizontal. You'll not get a problem with that. But the Earth is not flat.
Well, as when I say the Earth, I'm talking about the whole thing, right? The water, the mountains, everything sits on sea level, which is horizontal, which is flat.
Sea level is a datum. A mean sea level is a datum.
Well, yeah, when you take things as a whole, you usually use a datum, right? Like
Well, no,
we're
it's
going
just
to
a
talk about
datum is a
the
datum
Earth.
point. It's just a point, a marker.
I need a reference point to reference the whole thing to, if I'm going to talk about the whole thing, like the
Well, it's
Earth.
normally individual countries you talk about mean sea level. They will have their own. And landlocked ones will have to argue with which borders they're going to reference off, whoever they're going to reference theirs off.
Really? I thought mean sea level was the same all over. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah? Have you never checked?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't make the mountains and valleys flat, does it?
Oh, well, again, in what context? As a surface
It means
characteristic?
like, yeah, it's not flat.
That was a question. A surface characteristic or an orientation?
Well, what do you mean by orientation?
I mean, is it vertical? Is it horizontal? Is it
there would
Is
be
it level?
vertical bits of mountains, yeah. They could, like the faces of the rocks that people climb up. That could be classed as vertical, right? So would that be that flat? That
in of
orientation
itself?
is that the orientation you're
Yeah, I
talking
mean-
about, though?
Well, no. I'm talking about, like, if we're talking about a whole mountain, right? Is that mountain sitting level, horizontal, or is it sitting at a?
Well, you do realize
like-
you just use level and horizontal there.
Yeah, synonymous with flat.
Yeah, but they're the orientations, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, flat.
Exactly.
You didn't mention
Oh,
flat.
because
flat isn't the orientation, that's the surface
well,
characteristic.
that was the subject at hand, so I didn't need to mention it because I already said it's synonymous with horizontal and level, and I'm
Right,
speaking your
okay.
language because I know you like level and horizontal, not so much flat. So
Well,
maybe
no.
that's why I'm doing it.
I don't mind them. It's the Earth part, right? Level is horizontal, definitely. But here's the bad statement that you think. The Earth isn't flat. It's just literally
I'm not alone in this. I can pull up
flat.
any dictionary that would actually define flat synonymous with horizontal and level. It's not me.
It's just a dictionary definition of a describing word to help you understand mentally what flat is. It's a two-dimensional representation in reality of that surface, isn't it? But it being in
Well, yeah,
reality,
orientation.
it's three-dimensional. No, it could be anything. Like a window pane of glass is flat.
Its surface is flat, but whether its orientation is flat is another question.
It's vertical, it's orientation. But if you lie it down on the floor, is it flat? Still? But is that X flat? Is that flat? It's like flat squared when you lie it down. But if you stand it up, it's just flat.
Well, you
vertical
wouldn't
flat.
use the word flat when you're describing a surface characteristic and an orientation in the same sentence. You wouldn't use the same word. You would use a flat surface being horizontal, for example.
But you would
that
need
would be
another
a good use of
describer.
language. Yeah, that's how language works. I mean, if a definition has more than one meaning, you wouldn't use the same word to describe these two meanings in the same sentence. That doesn't make any sense, does it?
Yeah, because then you
It would
could
confuse
contradict
people.
yourself, couldn't you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You would.
Well, does that not tell you that it's not an orientation?
No, no, it doesn't. It just tells me that I shouldn't use it in the same sentence with two
Like
different
something
contexts.
being flat and not flat at the same time.
Flat and exactly. That makes it sound stupid. I agree.
Yeah, like a window, right? A window would be flat and not flat.
It can be.
Yeah. That'd be a good way to describe the windows, wouldn't it?
It's a problem with your English language. I mean, it's not mine. It's my second language. So take it up with your English buddies.
Well, see, the tool that establishes the horizontal plane is called a level, right? And with that level, you measure elevation changes of the land, the Earth.
Yeah, but what if that tool was called flat?
No, the
What if
tool's
that
called
tool was called
a level.
flat? Yeah, but what if? I mean, it's language. They could have picked the word flat. Would you have been debating it?
But the elevation changes of the land would negate it being flat. Therefore, the Earth would still not be flat. I think you're stuck on an orientation of a word that I personally don't think it has an orientation. It's just a surface characteristic, a visual surface characteristic.
Maybe. I mean, Arabic is my first language, so the word for it is different. It is synonymous with level, and it can be just like the English language can be used to describe a surface characteristic, but it's mainly used as meaning level, but it can also describe a surface characteristic, just like in the English language, flat. It's called musattah.
See, I would say that if a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, then that horizontal plane is so called a horizontal plane because it's like conceptual, right? It doesn't all have to be there, whereas flat implies that the surface is a solid surface. It's a real thing. It's been objectified. It's that two-dimensional surface objectified into a real thing. Well, a level isn't that. And horizontal, again, conceptual, it's a perpendicular to vertical. It's like a mathematical term. Again, but I mean, in reality, the horizontal and the vertical come from reality. And the level is the tool that establishes that horizontal plane.
Wait, I'm confused. From reality or conceptual? Because you just said it's conceptual.
Horizontal, yeah, the geometrical term, two-dimensional, and horizontal and vertical. If you take it geometrically and the concepts of it, then it's geometrical terms. But the realization of that conception is a plumb bob and a level. They are real things. They're objectified. That is the vertical and horizontal objectified.
They are real things that you use to conceptualize horizontal or plumb or vertical, whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and
it's still conceptual though.
A flat would be a realistic objectified surface of two dimensions in reality, right? The flat is that real, like you can't ever really get flat in reality because you can measure it, right? There's a deviation, there's a change.
Well,
so it's a
let's
visual
even take that.
characteristic.
Let's use the surface characteristic bit, right? Because Gio was talking about this the other day. Like a surface, is it really flat? Like it depends on your perspective, right? If you zoom in on like, let's say a table, it'll have ridges, right? The same with, I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson has been saying that about the globe, but if we just take the surface, that like a cue ball, right? Did he compare it to a cue ball or a bowling ball? I don't remember. But if you run your hand or your fingers along that cue ball, it'll be actually smoother than a cue ball, the Earth, that if scaled down to that size. Like if you compare, let's say, Mount Everest to Mariana Trench.
Did you say?
Yeah, the so-called globe. No, I don't do that. But if you did,
oh, you just
right,
want me to visualize
in comparison.
Like
yeah. Like
why?
In comparison to the whole thing, right?
We're
like
a
Mount
flat
Everest.
Why do you want me to do that?
No, not necessarily a globe. I said just a surface, even if you do
A
that
cue
like
ball.
a. Well, imagine that the surface of the cue ball is just flat. It's the same thing. Scale
What?
it down to the same size.
No.
Scale the Earth, the whole
That's
thing.
a three-dimensional surface. That can't be flat. Flat's a
Well,
conceptualization of a two-dimensional.
Well, you just contradicted. You just contradicted yourself by saying a three-dimensional surface, correct? Because a surface, in of itself, is two-dimensional, correct?
No.
No?
Who's told you that?
It's not.
No, not.
How's a surface three-dimensional?
Because it's the surface of a sphere, cue ball, in reality, is a three-dimensional object that is obviously bounded by the surface, which must be three-dimensional. I mean, dude, how can the surface of the ball, the sphere, not be 3D if the actual sphere is 3D? I mean, what? Like, where did you get the idea it could be 2D? A 2D is a flat surface, right?
Does
It's
2D
a plane.
mean flat?
A plane, yeah, two-dimension is a plane, to me. Is it not to you?
Well, yeah. Again, I'm just thinking of the surface rather than the object itself, right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, that's
But the
why I
fact
say it's
is-
not flat. Because it's not a 2D. It has elevations, which makes it three-dimensional.
Well, I agree. As a surface characteristic, the word flat doesn't jive with the Earth.
Okay,
However,
so then all
as
we
an
have left is the
orientation,
orientation.
exactly, which you disagree with.
Which
I don't
leaves
know
the
on what
contradiction.
grounds. No.
Mhm.
You just disagree with it without any evidence because
That
the
flat-
word is
That
defined
flat
as
surface is not flat. Pointing to a window. Or my TV.
that's a conflation. See,
No, that's
you're
your
conflating
orientation.
with
Yeah, that's
well,
your.
the
You said it's an
orientation.
orientation.
If you're who said
You.
the English language?
No, you. No.
No,
Wait
not
a
me.
minute. Wait a minute. Like,
Again,
what we said is
English is my second language.
Yeah. Okay. We've just agreed
So it's
that
not me.
the surface characteristics of something may not be flat. Right? We've agreed on that.
Yeah,
So the
we already
only
agreed
thing,
on that the other day.
Yeah. So the only thing we have left really is the orientation.
orientation.
Point. Right now,
Correct.
I said,
Correct. And that's
that
my whole
leaves
argument.
you in the position that when I can say that flat surface is not flat, based
Is flat
conceptually
orientation.
around your orientation, right?
No. It
Yeah.
is flat
I say
according to
that
orientation. If
flat.
it's
Yeah, no. If I'm
horizontal,
pointing to a window, that flat surface is not flat.
correct. Yeah, I agree with that statement.
Well, that
Do you?
sounds slightly contradictory to me, and that's why I wouldn't go with the orientation.
But you've
part
used
either.
the word in two contexts, so it does sound contradictory. But in actuality, and in the use of language and context, it is not contradictory. Just because the word can mean two things, and then you use these two things in the same sentence, which doesn't make any sense. Nobody would do that, but you're doing it right now to make it
that's
sound
because
stupid.
it's not an
But
orientation.
what you're doing is a conflation. You're grouping surface characteristics with orientation, two different things.
When has flat ever been described as an orientation?
It has. Pick up a
only ever
dictionary.
heard it the other day,
Pick up a
dude.
pick up a dictionary. It'll define it.
The
Exactly that.
determination or relative position of something or someone. Is flat a position or something
Orientation.
or someone?
Is the orientation. It's synonymous with horizontal and level.
It's just a descriptive word. After you level something, it's horizontal. I mean, flat's not even. I mean, it's just a descriptive word of something you've done.
It's the same way with
something
the
I've
plumb
done?
bob. Like Bev said, if you plumb
Flat is not a
something,
verb. You can
if you plumb
flatten
something,
something.
well, it's just like he said before. If you got a window pane, it's going to be vertical.
The etymology dictionary's only got orientation going back to 1839, and it's just an arrangement to face east or specific direction. I'll give you the link if you want, but there's no flat. Oh. Message could not be delivered. Have I been kicked out? Wow.
From the other side would say a straight line curves. How would you be able to argue with them? And you agreed with that, like, or not agree with it, but
I
said
didn't
that you get a point.
actually. I remember specifically saying that's not what I'm doing. I'm not saying a straight line is curved. That's completely different.
But when you
I
say
remember saying that
mountains and
exactly.
valleys are flat, how would you ever have a premise to work off, or how would you ever have somewhere to stand on to argue against somebody that's saying a straight line curves when you say mountains and valleys are flat?
Inevitably, what we're arguing here is definition of words. Nothing more.
Well, you wouldn't think definitions are important.
Semantics, but like
Words
dare
have
I
meaning.
say it's semantics? Yeah, exactly. So that's what we're actually doing here, which I wouldn't like for us to be doing. I mean, we're what I would say in the same camp, but I don't know if you would say the same. But yeah, I wouldn't like to be doing this, but I mean, I held your same position until it was pointed out to me, and I changed my mind. I was humble enough to do so. I guess it's up to you to do the same or not.
Nah, I never wanted to be called a flat earther.
Is it the label?
Yeah, labels, and then once you join a group and you take on that moniker, I mean, hey man, that's on you if you want to do that. Fair enough.
No, it's on people who group people together and stereotype. Like if I'm labeled a flat earther, then I'm stupid. That's up to the person making that assumption. But I have no
but
problem
you took on the
calling
moniker.
myself. That's fine for me. I wear it proudly. I'm a flat earther. Yeah.
But it's not flat.
I mean, give me a better word.
It has to be.
You have to have a word. Well, but what about reality?
I'm about to describe my position in 2 words. Give me the best 2 words to describe my position. I believe the Earth is flat, horizontal, and level. What would you use to describe that position?
In reality.
Misunderstanding. Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. Because in reality, if you set a level down just about anywhere, 99% of the time it's not level.
What do you understand when I say Earth?
Dirt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not what I'm trying to say with the word Earth.
I can't see what are you saying Big E? Because I've never seen Big E.
I'm trying to say the world by saying Earth. The world is flat. The universe is flat.
My soda's flat.
I think the universe may have been logos, not flat.
One word.
Logos. Is that word?
Yeah.
How's that? How's the universe a word? Or the word? How does that work?
Isn't that what uni 1 verse is?
Is it like God's word? He spoke it and it was.
So no, what is it to you? You just said it was flat.
Well, that's my perspective, and as a human being, trying to describe the physicality of the world I live in. Using language to describe it.
Nice one.
I think these are
Buster.
the best fitting words. Flat Earth.
Don't have a big E. It's just dirt, stuff you plant crops in. Grass grows out of it.
Well, again, yeah, the use of language, man. You can use Earth to mean dirt. You can use Earth to mean a globe, if you wanted to.
Yeah, I don't.
But me neither. I use it to describe it as flat.
Not flat.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with like the disagreement. We can disagree. That's fine.
Yeah.
I hope you don't hate me for it.
No, man.
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I take a little bit
cool.
different stance than Bev has. You know, for myself, when it came to getting into this arena and topic, and I got good advice. You know, you start joining groups and taking on names, and you're stuck with that. And if you're fine with that, hey, fair on you. That's just my stance on it. It has been since I got into it.
Yeah, well, I would say, me personally, I'm not a figure or anything like Bev. Like, he probably gets way more shit than I do. I've gotten my fair of it all the time. I get made fun of. I get called names, whatever. Should have kids. Whatever the fuck. You know how it goes. But, yeah, I'm sure someone like Bev, who is a name in the community, has gotten way more shit. And yeah, I respect that. So if this were a debate, who won?
I don't know.
I don't know. Did you get brownie points for it?
I think
Did
all
I
the
get
points
minus
get given
brownie?
by the other guys out there. Depends how many.
I might have got minus brownie points.
Yeah, I'll be getting the big bucks. Come on, Bev. Come on. This is one of the worst debating systems I've ever seen, ever. Like, and I've been to Gem Pandas this year. It's just come round to the Discord server and have a chat, man. Fucking hell.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we are on a tour of, this place or whatever, but there's nobody in here. Just us lot.
Oh, they got mad. They got mad instead of, yeah.
Yeah, I've literally been here for a long time,
like what?
At least
What are we
a
meant
year.
to do?
But I've never ever had a debate because of all the workings you have to do, to get there.
Oh, dude, there is no debate. That's what I mean. Like, you just need to sharpen your skills and all of that. But in the end, you'll find out the people you're discussing with will, like they've been tonight. They just make shit up. Literally, you don't have to deal with flat ever. You don't never have to say flat. They'll tell you you're a flat earther and get triggered the shit for you just talking about reality. It's mental. Nobody
Learned
knows
since I've
anything
been
about it.
hanging around this group of guys is that I've learned practical things. Like there's been tools I've put in my use working every day that, you know, like especially like at the water level and things, it's been real life, like reality. And that water level, it establishes a horizontal that you can measure elevation changes in the dirt, and it's always different. You know, I mean, it's just like little things like that, you know. But
Yep. 100%, man.
Who won? Where do we see
I mean,
the
I
league table?
I get what you're saying.
I don't care that you take on the name Flat Earth. Like Rob comes around, he still calls himself Flat Earther. It's no big deal. It's whatever.
It doesn't make any difference to us at all. Doesn't make any difference. But as you see, the ballers will have a two-dimensional surface of that ball. They have that, which is a ridiculous idea. But they have to have that. They're forced into the same thing. Their model dictates.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
They don't even debate you. They make you a flat earther, then debate that.
Mm-hmm. And as you've seen tonight, they have so much disdain for flat earthers that they will literally resort to the finest A-grade sophistry to win an argument because they know they can. It's mad.
Do you blame them though? I've been waiting to talk this whole time because I was server muted, and I'm here now.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I guess the party can start.
Yeah, let's go. What have you been waiting to talk about?
Alright, so when you shave your pubes, are you supposed to bleed or did I just do it wrong?
Intelligent.
No, this is a serious question. This is a serious
from
question.
Gem Pandas? You from Gem Pandas?
Wrong debate room.
Well, I done asked it over in the other two, and one of them is just listening to some random American music, and the other one are talking about like racism and white people and black people getting shot. So I needed some advice from like some older.
Yeah, we're
people.
talking about flat Earth.
Flat Earth. I don't think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, no, neither do
Yeah?
we.
I think it's pretty
he's the only one really. Anyway, do you want to take?
Well, that's a bit sad then, innit? If you're over 12 and you still think the Earth's flat, I mean, you just gotta accept that you're not the brightest in life, and that's okay. It's okay.
So tell us more. Like,
if you
said round.
Well, I don't know, dude. Because if you look at the Earth, it looks pretty round to me, and I don't.
When did you look at it?
He might be 30.
When did you look at it?
Steady on, guys.
Well,
Steady
just
on.
search it up. Just search it up.
This
Just
might be a
image
child.
of the Earth, and it's round right there.
Yeah.
I am a child.
When you say look at it, well, where do you look at it from?
Well, just on Google,
Where
just
do you
search
look?
up just satellite footage of the Earth, and it's pretty round.
Google
Do you
unicorns.
really?
Google
Do you
Santa
really
Claus.
want to be
Hey, I got a
You
question.
really want to be
for Crazy
trusting?
Foot.
Should we trust a guy that can't shave his pubes without bleeding?
Yes.
I wouldn't.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying, bro.
Look, we all have to learn. We all have to
humble.
learn at some point. You used to bleed when you were. a
Yeah,
kid.
I think everyone in here learned already not to bleed. You're the only
I
one.
didn't need to go
okay,
into
you
a
learned not to bleed, but you still didn't learn that the Earth is round. You still didn't learn that. How about that?
Hey, I'll tell you
How about
what.
that?
Every time I've cut myself
Which comes
bleeding,
first?
anytime I've ever cut myself, I get some super glue. There you go. There's some advice.
You sound very wise.
Yep, there you go.
Very, very wise old man.
Super
Not
glue.
old in a
That's a
bad
good
way,
tip.
just old in the way that old people are.
Why are you shaving your pubes?
Super glue cut.
Who the hell is
What do you
shaving
mean,
their
why?
pubes?
Well, because I don't want just a bush down there, fam. What if I get caught on fire and everything goes flammable?
What is wrong with you? Why are you shaving your pubes?
You have
he's a
that.
child.
Don't look at me like I'm the
Aesthetics.
weird one. Do not look at me like I'm the
Aesthetics.
weird one, and this guy's over here talking about why you're not supposed to shave your pubes. What? When did you think that the Earth is flat? I'm sorry. How am I at all the weird one?
Why are you shaving your pubes?
Look, Mike.
What
Mike,
the fuck?
Bro, when you trim,
Not
when
right
you
now.
cut the
Not right
bushes,
now.
when you
Just before.
when you cut the bushes, the tree looks bigger.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I caught my football on a tree today. I kicked it and it went in the tree and it got popped on a thorn.
Bro,
It
can
just-
you do anything right? Like,
and I'm in the server, okay?
Bro,
so
you
I
think
just came here just for some guidance, okay? I just wanted to
you-
talk to some older people.
No,
You're
this
kicking
is
footballs
this is
and
debate.
you
This
sound
is
mad.
debate. Watch what's going on here, guys. What do you mean? You normally come
I
to a
don't know.
debate
Do
service
you guys,
for
like, have
advice, do
kids?
you?
'Cause I think
It's in the
if we're
rules.
being
You're not
honest, bro,
supposed
I
to
think I'm
talk
the
about
same
that
age as
stuff.
your guys.
There. It looks like we've finished. Hopefully.
Yeah, let's go.
Right.
All right, thanks.
wanna
You
come
guys have
over
a
next level,
Bye.
Egypt.
See
If
ya.
you want to come over, we'll
You guys
carry on
have a
this
great
on.
day. You guys have a great day.
Wow, that was a little bit strange.
Holy cow!
that was the weirdest shit I've ever been involved in.
That was like some 24/7 shit right there.
Strange.
bro, he was like, "Why are there so many people in this room?"
Yeah.
They said that like
Honestly,
a bunch of times.
this was the first time I've ever seen that server so full.
That was so good.
Yeah. That's what we've been doing. We've been doing that we went to Ranties, we went to Blues.
Server hopping.
Yeah, man, we absolutely wreck every time we go anywhere, and we have a fucking laugh.
That sounds like fun. That's awesome.
We're going to have to set up a team, right, Mobius? Next time we go in, set a debate team, and then whoever just gives advice to the person that's debating, throw it in that thing, and set little challenges. It's like we'd be able to start the shit like, say this word, just put it in there. Like, make a word up. Go on. Give you points out of 10.
I mean, if we wanted to, we could hypothetically like totally rig that whole system and just like boost each other's points like crazy.
Brownie point.
And end up
Those are
like
brownie
taking it
points.
over.
Come on, man.
It's crazy. That's the flaw in that fucking. It's weird.
What was funny was when we first went in there, they didn't want to do that because they didn't want to risk their points, and everybody started making fun of it. Well, then they all left through the debate. What's the topic? They threw the topic in there. And was like, good luck figuring it out, and I was like, I'll just go back and read the announcement. It was like you just when two people. The topic was you not acknowledging something about
it was me acknowledging that other people and me have similar arguments, therefore flat Earth. Like what the fuck?
I put us a screenshot from the debate feed, and they put your score on there. Buster,
Nice.
You started at 1500 and ended at 1500, so
what?
No harm, no foul.
Oh, I won. I was.
Yeah.
I took
Flat
16
Egypt,
points
that's
off
like
Flat Earth
60
Egypt. There you go.
Whoa, I wasn't looking at the points. What the hell?
I was
lost points, bro.
They kept putting
That's how it
Do I
looks
get
like.
the points?
They
Yeah,
kept
people
putting in the chat.
vote on who wins.
No. They kept putting in the chat, don't risk your ELO points. And I was like, what, brownie points? Oh, we're getting judged on brownie points? Let's do this. See if I can get into the negative.
Well, you couldn't even lose points if you wanted to. That's terrible.
Well, I guess you guys are right then. I'm on the Glober's side with my argument. That's funny.
What? No, I don't. I think that's backwards.
Yeah. Like,
What is it?
Well,
it's you.
According to that,
you didn't win.
Oh, I lost. I thought
Yeah.
you guys were saying I won.
No. Like, who's going to debate and say that the Earth's flat? Like, not even the Globers are going to do that. So you can't go into a debate with that stance, right? It's just blatantly false, and you're never going to win because they'll just keep going back to that. It's not flat. So that's a bad argument to go into any debate with. Now you can think Huey's idea and Nathan's like works because you're in control of the mute button, but you try to leave the mute button alone. You've got to deal with these
trust
people
me.
like without.
I have.
Yeah.
I don't follow like Nathan or QE religiously. I'm not a follower or anything.
No,
I
but
don't
you
think
just
that's what he
said
meant.
you
I
said
think-
you'd never debated, right? Now, what we do here, this is the elite debate skill, because you will learn here that your arguments are rock solid, which they are, and the ballers have got less than nothing. All you have to do is
Let 'em talk.
Let them talk and make them make the claim.
Well,
Don't
that's
give them
anywhere,
anything.
man.
Give them nothing.
Yeah. That's how it's done anywhere. Like if you've been long enough in this debate, you let them hang themselves, man. That's how you do it.
Yeah, but you've got
It's,
Flat Earth Egypt on in your name.
It's the people that aren't in this discussion. When they think you're a flat earther and label you that, then they just go straight to sophistry because they think they're talking to a stupid person.
This whole thing started because they looked at my website and saw that it said level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Well, sometimes I like that, the fact that they
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah,
They're
and me too.
expecting
I love it.
Some dumb shit.
Because they say you're a flat earther and I can say, no, I'm not. It's definitely not flat. And
Well, that
level
adds
is
a
still
whole-
a horizontal plane. Doesn't stop
Yeah,
that from happening,
that
right?
adds like another dimension to it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's what
Well,
I
it takes
use
them
as
off
the
their game.
argument. Telling you, it's rock solid. But you have to forfeit Earth being flat. That's the only way, right? Everything else stays exactly the same. You just take the power off them.
And not just because of the name, but it's provably, measurably not.
Yeah, and the fact that the level being horizontal is the thing that you use to prove that it's not flat. So if you get to explain to them that level is horizontal, you've already got them, and they know it as well. I mean, the people we're dealing with in here, as you saw tonight, this guy wasn't a usual baller, but he did get the chaperone of Ed Freeze. Immediately we came in here.
Oh yeah, Ed Freeze was there as soon as we got in. He popped
Guarantee
in.
he was messaging them and telling them to watch out. Bev's here. This argument.
He was saying it in the text chat. He's
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, these guys are flat earthers. Don't let them tell you." Like,
And then we started the argument and the debate around the fact that they were calling us flat earthers. Like we could then put in like, does level being horizontal mean that you can call somebody a flat earther, right? Is the very fact of that. Because when you take it literally like that, level is observably horizontal, right? Every builder and everything ever will tell you, yes, it is horizontal. And if that means you're a flat earther, then everyone's a flat earther.
Yep.
The globe's just conceptual. Like, we know that. But you can't go round and put a cape on. It'll never work. You have to play subtle games. And the games we play are really deep in people's minds. They're lost in it. People are breaking down. George and Larry. Go on. Sorry.
George is really breaking down.
When the term is so embedded in people's mind as they get an immediate mental image of what that term means, and it's ridiculous. So therefore, everything that comes out of your mouth is then ridiculous, and then the actual points that you have to make that are valid just get. I mean, they've got their guard totally up. They're like aiming nuclear bombs at you and shit. You know, they've got the walls up. They've got, barbed wire. They got the guns out. And they're not going to let you get a word in edgewise of any valid point because it's already,
Well, to me,
that mental image.
like once there's that barbed wire up, no matter what way you present it, whether you call it flat, whether you're bringing it from a a level perspective or whatever. That guard is up. That wall is up. You're never gonna get through. That's why,
that's
for
why
me, it's never been an
But what I'm
issue
saying,
with the whole flat.
yeah, but what I'm saying is it doesn't matter as far as the truth is the truth, and it doesn't give a shit, right? So it doesn't matter if their guard is up or down or whatever. What I'm saying is it just defeats the conversation. Like it deflates any value that anybody listening will hear if they buy into those defenses. If they can see through those defenses, then great, they're smarter than the average Joe. But I'm just saying, to start with that that first step, it's just kind of like it's inviting obfuscation where it doesn't necessarily have to be, especially if you're trying to intelligently convey the truth.
Yeah, I guess it goes back to your strategy, right? For me, I want to be all up in your face. I want to be provocative. I want to use the term flat Earth to be provocative. What I'm getting from your guys' vibe is you want to be subtle about it. You want to be intelligent. You want to, convince the person you're speaking to, not coming off as some kind of kook, some stupid flat earther. So you want to be
We want to be
subtle
right.
about it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
We want to be right.
I wouldn't.
Is the Earth flat? No.
I wouldn't say that I don't. I mean, I agree that there's a time and place for being in your face, and I do appreciate that stance in some regard, but I don't know that it's I guess it depends on your motive, like what you intend to accomplish. And for me, I would rather have like a decent conversation with somebody and have like a come to terms civilly, so that we can either agree or disagree without like hours of mindless bantering just to what I mean. Like that's fun,
Yeah.
and it's got a time
Nobody
and place,
wants that,
but
actually.
to start
Yeah.
every conversation with that being the outcome, the automatic default outcome, I would rather have more openness to either invite that or not invite that when I want. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
I figured you would. I mean, you don't call yourself flat Earth Egypt if you haven't thought some stuff through.
But that was fun tonight, because I don't know whether you noticed what we were doing or not, but I was messaging Mobius. We started him off with the hump, right? And then I set Mobius a task to go for the drop, the double drop, and then back to the hump. And he drew a picture. He drew a picture of the hump. And it was one of the worst pictures I've ever seen. Man, it was amazing.
The level.
Picture? I should have taken a screenshot. I don't think I can.
It's still in there.
It's
I
on the
looked at it.
video.
That was worse than Brad's, and Brad was a simpleton, and Brad did better than that guy.
But that was computer. That he did done all of that on the computer. I mean,
that's even worse.
He did say he was using Paint, the program Paint.
That's worse.
I don't even know what that first one was that he did. It's like, what shape is that he was drawing? It had a curve in the bottom of it. And it was
I knew when he
the
said
horse.
I just knew when he said metal bar across and touching the water in the middle.
A levitating metal plane.
Levitating.
Has to be metal. Has to be.
I knew this guy was like, Mobius is never going to get anywhere with this guy, because like his conceptual. See, I asked him at the first point, because they kept talking about level, horizontal, and I was like, are you sure that you don't want to you sure you want to have more information before you start making like the calls you're making when you have a limited amount of knowledge? And he just ignored me and went on about something else. I was like, all right, whatever.
Carpenter's level, about 30 centimeters. He's like, oh, you must be a genius then. Right, oh, carry on, son.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see the image. I can't go back with the roll and the room.
Yeah,
so
you should have noticed that, Mobius. You took him to way technical places that he
Yeah.
wasn't ready for.
I was like,
kept it really
I gotta
simple
remember
and
that
made
carpenter's level thing, because we've talked about that before, about, if you extend a carpenter's level, then it's, more accurate.
Well, you
right?
just put it on a piece of wood, a straight piece of wood, and it gets longer.
Right, but you that's how you extend it, right? As long as it's a straight piece of wood. But
yeah,
so it has to be a straight piece of wood. But if you have like a one of those small spirit levels, like those 8-inch spirit levels, and you say, okay, go build me a house with this, they're gonna make that spirit level longer by attaching a straight piece of wood, or they're gonna use like a 6-foot or 8-foot carpenter's level, because the longer it gets, the more accurate it is.
Yeah, sorry, Bev. Like, I don't know about your background or profession or anything, but I'm assuming your profession has to do with this whole level thing, or not.
well, I'm a joiner, time served joiner, and then I've done surveying.
Okay.
So yeah.
I'm pretty sure pretty much everybody in here, I mean, that I know of,
you have
has
to do
some practical,
Yeah.
practical knowledge of the principles and the tools.
It's pretty much a must, right? You can conceptualize level and as much as you want, but until you actually work with it, I don't think you can really get a grip on it.
Yeah, I agree with that, 100%.
And that's normally what we find, right? The people that we talk to, like that guy tonight, complete sophistry. He was just making shit up, what he imagined would be. He had no concept that there are professionals that do that job. He didn't have a clue. And that's what the people we talk to will be like. They'll be willing to add fucking time. It's a parallel. The lines are parallel. Yet, add time in, and they'll intersect. The parallel lines will literally intersect if you add time. For fuck's sake. That was some of the worst sophistry I've ever heard. And that's only because they had the conceptualization that we were flat earthers and they could just do whatever they want. But we started the argument with, we are not flat earthers. So when anybody hears that, they hear, well, they say they're not flat earthers, but like the toffs and the people who go to college and do all of that will be probably with them, like, oh yeah, flat earthers. But everybody that works with anything will be going, who the fuck are these people? Just think they can say that. It doesn't happen in reality. There's a disconnect between real and I don't know, conceptual.
Yeah, I think there's a word for that. They call it morosophy. You ever heard that word?
Yeah.
No, I'll have to look that up. I don't know.
I think it's originally, if I'm correct, Dutch, I think. It's like a wise fool, basically. Something along these lines.
Oh, moron.
Yeah, morosophy.
The philosophy of
the
a
wisdom
moron.
of fools.
That's
the wisdom of fools.
Yeah, that makes sense. But they can say that to us, right? As soon as you start talking about philosophy and the meanings of things and how you can know things, like literally, that guy was arguing against the law of non-contradiction.
Yeah, things contradict themselves
in a debate server. Oh,
yeah, all the time.
Hell.
Reality contradicts itself all the time. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like, name one thing. Well, when you stood in the middle of a doorway, are you in the room or are you out of the room? It's like, fucking hell. Sophists. Whoop, whoop.
I thought it was weird that the one guy didn't know what a modus tollens was in a debate, sir.
People say debate. They don't really know that there's structure and there's like rules to this kind of stuff.
Yeah, but this points based.
To be honest, me myself, like before a flat Earth, I was ignorant of what a debate is. I learned debate from flat Earth.
Well, you don't really know what a debate is then, because all of
I'll
this
admit
shit that
that,
goes on
yeah.
around here, that's definitely not a debate. Nothing on Fight the Flat Earth, nothing on McToons, nothing on Gem Pandas, definitely nothing on Nathan Oakley's. They've never had a debate. Ever. That what we had just back then wasn't a debate either. You can't get them to have a debate. They get fucking crushed.
How about that one guy going into dog mode, dog mode, just like reading real slow like a weirdo?
Oh, wow. That was fucking like freaky mind trick, that. These
Yeah.
are not the droids you are looking for.
Yeah, he was like trying to like hypnotize everybody, like or something.
Yeah, then
It was a
Rakim
week
just
in
goes,
it.
wait, why are you talking like that?
Bro, did you hear what he said? Because he's like, "You're not understanding my point." So you do baby talk, right? So somebody doesn't understand you.
Please. It's like,
just trying to
fucking
piss
hell,
everybody
what
off
are
to
we
make a statement.
doing? And Ed Freeze in there, right? Now, when we went to the Intellectualist, similar sort of situation, but there was only 2 or 3 of us, and a big team of them came in, and they know who we are, because they know to take it to the flat Earth argument. Whereas again, we have to start with the we're not flat earthers, and we get into this the argument that we can fucking crush them with geometry, right? There is no argument. Literally, geometry is the pinnacle of an argument. You base an argument around the geometrical concepts, and it's fucking rock solid. There is no argument. The argument is only how we can refine the way we present the argument. That's all we've got. And we're all training each other now. Different people, different ways of getting around it, you know. But the idea will be for us to come up with the best argument that can be delivered in the easiest, most palatable way to somebody. Where we can just go in there. We can mess about with them if we want. Literally. Proper play around. Like Mobius was doing. He had him all over the place. But that guy didn't realise what was going on. Because his sophistry was leading. He could say whatever he wanted and it didn't make any difference. And Mobius had him with the water level drop in. And then somebody else, it was drop in. And then the hump was back and he's drawing them going upwards. But thinking they're horizontal.
Satellites and orbits. And...
Oh. Yeah. He had everything. And everything that he was saying was just what he imagined. We should start doing the thing afterwards. Is after they make a claim where they say something like that, just ask them, how do they know that? Where did they get that information from?
If you enjoyed the content, please support On the Level and future projects. Membership subscriptions available now, or come and get involved at Next Level Discord server. Thank you.